just never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass.
What's up, brother? Welcome.
I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut.
You know, trying to race each other here.
In the days of sin wonder, are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up what I made of. I suggest that you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute.
I didn't know what we were doing. I just said 5. Sorry.
Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But aside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a
everybody good with mommy's basement? Doing all right? You gonna be all right? You need a hug or anything?
I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
Now Mark is a top fan. I see how it is. Top fan Mark, welcome. I guess Carolyn's here too. But top fan Mark, I welcome you. What's up, everybody?
With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hating motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Still black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back. Got a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne. But I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain. Back to working. Goddamn, I can feel the change.
What's everybody been up to?
I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you.
I'm sorry, I can only see top fans in the chat. Again, welcome Mark. How's everybody doing today? Let the salt flow. You been over at Salty's Army?
Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. So I sit back and relax. Still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts. I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing.
No problem, Mark. We're trying to get you up and stamp out the riffraff, if you know who I'm talking about, huh?
Hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you?
I heard Mustang Medic. I don't have it. I guess I heard he made a statement, or was it written, or was it video? If it's video, I'll find it. If it's written, I don't know if I'll read it, but. Yeah, I like Salty. I feel like he's clinging on to a little extra hopium, but I don't think that he's spreading it as secret intel that he got from somewhere else. He wants to believe, and that's fine. You can believe all you want. I really like Salty, especially when I found out that he did speech therapy and like all these speeches delayed. Man, I like that guy. I'll find it, Sarah.
There's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty.
Welcome. Filter in. We're passing the offer and play. It actually just passes continuously. So make sure you handle that, okay? I don't know what else to say about it. The grift is alive and well, okay?
Yeah. I want you to pay attention.
Sorry, I swallowed something the wrong way. Damn it, let me get some water.
Isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck.
Like I choked on my own spit when I was just breathing.
Try to prevent these adventures such extent.
I kind of had a rough day. Not that that's anything to do with you guys, but I kind of had a rough day, and I didn't contact our guests and set up anything. I am going to have what's up? Man, I'm so bad at names. This makes me look like an asshole. What's that? Ken. I'm going to have Ken on when he wants to come on. Not to sing at first. I'm just going to have him do an interview. And then maybe every, I don't know, I'll have him on for an hour. Every 15 minutes we'll play one of his songs or something. He can explain it to us, how he wrote it, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to have him on probably pretty soon. Maybe Monday. Maybe Sunday if he wants to do a Sunday show. We'll see. I'll reach back out to him. I forgot. I was kind of checked out today. It's been rough.
I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made.
Now, let me change the music around. We're already under 2 minutes. What are you guys doing? You're supposed to help me watch out for this kind of shit. Damn.
This particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go. I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that state.
We're putting together some more in-depth recorded videos. They'll be coming out soon. I've got a bunch of memes that are going to release about the same time as the new video to kind of drive some hype. The GoFundMe's still going on. Somebody very generously put in a large donation to put us above 20,000. We had been just below like $400 or $500 below 20,000 for forever. They put in a donation to push us above 20,000. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Fucking profits who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby,
Lynn, that's the same stance I took on penises, multiple penises, and now I got a hand covered full of blisters. So I don't know if that's the best position to take there. Just make them lay it on the table or something. They ain't got to put it in your hand.
Stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel to let.
I don't know. Someone kind of called me out on this the other day. I wouldn't say call me out. It's not like they were mean. Let me tell this story and then we'll get started. Well, I can start it. Here we go.
radio and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop.
Welcome everybody. I am Will Bird, and this is a Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us. Make sure while you're here, I'm going to tell a story right quick. Beer Man Story Time is what we like to call this segment. Beer Man Story Time. But before I do, make sure you hit the like and share button so we get everybody else in here while I'm killing some time with this story. So I said someone called me out. That's not exactly true. Because what they said was basically true, and it wasn't in like a mean way. They were just putting it out there. So on the GoFundMe, I put $150K, because that was, the price of my house. The reason I did that is not because I hope to get $150K or a free house out of the deal. I just didn't know where to put it, and it was kind of done in panic. So that's the number. What we're actually pursuing right now, setting at $20,000, is what I'm trying to do is approach banks that may be more lenient on requirements. So like not like a chain or like nationwide banks, but like credit unions and small, like a mom and pop bank. And see if I can put enough down. What's the number I need to put down that'll make you get by on my credit score, or that somebody maybe will co-sign for me, or something like that. So that's the game plan. Like the person basically said, times are hard for everybody, and everybody's kind of currently recovering and probably struggled through coronavirus. I just think if you're just asking somebody to buy your house, that's kind of a turnoff. And I didn't look at it like that, but I see what he's saying. That was never the goal. So we're trying to find someone who will underwrite the loan with my current credit score. Yeah, I can't get I'm qualified for a VA home loan, but I can't get a bank to underwrite it. Just because the VA home loan doesn't have credit or income requirements, but the underwriters of the bank still do. That's the problem I keep running into. But we have some people in the background that want to remain in the background, that work within the financial industry, that work within real estate, that work within, I don't know, buying and selling and banking and all that stuff, that are trying to help me out. So we're trying to put together as much money as we can for the down payment, or anything we might have to have, and closing costs and shit like that, and move forward. So anything you can do to help was great, but eventually I'm gonna have to find a banker of some sort. That basically, the way I looked at it is, they might not approve me, but the more money I've got down, the more likely they are to approve me. Because I know they wouldn't turn me down if I had half down. You know what I mean? So what is that number? Is it somewhere between 10% and 50%? What is it? And that's what we're trying to figure out. First, find a bank. Kitty McNeil bought you 3 6-packs. Thank you. I appreciate it. From Mommy's Basement. So what is that number? And first of all, will you do it? Second of all, what is your number that'll make you do this kind of deal? So that's what we're working on. We'll get there sooner or later. Hope it all works out for the best, but we've been looking at different places. We've been talking to different banks, trying to find something for sale, man. I guess it's like this nationwide. The real estate market like here is crazy. So from what I can tell, like when COVID hit, they weren't building a whole lot of stuff. When COVID hit, they weren't building a whole lot of stuff, and then when COVID kind of laxed off, like we are now, they were building so many things that construction material was through the roof, and they're not building as much stuff. Well, housing is basically a constant. Unless we have like a meteor strike the earth, the need for housing always goes up. Because houses get worn out and tore down, plus we're having babies and kids, and everybody wants to upgrade all the time. So now it's like we're behind like in a slinky, right? And we're rushing to catch up. So 3 houses, like I haven't even secured financing yet, but I'm still looking at houses. I don't want to be behind when that happens. But 3 houses that I thought would be okay with us, maybe not our dream home, maybe not the best house, but 3 houses that went on the market that was doable. before I literally got an alert that they had just been listed, and before I could even contact the seller, they went under contract or pending a contract on the completion of a home inspection. People out here buying them up just cash. They don't even care. They don't even care what the appraisal is. They don't this. They don't that. They know they're going to make a shit ton of money right now. So my house, the house we live in that we're trying to keep, is it's on like a $50,000 squeeze. They're trying to get $50,000 out of it basically. So I don't. This house seems to get more and more out of reach. The greedier and greedier everybody around it gets, saying they're trying to help out a veteran, and then it just keeps getting greedier and greedier. Even the dirty ass real estate agents are doing something weird and not returning calls and playing sides. Like, the whole thing here is weird, but we're doing what we can. We have a pretty cool opportunity that I can't really put out there. I mean, I still need financing, I still need money, but I might have something pretty cool to show you guys. That would be pretty awesome. How do I reply to people? Are you on PC? If you're on your phone, you have to type at and then their name perfectly, all the capitals and spaces and everything. If you're on a computer, you just start typing at and then their name, and it'll pop up and you can click it. But we're trying to make something happen, and I appreciate you guys. I'm making an update video. It's just I've recorded it probably 100 times. It's really hard. Like, I thought asking for help was a hard video. Now, like, looking back on everybody that's helped and everybody that's stepped forward, and all even the people who couldn't help but sent a message and said, "Hey, looking out for you, praying for you," whatever their chosen words were, man. It's overwhelming. I've never asked for help really from anybody, but when I needed it, at least there was somebody there, because there was a lot of people in my life who I thought would be there that weren't, including friends and family members that poof, gone, never even answered a text message saying, "Hey, we're losing our fucking house." Don't even respond to a text message or a phone call. So, anyways, before everybody gets down and tries to start the closest pistol to them, let's go ahead and get into the show. So again, Will Bird, Cold Beer Confessional. We've got the GoFundMe going on. We got different ways you can leave a tip. Make sure it's a funny message when you send it in. I like to laugh. You can do that at coldbeer.fund goes to the GoFundMe. Cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, cultclub.com goes to the tip line, or buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer, and Amazon wishlist, Telegram, all that stuff will pop up in the chat. I'm ready to start. You ready to start? Let's do it. The first thing we're going to look at is actually probably going to be our longest segment. It's a weird segment, okay? It's back with Jason Q. Oh, by the way, I talked to Patsy this morning. Hope she enjoys I think she said her niece was getting married. I'm really bad. I have really, really bad memory, but I think she said her niece was getting married, so hope that goes well. Have fun celebrating the wedding. Hopefully you guys will come to my divorce party when I finally build up the courage to go through with it. But yeah, shout out to Patsy. Hope you have a good time. Anyways, back to here. We're back to Jason Q. He was on a Mel K show. And a Mel K show is typically a pretty special show with Jason Q. The reason being is Jason Q puts on airs as if he's extremely, extremely smart, correct? But he doesn't. We know what he's doing. I mean, it's literally allegedly methamphetamine induced, but. Mel K is kind of hard to keep up with anybody. She's barely hanging on to the most simple of all conversations. Ali Wonder, you have to do the capitalization too, so it had to be a capital P and a capital S. But yeah, that's basically how you do it.
We all here for you. People are looking out. This is how real friends work. Lol, divorce party Mariah would kill you first.
Probably. You're probably right. That was just a joke. Yeah, I honestly, like, I was really surprised by the turnout. I've never done a GoFundMe. I've never done a fundraiser. I've never been the center of attention for needing help or anything. I never asked for anything. I just been able to make my own way up until this kind of, and it wasn't that I could have made my own way this time had I had, the 5 years I was supposed to have to plan for it, or even a year to plan for it instead of 2 months. Get the fuck out. That's kind of hard to do with a family, no matter what. If you don't have enough in the bank to just offer cash. But when we get this wrapped up, when we get this settled, I have something I'd like to ask you guys to participate in, and I think I'm going to try to get other communities on board where we find somebody and make sure we vet them and they're genuine and they're not trying to scam people and blah blah blah, and try to help somebody. Maybe put like a quarter of the year, like 3 months or something, towards helping somebody in need. And maybe take some of the donations or all the donations, whatever we can do, and send them to somebody else on all the time on special days. I don't know. We'll see how it works out. We'll see how me and Mariah get situated. Hopefully VA will come through and I won't need nearly as much to survive, and then we can send even more somewhere else. I'd like to pay it back in that way. But we'll see how it works. But Jason Q prides himself on basically outrunning everyone in a conversation, because he's the only one that's all amped up, if you know what I mean. And Mel K can barely hang on to a basic conversation where everybody's hooked on phonics. So it's like the opposite of the dumbed down spectrum on each side. Let's check this out. It's going to be a good one. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. It's going to be good. There are several Khazarian references. Uh-oh, I'll probably have to reload it. BitChute, I forgot. Man, BitChute has the worst video player of all websites in the world.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Mel K Show. It is July 13th, 2021, and things are popping, and all good stuff is coming to the surface. So I had to have on my favorite researcher and probably the smartest guy out there, Jason Q, to kind of
The smartest guy out there.
Oh my God, stuff exploding and all.
Hey, Jason Q.
Thanks so much for coming on, Jason. And there's no one that can pull it together like you can.
Well, we're gonna try, but
crazy
not gonna lie.
times.
Well, we're gonna try. Crazy times, eh?
It's gonna confuse some, but I'm gonna try to keep it as minimal as, well, not as minimal as possible, because you can't really go minimal on this, but it's we're getting all angles, and
Cool.
yeah, this nothing can stop what is coming. This whole acronym,
Right.
it is
I just barely got her sped up. They're at 1 1/4. I almost always watch them at 1 1/2. I have to slow her down even more.
people realize
Oh, great.
way bigger. This,
Let's do it.
oh man, this is good. This is good. The plan, I mean, it has a plan in it, the markers, everything. You just had to find, because a lot of people, I know a lot of people complain about like how we go in depth about this. And it's like, well, why are you talking about this? It doesn't make any difference. That doesn't have anything to do with it. It's like, what did they tell us in the beginning? Everything ties together. Everything is connected, right?
Everything.
This NCSWIC,
Right.
it's a National Council.
So he's talking about nothing can stop what is coming, okay? Nothing can stop what is coming. So he took that and come up with NCS, it would be WIC. So let's type it in. Before he even starts talking about it, let's see what it says. The National Council of Statewide Interoperability Coordinators. So I kind of know what this is, just because it works with CISA, and I did a lot of research on CISA back when the shit happened in November, because they were claiming that CISA was the one who was tracking this and tracking that and Italian satellites. Turns out all that was a lie. But CISA is, I don't know, I think they're ahead of this agency. And CISA is a cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency. CISA, CISA. So they have NC-SWIC, and NC-SWIC, basically what it is it is a group of 1 to 2 representatives per state who interact with another 1 to 2 representatives per state and help them make sure they're sharing, I wouldn't call it intel, but sharing information, assisting with each other. If there's a natural disaster, but it hasn't been declared by like the governor, just something happened, they can send out materials or support, blah, blah, blah. It's basically like a really weird job they probably made up for someone's cousin, where they call other states and say, hey, how's it going? You need anything? No? Okay. See you later, Alabama. Just shit like that. Like it is a stupid job, I'll agree. But I don't know what he's fixing to say.
Also, statewide interoperability coordinators, right?
Right.
Who these people are, they're the ones coordinating our movie, right?
Nothing
So-
can stop what is coming.
This is
Also.
this is great. And they have and the 41020, right? Everybody's like, oh, it's Donald John Trump. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. See, they have committees, right? They have the 41020. There's 4 total committees, right? Now the committees are this has to do with the bridge. This has to do with the cloning
Okay.
that you release, right?
Right.
So we went over this before, but we'll go over it again real quick. So
Right.
the bridge, they have bridge 1 and bridge 2. Okay, bridge 1 is the governance team, and bridge 2 is the technical team. Okay. So now we had that a long time ago. We talked about it. Everybody's
Right,
like,
we
oh,
did. Yep.
this guy's like crazy.
Oh, God, this is so stupid.
But this guy's also correct because that's the funny part. It's like,
You are.
you
It's
know-
amazing.
so now they have the committee information right here, right? It's all in that website that they gave us.
I know.
We printed it all out. I mean, it's a lot. We printed it all out. We're gonna make sure we're highlighting everything.
I know.
We're going through
Nobody
everything.
researches like you, Jay.
So it's just in the beginning, it's like we trained ourselves to, and I've never done this. So it's almost like they did something to where they rewired us somehow.
No. Okay. They didn't introduce you to a conspiracy theory on 8chan, 8kun, and also rewire your brain to make you an amazing researcher. You just so happened to allegedly find loads and loads of methamphetamine at the same time.
And that's why you can't stop. It's like you can't quit. You just go with it.
I know.
And they have 4 committees. They have a governance committee, a planning, training, and exercise committee, funding and sustainment committee, and technology policy committee. So you have a governance team
Right.
and a technical team, right?
Right.
Then you have the planning, training, exercise. Those are all the planners, everybody getting everything lined up. Then you have the funding and sustainment. Yeah, funding. Where would we get that from? Oh, from all the
Uh-oh.
tricks that we're just
Uh-oh.
So it's like, we're doing this.
We're getting the funding from all these guys we're taking down and sending to Gitmo. They got all the money. Why wouldn't we take it? Duh. They're going to need it where they're going. This one lady called me up from Australia and said she was a crow and she watched it. That's for you, JCK. Love you.
It's on the cheap. It's like everything's free. It's like, this is awesome. So then they have and they have like different projects and all that. And they have this the thing on the history. It says established in July of 2010 by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. The National Council of Statewide Interoperability Coordinators supports interoperability and statewide interoperability coordinators. So what they do is that it's a coordination point for these statewide emergency communications efforts. So it's all the comms.
Right.
They're not using the regular comms that you would have on the radio and everything like that. They're using inside comms. Like
Right.
they built their own communication network.
Right.
And they have like all these stakeholders, like all these disciplines of government. They have all the first responders in this. They
Right.
call them the first net. And it's just, they have this whole plan. It's the National Emergency Communications Plan. And it has 112 total members, primary and alternate representatives from the 56 states and territories. They have
Uh-oh. Primary and alternate representative. Yeah, it's 2 people, I guess, per state.
all the states, 50 states, and then you have the American territories.
Right.
American Samoa and all that.
Right.
Now, they have these, they call them the statewide interoperability coordinator, right? Now, each state has one, right?
They do a show about monthly
But
together.
you see, there are 2 states that have vacancies in them. That's odd. It gave us the list of people. I mean, this is how good it is, right? So the states are Connecticut
There's no telling who he just
and
doxed.
Massachusetts.
I'm not even going to try to zoom in and see a number.
But, they have Puerto Rico in here.
I don't think that methamphetamines help you to figure out who Q is. I think methamphetamines help to convince you that you figured out what Q is.
Guam, District of Columbia, American Samoa.
I've got a guy who used to be a friend. Now I don't even know that I would call him acquaintance or even claim him out in public. But man, he comes up with some of the wildest fucking stories every time I see him. I mean, just crazy, crazy, crazy stories. And I run into them. You won't believe what just happened to me at the gas station. I got robbed and somebody stole my phone. And did I text you? Because they kept texting people from my phone. And then I got my phone back. I just found it. And then I had a flat tire on the way to the gym. And then this, then that. And he thinks like he's slick as a ribbon, man. But none of it even adds up. Like, and he'll only be like 2 sentences into a lie and already contradict it to like he doesn't even know he's like crossing over his own lies. It's he's bad off. I mean, like I've tried, I've made my peace, I've said what I'm gonna say. I don't know what else to do. He needs to get help.
Let's see. Virgin Islands and who else? CNMI, which is what is CNMI? We'll figure it out.
CNMI is the Commonwealth of North Mariana Islands, like out near the Mariana Trench. The Northern Mariana Islands is a U.S. Commonwealth. So CNMI would be the yeah, that makes sense. Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands. That is my final answer. Lock it in.
So,
Military base?
I don't know. We'll find out. But the guy's name is Herman Kintel. I mean, they even have their emails on here. I'm like, yes.
Herman
Oh,
Kimpel.
my God, that was a great find.
Oh, it's great. And that's why they put it at the end. Because as you know, I mean, when we listened to President Trump's speech on Sunday, was it Sunday? Sunday. Yeah. And he said something in it that is very, very odd. Not odd, but I mean, it's definitely calm because he was screaming comms from the rooftops with Don Jr. I mean, but when he does it.
Your name is Jill Bop Kitten? Jill Bop Kitten. Wow.
He does it in a way that he's just
welcome.
Like, so smooth and calculated. It's like there's just nobody like him. Well, except McAfee. Now McAfee.
Can a bishop get a purple drink?
If you look at all his past videos, holy.
Oh, then we got to go to McAfee. That last week they couldn't pronounce his last name. Didn't know who the fuck he was. Someone had to interrupt their show to tell him who he was. Now this week, he's the center of it. I wouldn't even be surprised if he was Q himself.
Doesn't get good. I mean, that man, he is in on this bigger than anyone.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Yeah.
And I believe he is he's the Iron Eagle.
Oh.
I believe
he's the Iron Eagle. The Iron Eagle.
Yes, because they called him. His nickname was the Tony Stark of cybersecurity. Who was Tony Stark? It's Iron Man, right? When you think Iron Eagle, Eagle sees everything, right?
Right.
Oh, Eagle sees everything. I don't even think that's accurate. Like, Eagle just has good eyesight, right?
What McAfee did was this is how just genius he is. So when they said that we have everything, we do. What he did was he donated all these computers to the government.
Right.
And he had all those back doors and all the malware.
Right.
And the thing is that what people.
That's not even true. He left his company like in, I don't remember. It was like 92 or 94. The computers were donated to the government in like 2007.
What we're missing in this is one group of people that just was written off. The Awans.
I really like this canal as well. We should share this canal together.
Who else had the computers? The Awans. Where did the Awans go?
Pakistani brothers?
Yes, but one of the brothers went through the Talpiot program in Israel. So the Talpiot program, it's a 9-year program with first 3 years is military, second 3 years is all computers and hacking and everything. Third set of 3 years, it's you're combining them both.
Right.
And what they do is they build these startup companies. But these startup companies, what they are, it's all this spying, this network spying. So they spy on us and they give the shit to Israel.
Right.
So he's kind of not wrong there. The CIA is known to farm tech startups and send them overseas to just spy on places. That's kind of how the CIA. Well, that's kind of how. Let's take the CIA out of it. Let's say that's kind of how elite governmental forces around the world control world leaders and who is in the seat of world leader. They start tech companies. They mess around. They infiltrate, they change the narrative, they change the outcome, and boom, you don't have to assassinate a leader. Got to get him out of office, strip him of his power.
They're constantly, this whole thing, this whole spy network, it's because Israel was created, the state of Israel was created.
As soon as Mel K said, we got a very special, probably the smartest guy I know, as soon as she got to Jay, she was already lost.
As a military arm of.
She said, oh my God, it looks like it's exploding behind you. You have everything.
Switzerland. And because, it was Israel way before, and then it got taken away. And then they're like, well, we're going to go ahead and bring it back because we have to find some way to instigate World War III. Because it was written back on August 15th, 1871 by Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini.
Good God.
In the whole letter. Yeah, in the whole letter. But the thing is, the 150th anniversary is coming up.
Right.
That's why when they said August 15th with President Trump, it's like, they're not lying. He's coming back.
They're not lying. He's coming.
Because also, how long they've been doing this for is even on August 15th, 1971, right? President Nixon took us off the gold standard.
Right.
It's like, but wait a second. It's like, we're already off the gold standard. Why would you do it again? It's like, everything has to be done twice.
We weren't off the gold standard.
So you did it on the 100th anniversary, then on the 150th anniversary, because who was friends with Nixon? Trump.
Oh, Trump.
Trump became friends with Nixon after Watergate, because what was Watergate? Watergate was not the breaking in of a hotel thing. It was all pedophilia.
Right.
Now, we come back to this SWIC and everything that NSWIC, and they have like SafeCom. They have these executive briefings.
Is Chris Miller and Ezra Cohen-Wannick involved in that?
I don't believe. Well,
because I feel like I've heard about that before. And
Chris Miller was the one that was he was in charge of the special forces.
Right.
So what they're in charge of, they're overthrowing the government.
Right.
Because that's why Kennedy created the special forces. He created special forces in case our government turned tyrannical, because he knew it was coming.
Right.
And
well,
it's
remember
What? Hold on. There's a lot of drops in here. I just need to be here for a minute.
Miller and Ezra Cohen-Wannick involved in that?
I don't believe. Well,
because I feel like I've heard about that before. And
Chris Miller was the one that was he was in charge of the special forces.
Right.
So what they're in charge of, they're overthrowing the government.
Right.
Because that's why Kennedy.
They're overthrowing the government.
Created special forces. He created special forces in case our government turned tyrannical, because he knew it was coming.
Right.
And
remember that Article 51 or something that they signed after like Trump was leaving, but then Chris Miller came out, and it was something that JFK wanted to sign that made the CIA have to be compliant with a different organization. That's all I'm saying. That's why this is all, because that might have meant something compared to what you're saying now.
Oh, it did. Because the thing is, when you look at the structure of the government, there's one thing that's funny about it. I had no idea that the CIA was under the FBI.
No,
I'm like,
either.
Wait a second, what the hell is this?
Holy shit.
I thought that it's like Central Intelligence. It's like,
I can't even keep up with all the lies. So the first recognized special forces unit that was within the U.S. Army was in 1952. They were an elite detachment special forces, 1952. What was their name? Hold on just a second. Several notable operational successes during World War II. However, unconventional warfare, staple small unit, has its roots in the Revolutionary War. Give me just a second. Joint American Canadian Tactical Group, Aleutian Islands, Alamo, the Korean. The first Special Forces unit formed in 1952 under the U.S. Army Psychological Warfare Division. The initial 10th Special Forces Group was led by Colonel Aaron Bank and was involved in several sensitive operations during World War II during an operation to capture or assassinate Adolf Hitler. Bank is often referred to as the father of Special Forces. In 1954, Special Forces soldiers adopted the iconic Green Beret as a means to distinguish themselves from the conventional army. The official and exclusive right to the Green Beret was not recognized until 1962, 8 years later, when Kennedy ordered they be made a symbol of excellence. So Kennedy didn't form the Special Forces units. He literally declared that they be ordered to be made a symbol of excellence, a badge of courage, a mark of distinction in the fight for freedom. So all he did was get their Green Beret recognized. They were there before Kennedy was, JFK. Now, onto the CIA, FBI. The CIA operates in a different aspect than the FBI. Hold on just a second. They don't do the same jobs. The FBI is the Federal Information or Federal Bureau of Investigation. The CIA is only supposed to be collecting incidentals plus anything they collect overseas. They're not supposed to be collecting anything on U.S. persons, and that's where the FBI really shines, unless they're on some type of special task force that sends them out of the country, which happens sometimes. The CIA is actually prohibited from collecting information regarding U.S. persons, is the wording they use, U.S. persons, which would include citizens, resident aliens, any legal immigrants, corporations. I don't know. It probably includes more shit than that. But anyways, they can't spy on U.S. persons, and they're an overseas clandestine operation. The FBI does some of the same shit, but just here. They'll set up your angry teenage son one day.
CIA, it's communism in America.
Right.
They infiltrated us during World War II.
Right.
They were the OSS.
Right.
And it's like, well, if they infiltrated the Pentagon in World War II, and they said, oh, it was Hitler's men and all that, it's like, but guys, when this all comes out, it is going to literally blow minds. Yeah, when people find out that
her mind's already blown. Are we going to put hers back together? There's not going to be nothing left to blow. Just blown 3 or 4 times in that one movie on Nitro Porn Flicks or whatever that website was.
People that we have been told were bad were actually good. And the people that are good, we're bad. They're totally bad. And it all brings us back to this whole the USS Liberty as well. You know, the Israeli
So I'm probably going to take some heat from chat for this. I can't really argue with Jason Q on the USS Liberty. I think there was a bunch of really shady shit that happened. The USS Liberty incident. Not only a flagship that was literally there for 2 hours and no one was messing with suddenly comes under attack. But then when they finally got their radios were being jammed, when they finally got a message out that they needed help, they sent some bombers and some fighter jets and some tankers to their area. And before they got there, they were stood down by Secretary of Defense all the way at the top. SecDef stood down a rescue team to save a ship, which could have stopped some of the mayhem. At first, I think they lost like. Damn, I can't remember. They ended up losing 34 people total, but that was after the second wave when they were even fired upon when they were in life rafts and shit, which is illegal. Like you can't fire on fleeing parties in a life raft. Hey, Beer Man. Sorry, Mariah, I have a crush on Will. I can't imagine a day without him. 3, 2, 1, Skull and Bones. Nicholas, M. Just wanted you to know. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the donation. Thank you. I don't even know Mariah's in here. But yeah, you can't shoot on people that are fleeing in a life raft. I think they ended up losing, and all in all 34, but it was less than that. Had the reinforcements got there, I think they were like at 28 or something. But then the reinforcements were recalled, and then they fired on them while they were fleeing. I still think there's a bunch of weird, fucked up shit that happened to USS Liberty, and I think it's very strange that the cable transfers between the U.S. president and the Israeli president that day are still classified when everything else around it was released except for those cable transfers. And that was the night before that Israel did a move that we were not in favor of. I don't think most of the world was in favor of when they moved into the Golan Heights and took it over. So I don't know if it was a diversion or what. It was not good. Something fucked up happened.
The Arab-Israeli War, the 6-Day War.
Right.
Well, the USS Liberty, there were 34 sailors that died in it, and they had a naval intelligence ship. Now, they were just out there just watching, just making sure that, hey, you know what? We just want to make sure you guys are keeping peace. You know, just make sure. Well, they were attacked by the Israeli Navy and Air Force on June 8th, 1967. Now, the problem with this is that there was I forgot what came up, but it was an anniversary.
I think after there was an initial attack from guns and rockets, and then after that attack cleared, they were then targeted by 8 torpedoes, I think. Something like that.
But it brought up June 8th. Oh, it was something about the Queen. And the dates all correlated with the June 8th. Oh, it was the I'm back. Remember when he put on June 2nd? And then he comes.
The USS Liberty was during the 6 Day War, which was 1967, maybe 68, 67. It was the 6 Day War between Israel and Syria. You can look it up.
Out the days of 6 days, and it's like right there. It's like it just brought it all back.
Yeah,
and
I think there's a picture from that day of Merkel and the Queen that came out with Merkel making her bizarre hand signal. Merkel Hitler, I call her.
Really, yeah.
Her hand signal, and the Queen being like,
always a secret hand signal. Do you know? I honestly believe, or I honestly want to know, if we followed Jason Q around, and out of 24 hours, let's say we gave him 8 hours to sleep, so now we're down to 16. And then we gave him 3 hours spread out in 1 hour breaks to where we wouldn't be around. So now we're down to 13 hours. And the rest of the time we followed him around just snapping fucking pictures and 300 people with a paparazzi taking pictures at all times and a camera running. How long do you think before someone would get a picture of him with his hand like this or doing something like that or almost like this? How long do you think it would take? An hour? Maybe? No fucking way.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's like, the lizard was already taken out, Merkel.
Right.
It's like, it's like, now what? It's like, what do you...
This new one's like, I don't know what you're doing.
It's like, no comprendo. It's like,
Right, exactly.
sprechen Sie dick. And, so what they do is-
Sprechen Sie dick? I think you mispronounced that. I'm not positive, but I think you mispronounced that. Yeah, man, that's awful. We've got some other members close to the fire. I mean, stay safe. I wish there was something I could do or say or stay safe. If you got to get the fuck out of there, get out of there. It's not worth your life.
Drop napalm on the USS Liberty. I'm like, right then and there, I'm like, you guys use napalm on them? And then while they're putting out the fires, they got hit by 820
Oh, that's what it was. It was napalm and rockets, then the torpedoes.
plus rocket and cannon holes, and a 40-foot torpedo hole in the starboard side.
God.
Yeah, in a matter of a couple hours. But the problem is that they knew it was a flagship. They had the American flag on it. They attacked it for 2 hours. Why? And then with Israel, why did David Ben-Gurion, which was the first prime minister of Israel, why is his and JFK's comms still locked up? Like you could have majestic level majestic level access.
Right.
You cannot see these.
I really, really, really need Nassara to kick in. Considering I'm being thrown from my house, it would be a great time for any of these motherfuckers to be right and me to be wrong. Everybody always comes in chat and they're like, "What are you going to do when you're wrong?" Fucking celebrate. I'll be the happiest wrong person you've ever seen.
Wasn't Jeff Sessions' first executive order about releasing all the JFK documents?
Yes.
Very first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Documents. Because
this part right here is so stupid. I did hear this part or paid attention to this part, I guess. Wasn't Barr's first executive order about releasing the JFK documents? Yes. Okay, watch this.
Majestic level access.
Right.
You cannot see these.
Well, wasn't Jeff Sessions' first executive order about releasing all the JFK documents?
Yes.
Very first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Documents. Because.
And they haven't been released.
Well, no. Why are you going to release the documents when you can release the person?
Because you're saying it was an executive order. Jeff Sessions doesn't write executive orders, but if you're saying it was an order that came down from the president's desk, then the document should have been released. You can't just say, "Oh, well, we're going to release the person in 3 days to 25 years." So there's that. Come on.
I mean, how are people going to look when they see him walk out? They going to shit their pants? I think so. I would. It's
Yeah,
like,
that Ben Gurion that you're talking about, he's also the one that was very involved with getting Eichmann to go to Israel, which was a show trial in retrospect to establish that, and then Eichmann with the whole thing there. It was all a big it was all orchestrated international. That was
And this shit they keep spreading about, that's true, we the Pepe. The shit they keep spreading about people getting woke is not happening on the level that they believe it is. Back before, when I used to do political commentary on Facebook, I'm still a member of a lot of more hardcore left-wing groups. I wouldn't say like radical or nothing, but more, they're not moderates by any means. And I kind of hang out in their groups every once in a while. I'll throw out a text message to see if I can, like a message to see if I can get a troll out of it and get somebody to respond to it as if it's real and it'll be so outrageous and over the top, and it works half the time. And those, you're going to end up starting a war is what's going to happen. It's going to end up pacify, and then either we say, okay, we're going for it in 2024, or someone's going to say, nope, we're pushing our guy in. The other side says we're going to keep our guy in, and that's what's going to happen. That you're not going to get enough people woke and hating Joe Biden to be like, all right, bring on the orange guy. I miss him. That's not a feasible option.
It's not. They let them take him from Argentina to try in the new state of Israel. That was something that was.
Oh, by the way, I have a correction. Yesterday when we were talking about the Battle of Wanat, Mullet pointed it out in the chat, and I didn't see it till I rewatched that portion over the comments that were made. But when I told you that one of the first factors was that platoon sergeant being killed by the guy on guard duty, the Afghani army guy, I forgot to tell you that 13 days before, there was two units that were ambushed in the field by a technical, which is like a machine gun mounted in a pickup truck bed, a technical and RPGs and mortar fires. Well, the Army and a Marine Corps unit engaged. In the process, they killed I think it was like 13 or 14 civilians and all the insurgents. And it's kind of hard to get accurate numbers because everybody that could was probably marked up as a civilian. And the insurgents numbers were probably just like, oh, well, we can't call this guy a civilian. Look at him. He's still got an RPG in his hand. But yeah, that was actually a factor before Staff Sergeant Kyler was killed, and I left that part out. Mullet pointed it out, and I wasn't reading the chat at the time. I was too in depth.
It's a game changer for Israel publicly.
but the thing is, publicly it was. But
right.
Why did they go to what was that?
It might have been 10 civilians. It was double-digit civilians. They killed civilians. That was a big factor too.
Shit. What the hell was it? Argentina. They went to Argentina
Madus.
because they were getting 90 tons of yellow cake uranium.
Oh,
That's why they said, "Hey, we're gonna head down there and we're gonna get Eichmann." It's like
that yellow cake easy bake.
somebody's like, "Yeah." It's like what they bring back 90 tons of yellow cake uranium with Eichmann, but it's like Eichmann was one of the top guys in the whole this whole like quote unquote nuclear war.
Nuclear?
No such thing as nukes. Hate to tell people.
Nuclear.
The nuclear.
What? What did he just say? Did he just say there's no such thing as nuclear weapons?
Okay. Somebody's like, yeah. It's like what they bring back 90 tons of yellow cake uranium with Eichmann, but it's like Eichmann was one of the top guys in the whole this whole like quote unquote nuclear war. Because there's no such thing as nukes. Hate to tell people. The nuclear war, it's a war in the nuclear family, is what it is.
Wow.
He can't be real, right? Like what about like fusion and fission and atomic bombs and footage, and I've changed out the fuel rods in a reactor. And maybe I was destroying the nuclear family when I was refueling a reactor. Maybe that's what was happening. Hate to tell everybody there's no such thing as nuclear weapons. When they say nuclear war, they're talking about the nuclear family, man. It's almost like the Democrats and the Republicans are bad, man.
Yellow cake uranium
Somebody spark this blunt.
with Eichmann, but it's like Eichmann was one of the top guys in the whole.
You guys, I mean, there's nobody that believes that, right? Like there's nuclear weapons, absolutely. Absolutely. All the testing, all the data, all the fucking fat boy and little man, like they're nuclear weapons. Those things exist, right? Jesus Christ.
Because this whole like quote unquote nuclear war, because there's no such thing as nukes. Hate to tell people, the nuclear war.
There's no such thing. What about the same premise of fission and fusion that literally power like aircraft carriers and fucking submarines and shit, Jason? Like we know there's all that energy stored in fuel rods, in enriched uranium fuel rods. That's why you refuel every 100 or 1,000 years, depending on what type of fuel source you're using. You don't think that you can harness any other explosive, anything else that reacts that quick. You can harness it and make an explosive, but not uranium. No siree. That's actually when they're talking about uranium, they're talking about your dad's uranium, and they're going to put a penis in it, okay? Right up his old uranium hole. And from then on, he's going to sing show tunes and wear a shimmery dress. Hope you're ready for it. Hope you're ready for it. They took your dad, man.
It's a war in the nuclear family, is what it is.
Wow.
It's exactly what it is.
Oh, oh no.
Was that JQ in the rainbow monkey dildo suit?
Oh no, the rainbow monkey dildo suit. I don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Haven't seen that one yet. Thank you very much for that, Sky Queen. I appreciate it. $10 tip into the cult. Thank you. I think we're starting to see a bigger picture. Now, Jason did this is truth. This isn't a joke. I'm not trying to be cheeky. Jason did lose his mother, like over the winter or maybe the fall. And it seems like he went a little bit deeper on not only his research, but his extracurricular activities, if you know what I mean, about that time. But what we didn't know from his past is that apparently some little smoking hot number from his local high school, probably on the swim team, hairless, zero body fat, come and swept Jason's dad off his feet when he was a youngster. They ran away to Kokomo, and he's been holding all this regressed energy up to take it out on nuclear weapons and nuclear families.
Because a nuclear weapon has to be stable. You can't fire it. You can't drop it. It becomes unstable. It's no good. It's just like anything else. Here.
What? What? We're going to have to get nuclear physicists on here to show us how they do this. Give me just a second, guys. Let me see if I can find it'll make it a lot easier to explain this if I have an infographic. That one's all right. Here we go. While a number of elements are fissionable, meaning they can undergo fission, only a few are used in nuclear weapons. Most common are isotopes uranium-235, plutonium-239. Remember, isotopes are atoms of the same element that differ only in their number of neutrons. Uranium is found throughout the world, can be mined, mineral deposits. It can also be extracted from seawater, but doing so is currently much more expensive. However, only a small fraction, less than 1% of naturally occurring uranium is uranium-235. Producing usable uranium requires requires a process of enrichment in which different uranium isotopes are separated and concentrated, usually using centrifuges, which operate like salad spinners. This is extremely costly, difficult, and time-consuming, and is one of the central barriers to constructing a nuclear bomb. Plutonium can also be used, but only occurs naturally in trace amounts. It can, however, be produced as a fission byproduct in nuclear reactors, then separated by a process called reprocessing. Plutonium separation is easier than uranium enrichment and involves separating different elements, not different isotopes of the same element, but it's a highly radioactive process that requires heavily shielded facilities with remote handling equipment. That's why we have uranium and plutonium usually in a warhead, but let's see if I can get the detonator now. Warheads. Explosions used in thermonuclear weapons are often described as a primary, the chemical and fission explosions, and a secondary, the fusion blast. So you have fission first, then fusion. However, the actual mechanisms are considerably more complicated. For example, a pure fission primary is inefficient. The plutonium pit itself. Oh, let me grab this image. Open image in a new tab. We're going for a nuclear weapons lesson. This is a neutron generator, chemical explosive plutonium pit. This is where fission primary happens. Fusion secondary, uranium inner layer all the way at the center. Lithium diatride, fusion fuel, and uranium outer. So sealed in uranium on the outside. All right, here we go. That's the image you should be looking at while I read this. Their explosion, the subsequent fusion blast. However, the actual mechanisms are considerably much more complicated. For example, a pure fission primary is inefficient. The plutonium pit will blow itself apart before most of the plutonium-239 can fission. So it can't just immediately happen, right? It's got to have time for at least the majority of the reaction to take place, or else you're wasting a lot of what you put into the bomb. So it can't just be like an uncontrollable, as fast as it can go explosion. It has to be slowed. Instead, the reaction can be boosted by introducing hydrogen gas consisting of isotopes deuterium and tritium in the center of a hollow pit. That would be the explosives pit, or chemical explosive plutonium pit. As the surrounding plutonium fissions, the hydrogen gas undergoes fusion and releases more neutrons, inducing additional fission. So you either have to slow the reaction and hold it together longer, or you have to make basically a more complete burn. It would be the same as, let's say our car's using 1.5 times too much gas when it's idling and when it's running. So we could either take some fuel out of it, sure. We could also slow down the rate at which we let the engine run, so it's always running up against a hard load, making it use more of its fuel. That would be like trying to slow down this explosion. Or we could put a turbo on it and make a more complete burn using more air with the more fuel. Similarly, the secondary doesn't consist purely of fusion fuel. Layered within its fission, within it is a fission spark plug consisting of either plutonium-239 or uranium-235 as the primary explosive. Compresses the fuel from the outside. The spark plug material becomes supercritical and fissions, heating the hydrogen from the inside and facilitating further fusion reactions. Fusion releases neutrons. These neutrons hit the layer of uranium surrounding the fusion fuel, causing atoms in the fission. The fissioning generally contributes more than half of the weapon's total explosive yield. Thermonuclear weapons that don't include this uranium blanket are called neutron bombs, as the neutrons freed by fusion are released from the weapon. Neutron bombs therefore create a larger amount of radiation than a normal weapon of the same yield. During the Cold War, such weapons were considered for use against giant tank attacks with the goal of disabling tank crews without having to physically destroy the tank. We would just, burn them alive with radiation. So that's how a nuclear weapon works. I don't know what he's trying to imitate when he's like, it's got to be balanced. You can't fire a nuclear weapon. You can't drop a nuclear weapon. It's got to be balanced. I have no idea what he's saying. That doesn't make any sense in this realm. The next realm, not even to the Jews who Jason Q says are getting what they deserve in their concentration camps. This doesn't make sense, brother. None of that.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they dropped atomic bombs, but they didn't.
They actually not too far from where I grew up, and not much farther from where we are now. There is a place here locally that enriches uranium and has a security detail, a civilian security detail that actually carries police commissions in that county to work within there. But they enrich uranium for not to the levels to where you make explosive. Well, I guess you could enrich it more. They enrich it to a level to where it's high grade fuel rods, and those fuel rods go out to aircraft carriers, submarines, whatever's running off nuclear fusion engines.
Never even hit the ground. They detonated before they hit the ground.
Wow.
That's why it spread out as much as it did. There's no crater or anything. It just the sonic boom, it just leveled everything.
Yeah, and it's so funny how all these years, from the beginning, it's always the threat of the nuclear thing. And
I literally sat around and pray to God every night that people like Jason Q don't ever end up with even what they think, what someone's convinced them is some type of weapon of mass destruction, much less actually get one.
the enriching of uranium, it's like they've been enriching uranium in Iran as a threat for 30 years. And also, all about.
Oh, I know what suit you were talking about. That was Brad in the. I just now got it. The rainbow monkey suit. That was Brad as a clown. I know what you're talking about now.
North Korea. That was really us, CIA.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting. It is. I mean, but if you put it all together with the UN and the Fourth Reich and the whole nuclear family and the Lucis Trust and all of it, it makes more sense than anything else. It's a complete destruction of free humanity.
It makes more sense than anything else. First of all, no. Second of all, just because it makes more sense doesn't mean any of it's fucking right. It depends on your perspective. It doesn't make more sense. It's really fucking out there. Most normal people will be like, wow, you really went pretty far with this one, huh? But then to just justify it makes more sense than other things. Okay. And
then it's so funny you should mention that because, well, like yesterday, I was watching Michael Jaco, and he mentioned
I'm working on a high-end prison resort, something like that, Russ, to be contracted out by the federal government. It's going to be a prison with no electricity, no running water, and no cell phone. It's kind of like a survival-based MMO, I guess, but for prisoners. It's called Sodomy Island. I don't want to have to encourage sodomy, but I think the name will bring it out. If we tell them, hey, this is Sodomy Island, I think they'll figure it out. 2,684 cameras installed in palm trees, actually. You can live stream it all.
something about the arrest of Jacob Zuma. I'm like,
right, I saw that too.
I'm like, son of a bitch. You're not going to believe how long ago we had this. We had that in the beginning. In early 2018.
I know quite a bit about Oak Ridge and GS4 and contractors down there.
It's number 100.
Oh, really?
100. I mean, we're on 4,500 now, and
Right.
I haven't laid anything for about 5 months.
Right.
So we're gonna be well over 10,000. And yeah, because it was all about the SpaceX rocket. Remember that President Trump stopped?
Yeah.
He's like, no, we're gonna stop it today, and he stopped it at T-minus 17 minutes.
Right.
It was during the same week as JFK's 103rd birthday, right? Because his
Now we're just recalling some of the fondest memories. We have the Orange Man stopping in 17 and this and that.
birthday was
It's
5/29.
amazing.
Friday. He's like, it was a Wednesday. He's like, kind of cloudy. We'll wait. They said, we're gonna launch on Saturday. There was something in that rocket, that Zuma virus, that was it was gonna wipe us out. So what they did is that they changed it out because there was this Gwen Shotwell. She was a deep state actor, and she was working for SpaceX. Well, they got her, they nailed her, and they're like, well, no, we already know what's going on here.
Right.
And what they did is they got to get rid of these heads.
Mine has 12,000 views. Doug has 750. Oh, Mike. Yeah, his name's Mark. Thank you, though. That sounds about right. That's a sad reality. all I want Doug to do now, and I guess he's clearly not going to do it on his own. All I want Doug to do now, if he wants to cover the news, that's fine. There'll be sometimes he'll fuck up. We know it because he gets too mad and shouts and spouts off too quick. But if he's going to cover the news, fine. All I want him to do is say, look, we were part of that. We fucked up. You know, we were spreading that, and I take responsibility for it because I did it too, rather than just pretending like it didn't happen or pretending like Mark did it all. Come on now. That's not true. Doug was just as guilty. And you can't turn over a new leaf while everybody can still see the old leaf. You know what I mean?
You know, because when you decapitate, we take the host away from the.
I also got him 2 first-class tickets to Sodomy Island. It's not because... I hate to say this. It's not because he's bringing a guest.
When you take the grill away from the host, you have a head, freeze them, cryogenically freeze them. Well, then what are you going to do with them? You keep them here? It's like, hell no. It's like, we're going to send the Zuma rocket.
His name was Igor. That's cool. I have a friend. Well, he's much older than me, clearly, but I had a friend that I used to work with and even hung out with like outside of work, like that close of a friend, which is rare for me, but that swore up and down that not only did he write the screenplay for The Purge, and he does have a screenplay dated way back then that he submitted to several studios that was eerily similar to The Purge, like back in the late 70s. But he also claims that he and a friend at his daughter's 3rd birthday party invented microwave popcorn. That this guy worked for a company that was developing microwaves for like cooking purposes, right? For heating of food. And he had brought one home and he was showing all his friends and they were just sticking random shit in it to see what happened. And he said he put popcorn in there and it fucked up. Then they put it in a bag with some butter in there and it worked. And he said it was like, I don't know, I wasn't there clearly, but and then he told me it was like 5 years before he actually saw microwave popcorn on the shelf. So maybe he did invent it. Who knows? He did have a screenplay that was extremely like the movie The Purge, though, and it was dated and submitted as a screenplay, blah, blah, blah. Like, basically what it was The Purge, except the politicians still weren't in it, but everybody else was. But you didn't know when it was coming. It happened twice a year. Sometimes it'd be back-to-back. Sometimes it'd be exactly 6 months apart or whatever. It happened twice a year, and it could start at any time, and then it was on for the next 12 hours. So you might be at the grocery store, at your son's ball game, or blah, 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 and literally sirens went off. The government announced that all crime was legal, and blah. It's just like it, except for the, you go home and lock yourself in kind of deal because you know it's coming.
We're going to load up the heads in that, right? We're going to send it. We're going to send it through a portal. That's what Elon and them have been doing. They've been sending these rockets through portals. Get them the hell out of here. Send them to the black hole because there is a black hole. Like it's called a bad end. It's actually on the other side. If any more
the bad end
weapons or anything like that would have went off.
He just said it quick so it would sound more interesting. But he said the bad end. There is a black hole in our universe. It's called the bad end. I'm sorry. Did you say the bad end? The bad end? Like a child named it? Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Off here. It would have knocked us off into it. We're only hanging on to this galaxy by 3 stargates. That's it. Because we broke free of the Aqueous Matrix like 360 billion years ago.
Right.
And it created a phantom matrix. That's why we're in this. So that's why we're here. This is all phantom matrix. That's why our higher self, lower self simulation. It's what it is. I mean, it's that crazy.
Yeah.
You talk about this Republican. I'll tell you what, they will lock you up.
No, I know, but not for long.
I wish that I knew someone who could do. Oh, sorry.
A lot of people,
I didn't mean to talk over her. I wish I knew someone who could do like stop motion animation, like clay or whatever, and we could do celebrity deathmatch from the old Adult Swim, and we could have like Jason Q versus Mike Pence, and Scott McKay versus Hillary Clinton. And both Bush brothers. God, that would be so awesome.
Simulation. It's what it is. I mean, it's that crazy.
Yeah, he was in this chat just a minute ago.
They will lock you up.
I don't know. It's hard to tell if it's the fake one. Just on a live stream, it's damn near impossible because you can't click on their names. And he has like 3 accounts. He has a pink J. I can't remember what the other color J is, and he has a dartboard that looks like a watermelon because it's green and red. It reminds me of a watermelon. Could be wrong.
No, but not for long.
Yeah.
This is too much is coming. We're at the flood phase.
and a lot of people, they're like, well, I don't see what this has any difference, why this means anything. It's like, well, it does, because when you understand, because everybody wants to go back to the kids. I'm like, I understand about the children, but all that does is bring us down into a negative frequency.
I agree.
Now, if we can nail these fucks on everything else, because I mean, you got them on this, because when they realize that this is much bigger than we realized,
Right.
it's
Well, that's the issue. That's what makes you such an extraordinary researcher and everything out there, is because, again, what we didn't do in World War II that we were told was done was take out the Third Reich and take out these people. Now we have another chance to really end it this time, and it's got to be ended. That's why now, suddenly, more than ever, the 200,000 plus sealed indictments make more sense than they've ever made to me before, just over the last few weeks.
See, here's the problem with that. The whole Third Reich.
Mhm.
The Third Reich actually moved. It was the Fourth Reich ended up being Bush.
Right.
No
I
way.
agree with that.
So now with that, and then also there's another Reich, the SA Reich, South African Reich.
Ooh.
That was all Mandela and everything.
Right.
That's
right.
why what's going
There
on
you
down
go.
there, I mean, yeah, the whole apartheid and everything. There
Right.
you go. Just they
Right.
have to keep the vision, right?
Right.
Because
Fourth Reich, yeah, to me, that's also the Rockefellers' creation of the UN was the continuation. And to me, all roads lead back to the Rockefellers' UN and start there with cleaning out our country. First, dig out that thing.
and then you have Operation Lockstep, which
Right.
we're in now, and it brings in the universities too,
Right.
because University of Chicago,
Oh God, yeah.
they're so dirty. And
I know.
I worked there before, and then Northwestern in Chicago, I worked there too. I worked at the Biomed,
Right.
the laboratory that they were doing the Novichok 3. I'm like, fuck,
Yeah.
that's no good.
No, I know.
But
That's so crazy that so much of that is it's not crazy because that's where Obama came from too, and the Weather Underground and
Oh yeah, and
Chicago.
And the thing is that you talk about the Weather Underground. It's like, the one person that they might have got her by now. I think they did. Bernadette Dorn.
Right, yeah.
She was the professor at Northwestern doing the shit with the Novichok 3, trying to find a cure for the nerve agent. It's like, okay, guys, everybody say Russia, Russia, Russia. It's like, guys,
Right.
if you're doing something to counteract, if you're looking for an antithesis to the nerve agent, like a serum, wouldn't you need a lot of this Novichok 3 to
Right,
test it
right.
against?
Yeah.
So where in the hell is the biggest stockpile? It's at Northwestern University, right in Chicago, at Biomed. I'm like, but again, it's like, little did I know, it's like bigger part. It's like,
And her partner, Ayers, is at University of Chicago.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Bill Ayers. It's like they have all this covered.
Yep.
Like the 5-5. You have 5 crime families of Chicago, 5 crime families in New York.
Right.
There's so many things under 5-5. But
Okay. So back to you. Also, one thing I'm seeing more and more, growing up, we were always told Kissinger was a good guy, but he seems to be everywhere that you look. I do research for the most nefarious stuff. You always find him pop up.
how is that guy still alive?
I have
That's
no
what I like to
idea.
know.
Adrenochrome?
Excuse
I have no
me?
idea.
Excuse me? I literally heard that from taking a piss. What is the most nefarious guy?
Kissinger.
Nefarious. Growing up, we were always told Kissinger was a good guy, but he seems to be everywhere that you look. I do research for the most nefarious stuff. You always find him pop up.
Most nefarious?
He seems to be
It's not a word.
I do research for the most nefarious stuff. You always find him pop up.
How is that guy still alive?
I have
That's
no
what I like to know.
idea. Adrenochrome? I have no idea.
Yeah.
No
I mean, Kissinger is the worst.
the worst.
We have where he created how they were going to exterminate us from the UN. He created that. He wrote it
I
for the
know.
UN. It's like,
The more research I do
Yeah.
on that original, like the psychological warfare was created between him and the Council of Foreign Relations for all of this back then, and they were all involved. It's completely crazy, like you're saying. When people realize who the real enemies were and who the puppets were, like a lot of these people that we know their names as evil, they really were just puppets of these guys.
that's it. And when you talk about the Council of Foreign Relations,
Oh,
you got to go all the way back to right after the Revolutionary War. Because after the Revolutionary War, we made treaties with all the countries, all listed, all of them, everyone. It was all one big republic throughout the whole North America, South America, and Central America. It was called the Americas.
Unbelievable.
When they did this, I mean, they
Believe. That was what it was. Unbelievably.
Hispaniola and everything. It's just like Hispaniola, but it was a council on foreign relations was actually established then because it was all like it's like a small council, but they want to make sure that everything was going good with everyone else. Well, now look what it turned into. It morphed into. Then you have the whole Trilateral Commission, the Bilderbergs. You've got
Davos, you got
yeah,
Atlantic Council. Yeah.
and they're all here. And it's like, guys, we've been this whole infiltration over invasion. It's like, guys, we've been infiltrated numerous times. It's like Scientology, it got infiltrated, and then now it went bad, but it would start out good. But little do they know that, they actually pulled off a nice little operation within Scientology.
My contact. Sorry, guys. I might have to step away in just a second. My contact's fucked up. I'm trying to get it back in.
Right. The tyrannical government. Because I
am here and listening. I don't want you to see me jabbing myself in the eye with my finger.
Because it's like it's tax-free, tax abatement, right?
Right.
501c3. And they took it away. He's like, well, what the hell is this? Why would, you give it to everybody else?
Right.
So they took it away and they had 5,000 Scientologists, because when people realized what Scientology really started out as, it was the antithesis and the cure to MK Ultra.
Oh, really?
Because L. Ron Hubbard was in the Navy and he was actually in the MK
L.
Ultra.
Ron, so he's even pushing for Scientology. He's like, oh, when you figure that out, man, that's what it is. We're getting it. We're all Scientologists. I told you they were being infiltrated. Tony told you they were being infiltrated. Lee Dundas. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
The problem is that when he saw that they were going to use it for evil, he's like, I want no part of this. They wanted to be a therapist. He's like, I'm out. I'm done. But when he got out, first thing he did was he wrote Dianetics.
Right.
Dianetics, that's not the whole name. I mean, we remember seeing like, the
commercials.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Like Dianetics. It's like, damn.
I'm going to let this play. I'll be right back, guys.
Because the official name is Dianetics, the Modern Science of Mental Health. Modern Science Mental, MSM, and then health, that's in post 1,000, the H. The H means a lot more in this. That comes up a lot. Because it's the H8, it's all about the 88. Because right now, Sunday, in fact, this is why this week is the biggest week. Sunday to Saturday.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Because Sunday, it was the 88th anniversary of the creation of the IRS. It was created on 7/11/1933 in New York, New York. Now, it was signed in New York, New York by two of the people with the Bartons. It was a husband and wife, and then the other one was Lawrence E. Cavilli. I butchered that guy's last name. He got V's and I's, and it's like, what the hell is this guy's last name? But it was created to finance the Nazis during World War II. I'm like, that's comforting, because they already had the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Right.
So this they came out with was for all the copyrights. Everything's copywritten. Well, if you think about it, with all the accounting books too. Well, if you're taking care of the accounting books and the copyrights, just the accounting books alone, you took everything.
Right.
Because anything that's to do with accounting, you have. It was just these three. But it's based out of a trust in Delaware.
Isn't everything?
Well, this is where you have to think. Why is Biden in there again? Why is Biden in 47 years in the Senate? Did you know that when he started the Senate, he had a stuttering problem? Would you like to know why? He had that secret surgery that nobody knows about to curb his pedophilia urges. Looks like it worked, huh? Can you imagine how he was before?
No.
I mean, he abused his own kids.
I know.
I mean, this guy's just, evil incarnate. That's why they took him out. He had to go. So they got this fucking schlep in there. It's like, and he's always getting ice cream. It's like they're going after those 2 scoops and they were busting Trump false out. I'm like, it's like, why would Trump ask for 2 scoops of ice cream? He's like, everything has meaning. It's like, you're about to see future proofs past. It's like, guys, it's like, it just got to laugh, because when we look at Sunday and then we look at Saturday, it's 7/17. Well, what happened on 7/17/19? Well, the House of Representatives they signed in the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act, right?
Right.
There's one big problem with this. It was already done before. So this was the CARES Act, is what they signed. So why would you sign the CARES Act before COVID ever hit the U.S.?
Huh.
I mean, it's 7/17, no less. Like, you signed it. In fact, it was introduced on January 24th by Joe Connolly of Connecticut. He was
Right.
Connecticut. And it's like, why was it brought on that day? Because of the whole thing that's going on in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, the whole George Floyd deal. Because that was brought upon by this group called 7 Sigma 3, and they're the ones that make the dummies. The George
Oh,
Floyd half
right.
dummy. The
Exactly.
George Floyd half dummy that, he's moving his lips as he's talking. It's like, guys, that's the Whopper software from Apple in there. WOPR. It's like, would you like to play a game? How about a game of chess?
Right.
Name of the computer of war games, but it's also the voice synthesizer that they have is for Apple and also to do with DNA splicing. It's like, ooh, people are not going to like this.
No.
So you can actually make those dummies move their lips and everything.
Right.
That's why, I mean, the guy had his knee on his head for over 9 minutes. And remember, they timed it.
Right.
They want to make sure they got the time right because
I know.
they're betting on this. So they want to get the time and everything. And it's like, well, his knee had, but there was no movement, no struggle, no nothing. So it's like, if he wasn't moving after like a minute, you'd be like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and get my knee off.
Right.
But it's like, it was a dummy though. It was all fake because the guy's badge was cocked. It's like those badges. I mean, they, real ones, it's like they haven't secured. They have like the holes in the shirt and everything. It's like, there's a fake shirt. And not to mention, when you look at the license plate on the cop car, it says police. Just in bold words, police is like,
I know.
what's the tag? And like, oh, all cop cars have that. It's like, it says police in letters. Then okay, what does the license plate say? It says police. It's like, no. The license number. It says police. It's like, so what do you got? You got a bunch of cop cars say police. Like, well, which car is it? It's like, oh, the plate says police. It's like, okay, but even here in Indiana, this says Indiana Police, but then it has a badge number. It has a number on it.
Of course.
A number that signifies that
There's
car.
so much there.
Yeah.
There's so much there. And Chauvin said when he was sentenced that a lot was going to come out that people didn't know yet. And I just looked at it because the whole there was a whole money laundering thing. And meanwhile, George Floyd went to that Cup Foods every day.
Yeah.
You're telling me that one day this little guy chases after him for $20?
Yeah.
No.
No. And another good thing about that is that when you look at when they came and got him, right? Who got out of the ambulance? 2 sheriffs. They were wearing gold sweaters. They had brown pants with the gold pleat down the side. It's like, those aren't paramedics.
Right.
So they brought out the gurney and everything. You had everybody surround the gurney, right? Because they had to make sure that when they lifted up this dummy, they didn't want people to notice, hey, is that Lieutenant Dan? Because he ain't got no legs. Got no legs. It's like, we have a picture. I took a picture from the video that they did.
No, I know.
Somebody did.
Sorry, guys. I'm back. Just blinking
I was
fast.
like, why would you have this guy pinned against the cop car? It's like, wouldn't you have him out in the open? But you can't have him out in the open because it's a dummy.
Jason Q thinks he's a CPR dummy. Jason Q thinks George Floyd is a CPR dummy.
So then they turn around and like the Chauvin, of course you have to have the masks because if people are going to see this video and they'll be like, they look at him, it's like, that ain't him.
Right.
I don't think you guys have the right person here at all. And it's like, they're not allowed to remove the mask. And because when I went to,
Mel's fucking match could be a sign that slowly brightens and dims on a timer.
when I went to court, the judge had a mask. I'm like, look, man, I can't understand what you're saying.
Right.
That could be Mel's match.
I mean, is there any way you can take it off?
In general, is
You know
the
what?
whole entire mask thing in general. Because remember last summer with the Black Lives Matter,
Jason Quulude.
there's no social distance.
Jason
there's no
Quulude.
masks. And then we're still told by the same people that the whole mask thing is such a farce. It's just been a total, like, I think a lot of it has been for them to hide what's really going on.
Yeah.
Because you can't see the face.
Well, and plus, there's a couple main reasons behind it. That's why these people are like, oh, you have to have masks on your kids. Like, guys, what can you do to a mask with a kid? Put duct tape over the mouth, put a mask on. You walk right out of the store. That's it. They don't. Nobody knows.
Yeah, Kathy O'Brien, the MK Ultra.
So let me explain a story of why the military is not got shit to do with this, guys. And here's why. Let me tell you the type of kid I was, okay? When I was in high school, I was smart. I just got bored easy, right? Partly because I was probably smart. I didn't need like extra help, and I figured stuff out quick. I didn't need the time allotted during class, so then I'd start fucking with other people, and then I'd get in trouble, and from boredom, basically. But I remember my first day of building trades. My first week of building trades. We did a tool test. I was a freshman in high school. We had just gotten vocational classes as a freshman. You get them the entire time you're in high school. And I was in building trades with a guy named Terry Bradford, my favorite teacher that I ever had. He ended up passing away a few years after, probably 7 or 8 years after I graduated from cancer. But he was a really good dude. He was a really good teacher. He had been a carpenter and a Navy CB, a construction battalion in the Navy, and his brother had been a Navy corpsman, and he was an architect. So his brother did the architecture, he did the building, and they ran a business for a while before he became a school teacher. Anyways, sitting in the first week of building trades, just met this guy. He doesn't know me from anybody else. I don't know him. The whole class, we spend all week learning hand tools. And of course, I knew every hand tool. Like this was stupid. My dad has a whole fucking garage full of tools. You're going to teach me what a hammer is, and what a hand saw is, and what a hand plane is. Like I knew all that shit. So again, I got bored and I wasn't paying attention. I was fucking around, and they set me in front of a radial arm saw. And at this radial arm saw, I was sitting there, and a radial arm saw looks kind of like this. This is just story time. Fuck it. My contact already fell off, ruined the whole thing. A radial arm saw is kind of like a big, what you would consider a chop saw or whatever, but it slides out. It's got a big ass blade, and it slides with the table like this. Let's open this image in a new tab. Okay, this is the radial arm saw. Out here are the controls, okay? I'm kind of sitting right here to this side. There's another kid, Joe is his name. He's sitting right here beside me. And the controls are not right here. They're out here on the end. Well, we're sitting there, and we're taking the tools test. And basically what the tools test was, it was some of the tools he held up and called out the number. But once you got past like the first 10, the rest of them were mounted on the wall and already numbered. So you did it at your own pace. I finished in like fucking 3 minutes. Then I was bored, and I waited on Joe to finish. Then he was bored, and we started looking around. And there was a cord from this radial arm saw that ran from here all the way back here to the back of the motor. Then we couldn't see it anymore. And then from the back of the motor, a cord appeared. I couldn't guarantee you is the cord coming out of the saw, out of the motor, but a cord appeared and went over here into the wall, but it was unplugged. So Joe said, "What's this?" And I said, "It's a radial arm saw." And he said, "Oh, it looks like it'd be loud." And I said, "Yeah, it is." And he's like, "I dare you to turn it on." And me, in all my wisdom, had already assessed the situation and decided it was unplugged. I never checked to see if there was another wire running this way to plug in the saw, and maybe I was seeing an extension cord or anything else. I'd already decided some bitch was unplugged. So when he said that, I thought, yeah, this will liven shit up. I'll scare Joe, because he was at this time had his arm out here in front of the radial arm saw. I thought I'll scare Joe and pretend like I'm going to start it up and pull the saw out towards his arm, because that's always a good fun joke when you're freshman in high school. I hit the button, and to my surprise, it was indeed plugged up on the other side. And the wire that I was seeing unplugged didn't even go to that fucking saw. It went to something in the floor that I never even looked underneath the bench for. Luckily, like I was reaching to pull the saw. Luckily, I didn't. I didn't like panic or nothing. I just turned the saw back off. But Mr. Bradford said that was the most memorable event he had ever had with a freshman class, and he remembered me for my next 4 years as the guy who would just fuck with shit. Like if I got bored, I was going to just fuck with stuff until something happened, and I was no longer bored. I might be in trouble. I might be going to the hospital. I might be happy or excited. I might have something to play with. Either way, I'm no longer bored. So that type of person went into the military, and I also became the guy where they'd be like, "Hey, we got this new secret thing. You want to try it out?" And of course, I would get bored with those new secret things. So like when we went to the VR headsets for the systems for the 50 cals. When we went to the backpack deployable UAV system, the gliders. When we went to all that shit, right? And we would go out on observation posts, like I showed you the observation posts that got overran at Wanat. And you get incredibly bored of observation posts, and you do stupid shit. So the reason I told that entire story is there are too many dumbasses like me within the military for there ever to be a secret this large. Someone would have already gotten bored at their secret base on the moon, or at their secret deployment in a baby farm tunnel, or at their secret lockdown of the maglev train that can take you to Japan in 6 seconds, from Denver to Japan in 6 seconds, and they would have caused a 3,000 car pileup on the maglev train and literally launched that son of a bitch from underground through the city of Tokyo. Like it is not going to line. You're talking about a scale, an overwhelmingly large scale, with a bunch of people that do stupid shit. That's the reason the Army has so many rules, because someone's already fucked it up. Like, if they've got a rule that you have to wear a yellow vest when you ride a motorcycle on base. Well, that's because somebody come in all black, didn't have a headlight or a tail light, and got ran over by a car on a motorcycle. Like, they make rules literally for us after we fuck stuff up. And I haven't seen any new rules. I haven't seen any maglev trains or alien bases or invisible. Somebody would have took home some invisible aluminum, and they would be on YouTube right now pretending like it's a magic trick, or throwing it at their kids, or hiding behind it and playing peekaboo with a baby. Something stupid by now. I guarantee it. We're dumb and we're bored, and those are sometimes deadly combos. But it's also a lot of fun. I'm just telling you, something would have happened. Somebody would have brought home a tunnel-only, blinded by the light, can't be exposed to UV light, tunnel baby, grown in the bowels of the deep state cabal tunnel system, and trained it to clean out their gutters, and videotaped it, and then leased it out to the neighbors. It'll clean the shit out of your gutters, but you got to do it during nighttime. It won't. If it gets out in the light, it just starts to burst into flames. I know they would have done something stupid. It just happens. I'm telling you, it just happens. Now we can get back to the story, but I don't believe the narrative that all these people are just keeping it quiet. Nobody's fucked anything up yet. No one's got caught banging fucking Chelsea Clinton, and you're going to say she's ugly. Yeah, I know. That's even more reason that someone would get caught banging her.
Ultra victim whistleblower that came out, she said that was a big part of them MK Ultraing people was wearing the masks.
Yep.
That there's something to that too. There's the international.
I see you rode my coattails to the top, Carolyn.
It's a submissive.
Right.
I'm just kidding.
And when people start looking at this, it's like, guys, and people are like, oh, they say you got to wear. It's like, I don't give a fuck who says it. It's like, just a couple years ago, you guys were wearing shirts that said, I can't breathe. Now you guys are fucking wearing diapers on your face and you can't really breathe. It's like,
that would be a good troll.
I know, it's so crazy.
If you convince them to wear shirts that say you can't breathe, and then see what the turnaround is to literally get them to wear 3 masks to where they literally can't breathe, that would have been a really good troll.
I mean, then you got, temperatures in Canada reaching 120 degrees, and that's like, well, that's fucking normal. Does anybody see anything wrong with this? And then you watch the sunrise.
Med bed roller coasters. Yeah. Honestly, especially if the military has access to the med beds, like Jaco said, I can almost guarantee you someone would have tried to cut the tip of their finger off, or, hey, I've seen it heal a bullet wound and it didn't even look like it hurt. What if you shoot me in the med bed? Will it stop the bullet in midair? Will it push it back out of my skin? Let's see. I'm telling you, we did some stupid shit. Like, there's a bunch of stuff overseas that I'm not, stories I'm not going to tell, but that's where some of the more unbelievable shit happened. But I think that the Geneva Convention will call that war crimes. So I'll just stay with the U.S.-based stuff. But still, we did some fucked up shit.
And it's like the moon. It's like, where the hell's this thing going? The moon was in the northwest yesterday. I'm like, what the hell?
That's so funny. Charlie said that to me the other day on the show. He goes, yeah, I was looking at the moon. It's in the wrong place.
Yeah. And it was last February. And me and my buddy Dathan, we were, I'm like, dude, watching the moon. I'm like, hey, do you know something? It's like, because I went outside. I'm like, it's cold outside. But I'm like, why now's the moon over there? It's like, the moon was over here on this side of the garage the other day. And then it was over here on this side. I'm like, that thing just don't jump around.
Right.
It's supposed to be on a circuit, right? It's like, just somebody drinking up there? What?
I don't think Jason Q understands that the moon moves throughout the night.
Somebody driving?
Somebody drinking up there? What? Somebody driving?
They're trying to get our attention to say,
This
hey,
guy's so fucking stupid.
look up here, guys. Yeah, and like the sun. Where's the sun going? It's like, wait over there. It's like, in this whole thing where the whole longest day of the year, it's like,
Wait. This is a good one. And it's like the moon, and then the sun, and then it was like, what's over here? And then, and you know, this whole thing, when we talk, and the sun, the longest day of the year. Thank you.
our attention to say, hey, look up here, guys. Yeah, and like the sun. Where's the sun going? It's like, wait over there. It's like, in this whole thing where the whole longest day of the year, it's like, okay, it's supposed to go from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer. On the equinox, it hits the Tropic of Cancer here in North America.
Jesus
And then it
Christ.
starts moving its way back. It's like, they just let it go. Just kept it going. It's like, hey.
What is Bages? Bages? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Where are you from? Australia?
Don't worry about that guy. Don't worry about that little guy. It's just a light. That's all. It's a solar simulator. That's it. The real heat comes from below us, from the column.
You know what's really, really, really fucking weird though? Have you ever sat in a car with untinted windows and a portion of your body be in the sun and a portion of your body not be in the sun, and the portion of the body that is in the sun gets extremely hot? Like, you can have one side of your body sweating and the other side fucking fine, like pouring sweat. I don't think that's it coming from below. Like, you could say, okay, it comes from below and it bounces off the firmament and comes back down because heat rises. Duh, Will. You don't know that? Well, yeah, but why is it specifically bouncing off the thing that you said has absolutely nothing to do with the heating part of the earth, the sun? I can feel that.
Because if heat rises, the vacuum of space. So how in the 90-something million miles away? It's like, but yet when you see the sun going through the clouds, and it makes like a flashlight. It rays like this, it's like, guys.
Jason can just feel the flames of hell licking at his heels.
How far away is it? It's not that far away. Take a flashlight, you go like this. It's like, but if you go stand on a couple roofs.
David Brasher, are you in a death metal band?
And then shine the light down. If you
I
know,
like the hair.
everything's light. That's why
She drunk all my beers.
No, I was gonna say,
And hers. Damn it.
going on with
Make her sleep on the
Branson
porch.
going to the outer space, and with Musk and with Bezos. What is going on with this? It's got to be involved.
Well, Musk isn't going. Remember, Branson and Bezos are going. Bezos.
Musk isn't going. Actually, his life's dream is to die on Mars. Believe it or not.
Right.
9 days after. Man.
Well, Musk was talking about it yesterday. Something happened in court, and then he
Oh,
put
yeah.
out some tweet about space travel. And then Trump said something about Musk being our Einstein.
And before he's like, we need to protect our geniuses, right?
Right.
It's like, guys, who is
I'm telling you, like, if you thought it was bad because, like, you know, Nicholas V. Eminem and Charlie Ward don't stand up to him. They don't call him out. They don't, you know, they don't fuck. They just let him kind of do his thing, right? At least they know. At least they comprehend the words that he's using. Mel is hearing the frog goes ribbit ribbit. That's all she hears in her head. The cow goes moo, and she can hear the thing whining back up. She has no idea she's oblivious to the world.
Elon Musk? It's like, I hate to break it to people, but it's like, let's face it, it's going to come out. I mean, he's not completely human, right? He was created in a lab because whose DNA was he created?
Whose line is it anyways? Oh.
Think car company.
Tesla.
Bingo. So if he was created out of Tesla's DNA, it's like what Tesla died before.
Think car company.
Boop, 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 boop.
Who? He's a clone. Who was he born from? Think hit the name of his car company. Henry Ford.
I hate to break it to people, but it's like,
Oh, I can't zoom in. You're like this big. I can just see your head. I didn't know if it was you or not.
gonna come out. I mean, he's not completely human
You're like the size of a pencil eraser, but I can tell you the person has metal hair.
because
I know who
DNA
Dimebag
was
Daryl
created
is.
out?
What Dimebag Daryl was tragically slain, right?
Car company.
Tesla.
Bingo.
By a fucking crazy person.
So if he was created out of Tesla's DNA, it's like what Tesla died before. Boop, 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 boop. Back up. Tesla didn't die. Neither did Marconi, neither did any of them. They're in Venezuela. They're in that big secret lair that Marconi built because was it Marconi? Yeah, Marconi. And he created it to build the golden age, all of our golden age technologies. Because we're not going to get from
Yeah, I
ET,
remember that
because,
now.
if you get from ET, that just the language barriers
It's
alone,
fucked up.
right? But that's why they took 98 scientists and put
See, that's what you guys didn't understand. He had to be cloned from Tesla DNA because the supercharger port is literally formed around Tesla and now Elon Musk's dick. That is the only way you can align hyperconductors to not get the magnetic resonance off and rip the universe apart. He has the perfect girth as well as Venus features as to save the world and all of humanity.
him in this layer, this underground layer, and the only way to get in is by ship.
It's all there if you just open your eyes.
That's it. That's why Venezuela, they're treating Venezuela like a shithole, and they're treating their people like just utter trash because they're trying to find out where this layer is. Nobody knows.
Did Chavez know?
Nobody knows. Nobody at all knows. This was done in like the 1910s, 20s, and 30s,
Right.
but it was done underground and there's no access. Well, Venezuela, I mean, it was in a crater, built in a crater. And I mean, who else is there? I mean, shit, we just start off the list. John Trump. And these people don't die. They recruit them and they go down there and they help because with Tesla teleportation,
That makes sense.
Project Pegasus, when President Trump was saying
With Tesla teleportation, if you get the money shot, you take the teleporting ride. Right.
Oh, you inject light in your blood and all that, you get sterilized. Like, guys, how do you think you get the DNA reactivated? Radiant energy. Radiant energy is the sign for radiant energy is a Q with subscript E. It's like, guys, here's the Q. It's for eternal life. We are immortal. We've always been immortal.
Always.
Problem is that we just swap vehicles. It's our soul, spirit, and ether that's immortal. This time we get to keep our vehicle. They're going to put our 97.
Julian John jump off the tallest building.
Jump DNA back together. Then we ascend. Because all it is, it's about the Christos. It's about the Christ consciousness. It's about like
Jason Q prides himself as being the world's secretary, and part of that job entails buying himself secretary flowers and donuts on Secretary's Day and printing off the entire internet and storing it in totes in his home for future use from fellow patriots once they black us out. You just got to find Jason's house without Google Maps and you're set. He's going to print off the entire internet. As long as it's not in that Mexican, it's because it's America.
Because everything dropped down to the root chakra, and it's going to shoot back up. That's why they're molesting all the little kids in the panda eyes, because they've been taking all their energy, because all their energy is down by their coccyx.
What?
When you think about like little kids, like, yeah, it's a smaller area to
Right.
get the
Well,
energy.
I've always heard all these years.
It's a smaller area to get. If you don't know what this man just said, he says that your life force energy is stored in your penis. So the reason that these evil cabal people prefer children is because theirs is smaller. And it's same amount of energy, but they can absorb it without having to eat, a quarter of the penis they would have had to have eaten. Holy shit, dude. What is wrong with this guy? What?
That was basically about stealing their energy.
Yeah.
And all of that. But I agree with you. As much as that is a huge issue, it's really to understand the bigger issue, which is really a humanity, last stand, good versus evil, and ridding the evil to once and for all. Now, how are you seeing this right now from your? So we have this group that's a state group that is separate, the Special Forces group. Where are they now in their mission, you think?
We have this state group, this separate group from the Special Forces group. It's a different group, and there's no Khazarians, if you know what I mean. And if you forget what I mean, just look at my nose.
I mean, I believe that everything's already been done, right? They're already
panty time. It's panty time.
They've had
people really believe this BS. I get that all the time, easily distracted, and to a level that it's scary. Like there will be 100 times the views on their videos, and at least a 10th of their audience will come over here and tell me that I'm satanic, that I'm working for pedo guys, that I'm working for the left, that I worship Satan, that I don't deserve, like, take shots at my kids, like, oh, it'll be great when your kid ends up, being attacked by the Democrats and eaten and molested, and like to a level that's scary, honestly, how many people believe this shit.
had tribunals, and they're
if you don't shut the fuck up, you're fixing to be gone.
the rest of them. But when they started taking down the fence,
Right.
remember they put a fence down around the Congress, everything's like, guys, they brought the prison to them. That's all they did.
I always thought.
Yeah, I thought the coccyx bone was a tailbone, right?
Everything has to be done twice. So if you have to arrest the House twice, where was the first time? Brought the prison to them. Duh. It's once. That's it. Then twice, go and get them. What day would you go and get them? Well, I mean, I would probably pick 7, 17, 21. I mean, why not? It's like you have all the numbers line up. You got 7, you're 17, you're 21. Mathematically impossible for it to be a coincidence. I mean, fuck. It's like,
Well, technically, any day is mathematically impossible for being a coincidence as long as we've mapped it on a calendar. Because today is 7/15, not by coincidence, but because it's mapped on a calendar, and yesterday was 7/14, and tomorrow would be 7/16. So it's mathematically impossible for it to just be randomly 7/15. It's actually because we mapped it out on a calendar, and it went in order, exactly how we mapped it.
why not? I mean, it makes sense. We're still in our delta. We're still in the 4 years. And with all of the,
Can't nobody back Princess in a corner. They set me up. Ain't that right, Tyler? They set you up, brother.
but as I was saying with President Trump, what he said is,
That's the only time I'll be calling you by
"We're not gonna
Princess, no
take
matter
it
how many
anymore."
times you
They're like,
ask.
guys, what was the last Q drop? It was
It's mathematically impossible for it to be the clock to strike 10:33 after 10:32. Mathematically.
that video. It's
Right.
the Twisted Sister
What?
video. We're not going to take it. It's like, guys, and what day was that on? It was on December 12th. Guys.
Woo! December 12.
January to June, July to December.
2-3-3-2-3-2-2-3, backwards and forwards, double the delta, take it away, add it back, skull and bones, skull and bones.
December, Christmas in July, flip to December, January, flip to December and June or July, then you start going down that way. Because July lines up with January. So July 7th would be Christmas. Because the Orthodox Christmas falls on January 7th. That's why they did all that shit on
They had to give Mel one of those jitterbug phones, and I don't think Charlie's one of her 4 buttons. I think she's got parents, FBI hotline in case she gets lost, and it's just a recording that plays that says, "Please return me back to my parents." The local pizza place, and someone to help her when she wakes up with a wet bed.
January 6th.
I remember the Orthodox.
She's barely hanging on to any form of life,
First time that I'd ever.
Yeah.
barely functioning.
And then what are the numbers on Orthodox Christmas?
The last one is nitropornflix.com, the XXX site for all of your Mel K needs. Still paying out dividends to this day. Go and get you some clicks and see some hard dicks.
January 7th. It's a 1-7.
Right.
I mean, guys, it's just, and it's like they just took the last 6 months of last year and the first 6 months of this year, and they're like, we're just going to go with this. Let it roll. Why not? Just flip them. But now on July 8th,
Right.
because then we had to go to another calendar. We had to go to the Celtic calendar, which is the whole pagan calendar, because they go by the 13 equals M, or M equals 13. Nobody got this.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There's a reason why we couldn't get it back then. We just didn't know. Because under the Celtic and pagan calendar, they go by lunar cycles. Sometimes it's 12, sometimes it's 13 lunar cycles in a year. This year, it's 13. 13 moons. 13 times you see moon cycles. This
Ooh.
one goes from July 8th to August 4th. 3rd or 4th.
When
the
the 13th moon is highest in the sky,
hence President Trump's
young Jason Kwandong begins his journey.
It's like, God, these guys are vicious. But this set of months just
I thought, Kathy or Karen, I thought I told you that was a prerequisite to come to the channel. Fought what for sit? Don't start saying you fought a goddamn thing. We got enough problems with people, this fucking stolen valor motherfuckers coming up in here. You didn't fight shit. I thought I made it clear, Karen. It's a prerequisite that everybody needs to bring their own drugs. I'm gonna hook you up this time, just because I like seeing everybody get high. But next time, you gotta pay me back.
a specific name. It's the month of Holly, like Hollywood, Like that's the word that they use in the
Like television, like telling you a vision with their magic box.
little wands, the witches.
Right,
It's
I know.
"Ooh." I'm like,
There was also that weird drop that was about Holly. It went evergreen and Holly. It was I remember that a long time ago. People are like,
He's-
"What is that?"
well, because the Holly
You're barely putting together sentences. I remember there was some Holly. What was that?
bush isn't evergreen. But then also there's ivy. Ivy's coming up.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. Groiper said that, now this is not an official announcement. I'm thinking this over. What would be the best way to address this? Groiper said that I could throw down, you guys know the action figure for me and the action figure for Liam? And he's going to do M and Tony one, I think, eventually. When they send their stuff in, then I send it over to them, whatever. No rush. But he said that if I wanted to, if I wanted to offer it as like, if I want to do a show for the GoFundMe and be like the highest donation tonight or whatever wins it, he'll make it for you. All he needs is some high resolution headshots. You send them in, he uses them for your head, and then you talk to him about the stuff that you want on your box or whatever. But you would end up with your own action figure. That's a pretty cool prize, I think. I don't know if that's the way I should give it away, is through donations only, or should I just give it away for being here and raise donations that day? Oh.
What does ivy do? Ivy grows in the dark. That's why they have the ivy leagues. It's the only plant that grows in the dark.
That's right, Mark. Get you some.
Like everything's hidden, right? It's like, okay, we go along with this because everything's symbolism. It's like, might as well go with everything. I mean, everything's a lie. Everything's symbolism. It's just gotta you have to think outside their like line of thinking. Because that like think Flynn, right?
Right.
It's the Flynn effect.
Right. It's not Flynn. It's actually Flynn effect.
Yeah, it's a Flynn effect, and that's under August is a hot month. Well, hot is all capitalized. It's like, well, look for acronyms. It's higher order thinking because
We're gonna fix
the
that,
higher order
Karen.
Thinking. They have it's an upside down pyramid, an upside down triangle.
Yeah, sometimes, like, I know obviously that's the best way to like raise money, but sometimes I don't feel bad, like if everybody's not entered.
The capstone is taken off.
But
So-
he said he would make you. I mean, it's just like mine, like a custom one. Clearly, you'll have to communicate with him because we don't know. Or like here's, I think I got Liam's loaded up right here. Yeah. You have to communicate with him with what you want on the box, but all he needs is a high resolution screen, like a Snapchat selfie, and he does the rest of it. Pretty good at it.
Down trapezoid, right?
Right.
But the first part, and it goes upward. The first part is remembering.
Remembering,
Understanding. It's like, guys, we're going upward. See?
because we're remembering. Duh. That makes sense.
See, the thing is, this whole religion thing, because everybody's like, oh, Jesus is coming back. It's like, guys, Jesus ain't coming back. It's like, guys, he's already been back. They already had the 1,000 years of peace.
Oh.
They
Oh,
already
no.
had it. Because when you
Sounds-
really look at what was supposed to happen, I mean, these people had their Bibles.
That doesn't seem accurate.
These people, hey, if you're gonna die on that sword, you might as well know what's in that book. Don't come to me and say, oh, well, there's no cannibalism. It's like, eat this as my flesh, drink this as my blood. It's like, that's cannibalism, guys. It's like the Roman Catholics. It's the Roman Catholics.
You think that the Last Supper is the cannibalism smoking gun to discredit Jesus Christ? Wow. Okay, so I'm not super religious, but I don't see how you could call yourself religious and still be watching Jason Q.
Catholic religion, it's a mix of paganism and old Christianity. It's all it is. It's infiltration, because the Vatican was built on top of a portal, an evil portal. That's why they had the big walls, big doors, big everything, right? Well, then we look at some of these secret societies, and the Rosicrucians. They knew about this. They even wrote about it, 1,000 Years of Peace, right? So that's the whole little secret. They're like, oh yeah, we worship Lucifer. It's like, of course you guys do.
Right.
Because he was let out. They're like, okay, well, we're going to give these guys a second chance, because he had to let everybody out of the pit. Satan, Lucifer, not the same person. Different entities, right? Well, they always thought that Lucifer was bad. Well, I mean, in the beginning. But remember, it all stems from who had sex with the women when they came here and who created the Nephilim. Satan.
Oh, I didn't even know you were going to mention Mark. Satan and Doug created the Nephilim? That explains why they were so close. And then, when kids hit their teens, they rebel. I understand what's going on now. Doug is Mark's birth mother, and Satan's the father.
But remember, it all stems from who had sex with the women when they came here and who created the Nephilim. Satan, Azazel, all them, they did. Lucifer did not. He was the light bearer. He was the twin of Satan. It's like, well, because Satan was in the choir and everything like that, and Lucifer, why he was cast down? Because of ego, pride.
Yeah.
Well, what are we trying to break, guys? The ego.
Right.
It's the ego and skepticism that is your antichrist. Everything's within you. So if we're going to 1,000 years of peace, but yet we're jumping up in dimensions in density,
Right.
what doesn't the fourth dimension have?
The third dimension. Time.
Going to 1,000 years of peace, but yet we're jumping up in dimensions in densities.
Right.
What doesn't the fourth dimension have? Time. How in the hell are you going to have 1,000 years of peace when you don't keep time? You just exist. There's no past. There's no future. Everything is in the now.
Right.
So count 1,000 years from that. You can't. It's like, so what does that mean? Revert back. It's like, why is everything evil now? Why is when they let these pricks out of the pits? Like they said, they had to let them out for a short while. How long is a short while in our existence?
Don't know.
It could be 6,000 years, right?
Right.
The start of Babylon to now.
Mm.
You're talking 4,000 BC, 5,000 BC without
Makes
Hammurabi.
sense.
Right.
The Hammurabi Code, it's like eye for an eye. It's like the UN had that put up in their
Oh,
New York
yeah.
office. It's like, guys, even the House of Representatives has a bust relief side view of Hammurabi above one of the doors. He was one of the influential people that made the laws. It's like there's only 2 Americans in there, George Mason and Thomas Jefferson. The rest of them popes. Hammurabi. It's like
Right.
Napoleon. I'm like, guys, did we see anything wrong with this? But then there's one in the front that's looking out. It's Moses. It's like, guys, you guys are really not going to like this story when it ends.
The ending isn't for everyone, remember?
Yeah. And they said, ending the truth would put 99% of people in the hospital.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I walk by the UN a lot and I see the art and stuff that they have there. It is creepy. They have this whole thing on the UN's ground that's like some kind of lizard weird thing with a stabbing, and it's clearly like some kind of Luciferian craziness, and people always never look.
I don't even understand it. I don't know what it is. I can't describe it. I can't talk about it. Can't remember the colors it was. It's some type of lizard, type other thing, type bird, type sidewalk, type blurry, type bloody. Clearly Luciferian and satanic. Clearly.
Look at what's over there, and this.
Yeah.
That's so fucking stupid. Look, the other night I grabbed one of Mark's Telegram posts, and I don't agree with what was in the post either. But he described it as purely satanic. You better keep your kids away from these people before they get to them. All caps, 19 exclamation points in honor of our Lord and Savior, DT. And the post was about some preschools will ask kids to wear masks when they attend. Now, I don't agree with that either. I think kids are probably the safest group, blah, 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 whatever. You can look at the statistics yourself. I can't say much on YouTube. And and kids need to be kids, and I think they need interaction and see each other, whatever. But to say purely satanic, you better get them before they get to your kids, before they get in there and they change them. They're gonna edit their DNA.
That's around.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch.
Totally demonic in my opinion. Like straight up.
And they took all that out because they took out all the flags and everything.
Right.
And it was in the Risk book that it was in 2005.
See, if I wasn't here, you wouldn't get none of Jason Q. Then what would you do?
Because they had the global game of Risk.
Right.
They had it in bold. It's like, well, okay.
He's not as concerned about saving the white race as he is concerned about destroying the Jews. He's like, and then there was they said outside the concentration camp, there were these big iron letters saying they get what they deserve. Who made that? The Germans? To the Jews, right? Yeah, that sounds about right. They're going to get what they deserve. You can't say that, Jason.
Something bold. It's like, why would they do that?
Jesus Christ.
So we found the book. And in the book, in the 8th chapter, they talk about killing turtles. It's like, wait a second. So when you read,
Does she have to have a front door before she can have a back door? Well, I guess not. Better bow out. I'm confused already.
it's like, because the chapter before that is tit for tat. And that's what President Trump's pulling off.
Right.
But then when you read about turtles, that's what they called the UN. They called Turtle Bay because it was in Turtle Bay. So they called turtles. So they called the UN people turtles. It's like, how do you kill turtles? It's like, guys, they had this down in 2005. It's like when they said it's a map made throughout time.
Right.
Well, also again, hate the
Yeah, I'll do Linwood in a second.
all back in the 90s, 94, 95, there was a huge invasion here. We don't remember it because we were mind wiped. We were mind wiped by the televisions. But the technology that they used is the same shit that they used in Men in Black, right? They had that little thing, the light thing, but they had the colors. They did it by colors. And when they did this, it's like they had to wipe all our minds because it was you had the Illuminati breakaway complex, right? Because the Illuminati were above ground. Half of them went underground. Half of them stayed above ground during the Archon invasion.
You see,
So
I think
the ones that went
the
underground,
problem
they went in the
is,
Chimera tunnels.
I've said this several times. If you want to understand the Chimera tunnels, you've got to be on just as close to an overdose as he is.
Because the Illuminati were above ground. Half of them went underground. Half of them stayed above ground during the Archon invasion. So the ones that went underground, they went in the Chimera tunnels, not in the U.S. military tunnel.
Chimera? Or you're just going to keep saying Chimera tunnels?
Right.
There's a set of tunnels underneath that. Those are like the real evil ones, because those are the ones that the Chimera are the half man, half animal.
Right.
But then you look at all these labs that are creating we're creating all these cures, this and that. We're studying for a cure for cancer. It's like, but you look at what they're doing.
Mm-mm.
They're doing monoclonal mice and humans and
I know.
all this chimeric.
Making shrimp run on treadmills.
to create this transhumanism agenda.
Right.
That's exactly what all these labs are doing.
100%.
All of them, Genetech, AbbVie,
Right.
even AbbVie. AbbVie is a sublet of Abbott Laboratories in Deerfield.
You know a lot of drug manufacturers. Are you making a wish list? What is it? You going to tell Santa? I mean, Daddy Trump? Same, right?
When you look at Adam Schiff's, because it was in drops, Adam Schiff,
She's just in way over her head. So I think, okay, so Mel K went to Hollywood with big dreams. She ended up going down through pornography, and that was her big break. She had a couple of really small appearances, had to go back home to her parents. I think she came to a spot in her life where she was probably at least a little bit conservative, but she came to a spot in her life to where either I can go squeeze a piece of the thinnest piece of cloth between my pussy lips and stick it to my camera on Instagram, or I can go pretend I'm worried about kids and churches and Trumps and Bidens and clones and aliens and stuff. I can wing it. Clearly she can't wing it. Clearly she doesn't care. Clearly she knows nothing about this. Charlie Ward and Kirsten W made her career. She's a pretty face, and it seems like there's just as many incels in this as there is everywhere else. So she's got a pretty face, so people come there to watch it. It was the nose for me, but still. So people come to watch it, but she has no idea what's going on. It's just it is slightly above blowing a kiss to your selfie camera with your pussy lips. That's basically it.
Shifts his account and says, "Oh, BlackRock here and everything like that." It's like, guys, what's number one on it? Is AbbVie, because it goes alphabetically. It's like, why is he investing in AbbVie? It's like, because they were making all the cloning.
Yeah.
The drugs for cloning.
Yeah, and also the Rockefellers, with everything else, started the American Cancer Society. What, they still can't find a cure?
Cancer was in the 1970s Defensive Appropriations Act.
I know.
Check it out. It's like, it's right there. It's like they created cancer. Our own government did. They created AIDS, cancer, COVID. They created that in the 1960s. We have the emails from 1968 on that.
Yeah, because COVID is an entire classification of viruses. If you keep going above and beyond, look, I think it was blown out of proportion. I think it was treated in a way it never should have been. I think the reaction was over the top and cost a lot of people everything, including me. Like, I'm losing everything, and it's partially due to COVID. I'm actually fighting with the VA for my disability, but everything's backed up and fucked up and behind because of COVID. But if we keep trying to stretch to, they made COVID in England before we even came across. The Pilgrims brought it. You didn't see it at the first Thanksgiving? It was sitting right there with a little top hat on. Like, we keep doing this shit. People are just going to say, they're crazy. Like, don't listen to anything. It's almost like someone has paid him or put him up or bought his drugs this week if he would throw shade on everyone else who voted for Trump.
Proof that COVID was actually started then. And now, because when Fauci picked it up, they want to pick it up big time. They want the elimination of all Americans. Because with the death of America comes the death of freedom. Because, I mean, who chants death to America?
Yeah, I heard they went back under lockdown. Shane, I hate that.
Fake nuclear. What are they doing over there? Why are they sending all this oil to China?
You have to have the invite, but it pops up randomly during the show. It's not actually, I mean, you have to send somebody the invite. They have to click on the invite. They can't, it's not searchable.
What is oil? Oil is energy, right? Who's supplying the kids to China? What farm do they have in Iran that CIA's running? It's all baby making. That's it.
Excuse me? Why wouldn't we go with opium or poppy or something else? Why would it have to be a baby making farm? How many babies they making?
Americans. Because with the death of America comes the death of freedom. Because, I mean, who chants death to America?
Wrap her legs around my head and wear her like a feed bag.
Fake nuclear.
Like a horse on oats.
What are they doing over there? Why are they sending all this oil to China? What is oil? Oil is energy, right? Who's supplying the kids to China? What farm do they have in Iran that CIA's running? It's all baby making. That's it. They have these people in forced slavery, and they're creating these kids, and they're shipping them over to China, trading adrenochrome, and then you got the they don't want
That's right. Anytime you see energy, that's clearly them talking about baby harvesting. It can be oil or wind or wave generators, solar. It's clearly baby energy.
With the death of America comes the death of freedom. Because, I mean, who chants death to America? It's always Iran. Why? Fake nuclear. What are they doing over there? What?
Yes, my theme song says, baby eating lizard people, alien sex, and it's gone beyond that. Now it's baby farms, which used to be on a catchphrase.
Why do they send all this oil to China? What is oil? Oil is energy, right? Who's supplying the kids to China?
When I was trying to get my government stipend for a tobacco allotment, there was no I saw soybeans, I saw corn, I saw soybean corn rotation, I saw hemp, experimental license for hemp. It was like a 2-year trial. Snow peas. I never once saw baby on the form, and I feel like I got gypped.
What farm do they have in Iran that CIA's running? It's all baby making. That's it. They have these people in forced slavery, and they're creating these kids, and they're shipping them over to China, training adrenochrome, and then you got the they don't want you want to use all of it.
Next thing you know, she's going to be out there with Madison Marquette and C.J. Dunning kicking down doors and kicking down asses. We shoot first, shoot then, shoot in the middle, and shoot later. Then when everybody's dead, we ask the kid a question.
Right? So I mean, you're going to use the meat and everything. It's like, well, when you really think about how much meat people,
I'm afraid to go down into the tunnels, to be honest with you. Because in high school, one of my aliases somebody gave me was the human meat hook. And I'm afraid that they'll run my background. And when they see meat hook, they just go into a panic. Probably start popping off rounds left and right, screaming, "He's got a gun! It's the meat hook bandit!"
people
You
could
gotta be careful of that shit.
How many places do you know of that have like steer and cows and all that? It's like
Anymore.
there's not enough.
No. Yeah.
So-
Are you out counting cow per capita? So the reason you don't see, and I don't think this is a good thing, but the reason you don't drive down the road and see your neighbors or somebody your family's acquainted with or somebody your dad used to go to school with or something like that growing cattle or crops or what is we've went to industrialized farming. I wish it was brought back. I wish it was, farmed locally, blah, blah, blah. We've even owned cattle at the time. When I was in high school, I owned a few head of cattle that we used to run. We used to buy day-old Holstein calves and bottle feed them till they come up and then send them out to the slaughter for really lean meat. And they mix it in with some other fatty meat and make like your 90-10s and your 20-80s. But it's just moved on to that. And you're not going to drive by the factory. Not everybody's going to be able to drive by the factory farm on their way home every day. It's in one location.
So where
across country, there's not enough.
Yeah. So where's all this hamburger from McDonald's all coming from, right? We know. They want us to become cannibals too, because if we're eating the animals, right?
I'll send it to you, Travis.
And they're sentient beings.
Check your Telegram.
Then how can we complain about the ones behind us that are eating us? We can't. We don't have a leg to stand on.
Right. That's part of the whole strategy is that how can you call out somebody else? It's the whole pedophilia thing that is going towards, the LGBTQ plus is pedophilia. It's towards the acceptance of pedophilia so that when they are caught, we can't say, well, you did this. Well, because now they already normalized it.
Yeah, it's legal. Yeah. Hey, we had a head start.
Right.
So
There you go.
They had this
Had a head start. That's what put us out front here.
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, did you see that? I'm like,
so gross.
guys, I mean, how, and to think that there's people in the crowd with their kids.
That's the worst part.
It's like,
They combine the two all the time. I just now sent it, Travis. They combine the two all the time. They almost use them interchangeably because they believe that's all part of one act. So it's like a satanic ritual. It involves pedo stuff, and then it goes into devouring. And they use them almost interchange them together. It's very strange because they're horrible acts, but they're two separate acts, right? No one's going to get the two confused.
you are the people that don't belong. That kids do not. No. We're supposed to protect them.
Right.
That's it at all costs.
Right.
And yet, you guys want to do this. So
Yeah.
just dumb. But so yeah, with the whole like first arrest and everything. There's I'm picking the House of Representatives, but my 1A, Stephen Paddock.
Really?
Yes. Because something I found in here.
What?
Because they used
People might forget who that is.
What did you just say? I forgot who that is. You thought you were a professional at this. What the fuck? Anyways, he's claiming that the arrest that will shock the world will be Stephen Paddock, who was supposedly the Las Vegas shooter, the Las Vegas mass shooting at the concert, the hotel shooter.
Oh, he's the one that they said did the Vegas shooting.
Right.
Because something I found in here.
What?
Because they used
People might forget who that is.
Oh, he's the one that they said did the Vegas shooting.
Right.
And it wasn't. It was a Mossad. It was they had so many.
Yeah, there was no way that it was that guy. Yeah.
And the thing is, we have the picture of his quote unquote suicide.
It's just about over. I told you this would be the longest segment. It's just amazing how deep they go, how lost she is the whole time, how it's her show, but it's almost like he's talking to a wall, and every once in a while the breeze makes the wall creak.
If the bullet goes this way,
there's no intelligence in the conversation from either side. One's fake and one's non-existent.
Right.
So if you shot yourself in the mouth and you fell back, where should the gun be? At your feet, right?
Right.
Somewhere lower. Would it be above your head? No, but that's where they put it.
It could be.
Right.
They put blood on one side, and they have dry blood, and they have wet blood. I'm like, guys.
And the only guy who saw him disappeared.
So so a bullet, even in your mouth or to your head, is not an instant kill switch. You know what I mean? It's not like an off switch, and you're instantly drained of all energy. You still have muscle twitches and random shit and gasp and gurgles and movement. And I mean, if he put the thing straight out and was holding it and went into his mouth, he could have easily gotten it above his head. He could have clenched when he went, fell with it, and got it over his head. Easy. Have you never put one in your mouth, Mel, and got some of it over your head? At least in your hair, right?
Here.
Yeah. And that's not even Paddock. It's like, because later on that week, somebody videotaped him.
It's amazing how many, it's amazing how I'm not an expert on a lot of stuff they cover. Like, you'll see me, I have to look it up. I have to Google it. You'll hear the keyboard, me typing shit or saying, hold on just a minute, we gotta look this up, blah, blah, blah. But some stuff, like I do know, or at least I've seen or been around, but they're experts on every fucking thing. They don't need to look nothing up. They've got it memorized. They know exactly where a gun would land at a crime scene they've never fucking been to, reenacting a shooting they've never fucking seen. I don't know. The whole thing's wild. The way they're into it, ain't they? Experts.
At a casino in Atlantic City, at a table, guys look at the date. He's looking at him, and he was there with that chick. It's like, guys, that's Paddock.
Who worked for the CIA. Right.
Because Stephen Paddock was more than just, he was one of the first employees of the senior executive service.
Oh, wow.
Of the shadow government.
That's right. Millions of kids, or hundreds of thousands of kids on meat hooks through at least two separate presidents. And they just were discovered and not even really rescued, mopped up. But that guy couldn't do what he did.
Because what he did was and it was Starnet Communications.
Right.
They created the demon face recognition software for the pig farms.
The demon face recognition software? Excuse me? How many demons are running around that we also need to have facial recognition? Aren't you just allowed to hold up a cross and say, demon, I demand you name yourself in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ? Doesn't that not? My name is Legion, for we are many. Does that not work? We gotta have Google on it. And then something about a pig farm.
Because what he did was and it was Starnet Communications.
Right.
They created the demon face recognition software for the pig farms, for the Picton pig farms, all that.
Right.
Now, wouldn't you know it that they were talking about these? It says that additional topics addressed included the need for increased participation in the transition of the National Protection and Programs Directorate to CISA. Presentations were given on the Pennsylvania statewide radio network, the movement from siloed 911 systems to more inoperable networks. Statewide radio network. Guess what they use as an acronym? StarNet.
Oh my God.
StarNet Communications.
Right.
Well, why not, right? It's like, oh boy.
I hate this world.
So I said, nothing can stop what's coming. It's like, guys, they have this shit planned out like you would not believe.
They have to. This none of it, like you said, again, everything that's come through, future proofs past, to how many coincidences till it's mathematically impossible. All of it, it has to all be that. We have to just be watching it unfold. And but the good news is I really believe that we, the people, the actual people of this country, are starting to really get the optics.
She laughs to keep from crying. It's got to be. There's never anything funny. It's just that is her. When it's her turn to enter the conversation, that's what she has to offer. I bet people's forgot about that. Why don't you tell them in case the audience forgot?
More than ever before when it comes to, because now when they're pulling the real Nazi shit of knocking on your doors to make sure you've been vaccinated by an experimental vaccine, and all of this, now they're going to be able to read our personal text messages. I mean, it's just getting to the point that, like we always said, people have to welcome it, even those who don't get it.
Well, and also when we say Nazi,
When I said that I was not aware or didn't believe in the spawn of Satan, I was unaware that this video even exists or this picture even existed. Now that I've seen it, maybe spawn of Satan? Definitely a horned and hoofed figure. Spawn, I don't know. That is a chimera. That was sent in by the Alex Jones crew, allegedly, over at InfoWars band.video. Buy your vitamins. Thank you. I don't know who that guy is, but so he's had a rough life.
It's like, guys, they're not talking about Germany. They're not talking because Germany surrendered at the end of World War II.
Right.
The Nazis did not. But who are the Nazis? When you say, oh, well, National Socialists, it's like, guys, where do you get a Z from socialist? Think Zionist. Because that's the Zionist, they portrayed themselves as being Jewish. And that's why they infiltrated them, saying, oh, well, you have to feel sorry for us. It's like, but they infiltrated them.
Right, I know that.
And it's like the whole Ashkenazi Jews from Germany and everything. Because during the whole final solution with Hitler, he was just moving them. He's like, hey, you guys send all these to Palestine. You got to create that. You got to send these here. And they have all the countries listed, all the amounts that they sent.
The mic keeps muting itself. He is so close to saying, Hitler wasn't a bad guy. He claims that Hitler was just moving the Jews, and when the hotels filled up, he built concentration camps. But he too believed they needed a free and fair. It's that board. It's fine though. This was pressed down on the board and muting it. But anyways, he's so close to. Oh yeah, he wasn't even a bad guy. It's going to come out. Wait and see.
It's like, well, where's the mass killing and everything?
My monitor, doesn't. It's not a monitor. It's a TV because it was the cheapest thing they had when my other monitor blew up. But it doesn't it needs to set all the way at the edge of the desk, but it's got wide legs on it. So it's kind of rickety, like on the back of the desk, but there's something to stop it. It can't fall off. But this switch that I use for my filming light works its way underneath the TV, and then if it wiggles back and forth, like while I'm moving around or whatever, it hits the mute button on the main mic input.
It's like, well, that was what
it looks like.
Because they wanted to wipe them out because there were 66 million that were wiped out in the Soviet Union. Because when you think about the Soviets, they were under the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks are not the Soviets, are not the Russians. It's like, that is the bad faction. They're the ones that, because when Stalin got out of exile in Switzerland, he would, we're going straight to Moscow. We're going to start the Bolshevik Revolution. It's like, who financed that? Why don't you look at Adam Schiff's great grandfather, Jacob Schiff?
Right. Same with Mao. With Mao, also his connection to Yale.
Yeah.
Good society there.
Yeah.
It's all been the same people. That's the craziest part. Or not people, whatever they are. It's all the same, and they just keep. That's why this time we can't fail.
Yeah.
Can't fail this time. We got to do it.
This is it. This is do or die. This demonic force that has been infiltrating our entire planet for all this time. It's now or never, and that's why this is so gigantic. That's why you're saying the kids. We get it, but it's got to be bigger than that.
It is. It's about the kids, but it's way bigger because you got the Armed Forces. They're the ones that are just the ones that get in your head. Because when you have women driving off cliffs with their kids and everything, it's like, there's a reason for that. It's not her. It's because these entities actually get in your head.
Really? That typically doesn't stand up in court, though, does it? I hope not. Someone's driving off a cliff with my kids. I would like to think that at least it wouldn't stand up in court.
Now or never, and that's this is it. This is do or die. This demonic force that has been infiltrating our entire planet for all this time. It's now or never, and that's why this is so gigantic. That's why you're saying the kids. We get it, but it's got to be bigger than that.
It is. It's about the kids, but it's way bigger because you got the Armed Forces. They're the ones that are just the ones that get in your head. Because when you have women driving off cliffs with their kids and everything, it's like, there's a reason for that. It's not her. It's because these entities actually get in your head, and they can't force you to do something, but they can manipulate you in ways to do that. So these people that, they kill their kids, it's like, it's not them. They didn't.
Man, I don't know about all this.
They want souls. They want a harvest.
Come on now.
And
I don't even like him talking about it.
We talk bad about all this stuff. It's like we sit here and talk about this. It's like, we're all human beings.
Right.
Well, I mean, most of us, and like, there's a lot that aren't.
Yeah, but we're saying that we all want God-given or life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, to be on this earth and find our unique gifts and keep the ability for everyone to achieve and grow and for us to go further. All of our countries deserve to be the best they can be. Borders, language, culture should matter. We should have pride, and we should be able to meet our potential. But that's the biggest fear. And to think that all this time, we've been so, that's why what you do is so important, because it does matter. Because at the end of the day, if we don't get it and we don't accept it and we don't stop it, it just reinvents itself again. And this has to be the last stand.
Yep.
Cool.
And it is. And that's the best part about it, because we can't do this again. We ran out of time. That's it.
That's why your voice is so important, Jason. I have to tell you, and there's very few like you out there that can actually
his voice is
together this way.
His voice is just so important. He's the voice of a generation. I'll tell you that much.
But, it's going to matter a lot coming up, because this has to be documented. We really have to.
I'm a firm believer in a theory that I've run by myself and other people. I'm sure it's someone else's theory, and I heard it, but I don't know who to accredit it to. But everybody is a few shitty decisions and someone pushing them to the limit away from being a murderer, right? It can happen in a heartbeat. You can only push people so far. I know that there is a specific set of events, maybe one event that could happen and me know about it, and I'm ready to take another person's life. And I think everybody's like that. But to think that these demons leap into your car while you're driving out the road and they say, hey, let's just drive off this cliff, take all these souls. I don't think it's that simple.
This whole
Mental health is incredibly complex. It's not demons leaping from car to car on a cliff.
history, how we got here, where we're going, or it's going to repeat itself. So, I'm really grateful every time you come on, and it's such an eye-opening thing. And I really do think most people have to sit back with the information that you give, and then it just starts to click. It just all clicks where it is a big puzzle and it is the map, but there's very few people that can really explain it like you can. And I'm
Super chats come with being monetized. So when my channel got monetized, I didn't even really want the ads, and I rarely get ads because I am a limited ad. I'm part of their limited ad, blah blah blah, because I cuss too much or the topics I use or whatever. It's fine, but super chats come with being monetized. If you're not eligible for that stuff, then you can't have super chats. They won't let you have super chats. Yeah.
I'm so grateful. Now I have to go think about it for probably 3 or 4
3 or 4 weeks. It's like
no, 3 or 4 hours, because then I'll have you back next week to keep going.
Oh yeah.
But no, it's so important that people understand that the enormity of what we're dealing with, and that dismantling something like this requires all of us to be informed
Uh-oh.
Yes.
and to be enlightened, and also to
Thank you very much. $1 US, Richard. Appreciate it.
share the information so that it doesn't matter.
I've actually found out how to get chat commands in YouTube, I think, like we used to have on Twitch. We'll see if it works.
The people that are the craziest are the ones.
Yeah, if you're not a fan of YouTube, it's better to use a different donation method. YouTube takes 30%. Cult Club, which is Stream Elements, Cult Club doesn't take a dime except for the card processing fee. And if you use PayPal, I just pay the PayPal rate, so 2.9. YouTube takes 30% of a donation. That's crazy. That's more than, no, that's not more than Twitch. Twitch takes half, takes 50%.
That in history become the ones that actually changed anything. And that's how I feel right now. And I really feel like a lot's coming to the surface. And as it does, we can't just look at it on the surface. We have to look at it from the perspective that you're bringing to the table. So again, thank you so much as always.
Well, thank you so much.
I will be calling you to have you back next week, because I know
Oh, good.
because I know by next Sunday, so much is going
Oh, it's
I
gonna be a hot mess.
I know it's going to be a
Definitely a hot
giant
mess.
week. So we'll have
That
you
is.
back to decipher the actual truth of what is going on from what is palatable to
We're
the
about done.
masses, because A and B aren't related,
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Complete opposite.
Well, I love you so much, Jay. And
Love you
I'll
too.
see you next week.
I have Cash App if someone specifically wants. I have about every way that you could possibly donate to me if someone specifically wants it. But I have my animation set up through Stream Elements. The Stream Elements is made to work through PayPal. So like if it's a tip below $11.12, $11.15 or something like that. There's like a cutoff right above $11. Then I pay 2.9 processing plus a 30% fee. If it's above that, then I pay a 2%, because it's a business account. I pay a 2%, and I pay a 10-cent fee. So for bigger donations, I actually get more of it.
And thank you so much. Every time you come
Weird.
on, it's like it's a totally.
But I do have Cash App.
mind-bending,
Cold.
awesome-
It's $$ Cold Beer Confessional.
experience, and then like it makes me think for hours, and then it all just.
Oh, by the way, she's wrapping up, but let her finish.
If everyone has to watch this again, watch it again because it will make sense. And thanks, Jason, the work you're doing.
If you have to watch it again, watch it again. It will make sense. Trust me, I'm gonna be watching it 100 or 200 times. I'm Mel K signing off.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. You got it.
Jesus,
Bye-bye.
dude.
You got it.
Thanks.
Wow. Anyways, it reminds me there was something I wanted to read. So someone sent a really nice message. I'm not going to reveal who it was, but I'm going to read the message because a lot of people come in here and is like, "You're doing no good. You're blah blah blah. You're messing us up, and you're evil, and you're this and you're that." But I thought this is a really nice message. I don't know what the heck I've done, but they were trying to email me. They couldn't get an email through, so they said, I'll just message you. I'm sorry. I want you to know that you saved me. My husband was ready to commit me for believing all the dang people I was following. He told me I had to stop, and thankfully at the same time I found you. People always say pass cross for reasons, and I want you to know I always watch your shows, and I adore your beautiful family and love you all. Thank you, Will. You're a good man. And then she signed her name. But said her husband, I can believe it. I mean, some of these people are to the point where I would have to have a very serious conversation and say, hey, Mariah, you're too far gone. I don't know why you've sent several $100s to some guy to drive around in the bus, but it seems a little extreme to me. You know, like eventually you got to address
after the Dinari values. Come on, Jezara. Come on, big money, no whammies. FKKK.
There you go. There you go. Big money, no whammies. Thank you for that, Randa. No, you're good, brother. Just hang out with us. I appreciate it, though. Oh, the Hey Beer Man went off and I didn't read it. Let me see. I didn't see it, but I'll check it. It's the audio's been turned way down. I don't know how it did it on its own. I need to test it again. Down payment on illegal substances from Karen Stone. Was that it? Let me refresh and make sure that was it. That's a new one, though. Down payment on illegal substances from Karen Stone, and the one before that was from Ali Wander. I remember that one. Cheers from Down Under. Kitty McNeil from Mommy's Basement. Yeah, I need to turn the audio up on that. It's super low. I must have accidentally adjusted it. I guess still got more to cover if you guys still want to watch. That was just the one I wanted to go all the way through, but I got a bunch of stuff. I'll let you guys pick. Kirsten announces Nasara Gassara started. This is a new guy who also announces White Hats versus Black Hats, but Nasara Gassara kicked off. His name is Spirit Hill Bible Institute. David Nino Rodriguez. Oh no, this is just a video I was watching of Dom. That's not actually one of them. That's the Spirit Hill Bible guy. I've told you to bring the kids over and over and over again. This is one of the robot ones. It is extra Restore Republic via GCR as of July 14th, 2021. What the hell is this? Oh, the sequel. There is a sequel out to The Fall of the Cabal. So I pulled that one up. Kenneth Copeland, T.D. Jakes, and Rick Warren are being accused of sexual abuse. I wonder by who. I wonder who is accusing them. Who is the person running around and every name that she could possibly think of that might get her some clout, she's like, oh yeah, their dick was in me. Who is that? We got a Scott McKay calling down the thunder at Penn State. I don't think he's updated recently. He hasn't. We got the 712. What is this one? This is the one we never got to watch, where Mike Penny for some reason is hanging out with some chefs. This is an old video from 2015. I think Patsy dug it up. For some reason, Mike Penny is hanging out with some chefs in 2015, and I'm super curious about what happened there. We've got a Lynn Wood appearance. We've got... this is a targeted individual that I convinced the CIA was chasing me once. I was just checking back in on him. Where's that coming from? Oh, that's the Linwood thing. And I think that's about it. Yeah, that's it. What do you guys want to see? You want to see Mike Penny cooking up a storm of network marketing? He's cooking up a good deal. How about that? While you guys think on it, you guys come to a conclusion, and then we're going to go ahead and roll the kids here. Give me just a second. Let me turn off your noise gates, buddy. There's one. Say close. Ollie, say close. Close. Good job. That way the gate closes. It hears your voice and it knows what you want it to do. What's the name of your song? Ollie with the Not News. Hold on. I've almost got it. I think that's it. There it is. That's it, right?
Oh, seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news. With that night news. With that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news. With that night news. With that night news.
I
Comes Ollie with that night news. With that night news. With that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news. With that night news. With that night news.
All right. Go ahead.
hey,
Who are you?
I will not know you. Hey, I got TNT mall.
Chicken to.
Don't TNT.
Okay.
TNT.
Chips and cheese.
No, TNT.
TNT.
And TNT mall.
Okay.
I have all the TNT. And you, why was I?
TNT mode.
Yeah, I told off.
Okay.
See?
TNT mode. You got it.
Yeah, you know with my favorite TNT, I pay one cause he's fun. And you put kill and go down and fall for his dad.
Okay. He falls till he's dead.
Yeah, when you put kill on the and what or it fall.
Why didn't you save him? You're supposed to save him before he dies.
No, I don't. No, it's not ATO.
Oh, okay.
ATO.
Add T-O.
I thought people want that.
What else did you do? You played video games? FGTV.
Yeah, I don't do a like that.
That's what the sound he makes on FGTV?
No, I don't yeah, I do that one more. I do that again. But
Why does he do it? What's it mean? Somebody died?
no, me shop. I do that with a child. It go on. It's off a tea of it. It's watery. Me. I die.
Ollie,
Yeah.
That's
someone
funny.
asked how old you are.
It's TNT, Mom. It has all do TNT.
TNT mode, and we all hear the TNT.
No,
Okay.
I all do TNT. What I want, all do one. I just TNT. What?
Okay. We understand,
Ollie
buddy.
is very passionate
But
about
they're asking different
Well.
questions now.
They
We're
wanna know
moving
how
on.
old you are.
How old are you?
5.
Not 10.
Not 10. You're not 10, silly.
Big Daddy 5 stick.
I have me a bit of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 14, 15.
Goodness.
See, elbow, tall, like mommy.
Elbows up, side to side. Now elbows up and side to side. Now lean like a cholo. Is that what you're doing?
15, 16, 17,
Don't
18,
count the whole
19,
time, buddy.
21, 22,
Who do you like better, mommy or daddy? Who do you like better, mom or dad?
Don't make it. You can just say mommy.
Bubba.
Just say mommy.
Say you both hate them equally.
Hey, you.
You're silly.
Where are you going?
No, I'm not playing.
Purring.
Everybody but Daddy.
But I'm not but you. I'm not but you.
Ollie.
I don't die.
Okay, talk to him, buddy.
That's not nice.
I don't put the guy at all. Well, it don't tell Paul. It don't tell Paul.
Don't hit the microphone, bud. Calm down.
I don't put the thing up.
Calm down.
Chicken spark.
Okay, let me tell you something, Mommy.
What?
Why wall?
Why did chicken crossing the road?
Cross the road. I don't know.
Cut it, ball.
Chicken butt.
It's shoulder. Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
why chicken
You're silly.
cut it, but
Chickens can sneeze.
now.
Yeah, they sneeze.
Hey, your time's running out. What do you want to tell them before you leave?
What you cut tea?
And dance.
No, what you cut tea?
You want to do a little dance?
Do your little dancey dance.
If I play some music, you want to do a dance?
Yeah, and on my side, you got get tea more, and
Here we go.
you got a do tea. No tea more.
You ready to dance? Tell them who you are first, then I'll play the music. You can dance and leave. Who are you?
Nanu.
Okay, here we go. Ready to dance?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Dance time.
Yeah, get it.
We have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear
Here
us?
it is. Here it goes.
If we come on,
Go. It's going, Monster Dance.
it's
called-
cotton.
It's called smacking them hoes.
No, I part of you or what? I don't want you.
Alright, tell everybody bye.
Okay, guide, but I don't know. It don't Paul. It don't tell what Paul, hippo, giga Paul. It don't which it don't kill Paul.
Tell everybody. Tell everybody bye. Love you, bye.
Yeah.
Love you, bye.
What you buy?
Ollie with 999.
Where almost
Okay, buddy. Good job.
Good job, buddy. Here, go across. I'll give you Sonic when you get over there. I gotta get Bubba set up.
Bobby.
It's okay, buddy. It only hurts when I breathe. Let me get Liam set up right quick for his segment. Liam, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah. Let's do this then.
Thank you for your support. The content we do is
I'm gonna pull them up. We can pull them up right here where people can see them. Hold on. Let me check them right quick and make sure there's nothing crazy before we start. He's gonna go through and read any comments you might have left on his YouTube channel, but I want to make sure no one left anything crazy. Let me speed read these. I know some of them's from Eamon, D Rizzle or whatever. We're going to put them over here so people can read. Let me do this. Copy link address. If you guys want to sub to his channel, here's the link. I'm going to try to copy it on my phone to where I can keep copying it, hopefully, and sending it for you. Let me play his intro, start the recording, and then he'll be right with you. I think that's it. Let's see. Let me click that link and make sure it works first. Oh, yeah. You're the BQ. You got 3 videos up. All right, here we go, guys. Going live in 3, 2.
Sorry, I couldn't move my chair because of the audio. Yeah, today was fun. I was playing with my friends today, and that was cool. But continuing on to what? But yeah, continuing on to what we're actually doing. We're reading my comments. But yeah, so that's cool. Hopefully you commented at last stream when I told you guys to like subscribe and stuff. Someone said I'm singing Game Train. Good.
Stay close.
Okay. Hey Liam, my favorite gaming guru. You're gonna be famous one day, bigly famous, but not more famous than your dad, because he's a genius and he doesn't know it yet, but he's got a really big purpose in life. Follow in his footsteps and you will you will too. You're an amazing kid. Thank you.
That was nice.
Yeah. I think I've already started following in his footsteps. I've done good in school and that stuff. Great job, Liam. And with a clapping emoji. Thanks. Yeah. Awesomeness. For a second, I thought their profile picture was Gordon Ramsay. Oh, someone said, what's this? I'm reading your guys' comments. My birthday doesn't exist. Yeah, you ever just have your birthday, you just go, gah. Birthdays no longer exist, they're canceled. Twitter canceled them. Oh, and the firework guy almost hit that guy, remember? Yeah, so here's the story. So on July 4th, we were like watching the fireworks. And one...
Hold on. The reason Eamon...
Sorry.
Have a birthday real close to you.
Yeah, his is July 2nd, and mine is July 5th, so that's fun.
But we always have the...
Yeah,
They're not our
we all, yeah, they're like, he's my cousin, and they, or July 1st, Mom had to yell that, but yeah. So anyways, they come over from Michigan and talk. And one time we came to Michigan, it was so much fun. There was like a good stores and stuff. But yeah, the story of how that firework happened. We were watching the July 4th fireworks, and one like zoomed into their house, like the person who was shooting the fireworks off house. And when I did that, I jumped off the bench that we put in the yard, jumped off there, went, I need to go. And he said, hi, Liam, it's Eamon. Yeah, go check out him. He's Eamon, my cousin. Great show, young man. Yeah, Eamon, you better thank me. I'm giving you clout. I'm giving you clout to your channel. You better thank me. Great job. You are an awesome kid. Yo, Liam, great job. You're such a smart little dude. Love the Percy Jackson series. Great job. Yeah, I love them too. I'm so sad that they left it on the one with the cliffhanger. Woohoo. Oh, dang, that's the end. How do I click on the other videos?
That's all. Did you
That's,
read them
oh
all?
my god. Yeah, I read them all.
Woohoo.
Oh, there.
Oh, did you already read it? Chat. You can scroll with this.
They're saying you are an awesome kid. Yeah, he read mine. Yeah. I mean, there was only like, what, 12 there?
You're a 10-year-old.
July 5th is my quit smoking day. Congratulations. Stop smoking exactly on my birthday.
Well, not.
Liam, please ask your dad to post the link to your Facebook page. Yeah, if you can do that, please.
You don't have a Facebook.
No, on Dad's Facebook. If he has one.
No. She knows Daddy has.
Liam, your birthday is on the same day as my daughter's birthday. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's posting the link. Wait, it said no, Liam's FB page. Yeah, I don't have a Facebook page. I'll never get one until I'm like 18 or 13.
Yeah, no.
Liam in the house.
For social media.
Every time I hear in the house, all I think of is Corey in the house. She means Game Train, I think. I don't think Game Train has like Facebook. He has a YouTube. Yeah, go to my YouTube channel. I'll refresh it in like a second. The YouTube channel is Game Train. Yeah, Game Train. I named it the exact same thing. I keep on like scrolling up. I don't know if you know this, Leon, but July 5th is right after July 4th.
Tell him it's math possible.
That's not scientifically possible.
Mathematically.
Yeah, mathematically possible. How can that possibly
I'm
happen?
over and beat you with this method. That's how Jason learned.
I mean, like, wow. It's truly the words of God. Liam, you are going to be smart like your dad.
I doubt
Well, thanks.
you walk into a wall twice.
Liam, are you reading tonight's comments or last night's? Yo, just comment if you want me to read yours. I'm reading them from my channel. Oh, there is one. You are a bright young man. You have actually made me look some of these games reviews up to see what you're speaking about. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just saying IGN's reviews have nothing on mine. Okay. Yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. See, he posted that 15 seconds ago. Good job. You know how to do it. Liam and Mariah, didn't Will set up a page for him in advance? He asked us
That was your
to subscribe.
Daddy set up.
Yeah, the
Okay.
YouTube page, not the
Yeah,
Facebook
no
page.
Facebook.
Yeah, it might just be a misunderstanding. Great job, Liam. You are very entertaining. Why, thank you. And wait, you are very sweet. I have 9 grandkids. Dang. 3 of them are around your age.
Thanks goes to me.
Yeah, she.
Do
Yeah.
not.
Son, I will throw you out of this house. I'm not laughing, I swear to God. You'll sleep outside with hooligans and they might take you away. You won't live under my roof.
I was over at Game Train this morning. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna refresh the page.
It's okay.
I'm just checking.
My chat. We'll say it.
You rock, little man, teaching us old folks new tricks. Loving it. Thanks. I do not have a mullet.
No, that's what.
sounds like a final boss in like a Dance Dance Revolution game. You are a smart little whippersnap, really.
Yeah, Liam, who's gonna be?
Who's gonna be my manager? Wait, what do you mean?
Become rich and famous.
Both.
I manage your life.
I think dad will have like a big business by then.
I'll still just be whopping your ass, or what?
Yeah, you can work for me. Dad's gonna be the new Bill Gates. Why did I say Bill Gates? Bill Great. Audio. Oops. What happened to the audio?
Why does he think you?
10-year-old boy.
Your ability to interact with chat speaks volumes, little buddy. Yeah. I have a few things to say. If you are wondering, yes, the candy bar tier list is tomorrow, but I'm splitting it up into multiple videos, like sour items, sweet items, and the first one's gonna be chocolate items. I know you guys been anticipating it. Sorry, I just had stuff to talk about. I mean, when I saw the Bob mod for FNF, I had to do it. And also, if you're wondering about the Minecraft SMP, it's still in progress. I'm waiting for my birthday, which is actually in 2 days.
No, you've already.
Yeah.
Not available right now.
Oh, we're waiting for a party because we're gonna buy computer parts like after, so it will be a work in progress. We'll try to get it up by July or the month after.
We'll let them know when,
Yeah.
when we can find
Yeah,
a video.
we'll let you know. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun, and we're trying to get like a video card and all that up. We also have to set up like a new Discord section for like the Minecraft stuff. So good, excited about the candy bars. It's weird to have people say, I'm excited for the candy bar tier list. I'm refreshing. Oh, nope, nobody. Chocolate, yay, I will make sure I turn it on for that. Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody loved chocolate. I forgot to say last video, if you subscribed and you want to know about my recent uploads, hit the bell, which I don't know why it's a bell, but it gives you notifications for when I upload, so you'll see my new candy bar tier list.
Click the bell and select all.
Yeah, click the bell and select all notifications. If you do it like personalized and stuff, it just does like random. It's weirdly weird, but yeah. So, tap the bell. I'm so tired of people saying slap the bell. It's so annoying. Hit that bell, guys, with the power of Zeus. What did he do?
Just find it, Liam.
Haha, very cute. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Our link is in the chat always when I'm on my segment. It just popped up. Go subscribe and hit the bell and select all on the bell. And you'll get like all notifications and know when I upload my candy bar tier list. But yeah, so that's good. I'll see you next time. Check out my YouTube channel, subscribe and hit the bell for all. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Very good, buddy.
right, the recording's over. Thank you guys. Let me turn back on the noise gates. Filters, gate. I got that one. Let me get the other one. I gotta have two on. I'm a heavy swallower. Mariah taught me. Anyways, noise gate back on. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out with the kids during their segment. But now it's adult time. Adult time. If you want to call in for the 1-900 number, it is $7.99 a minute. But I guarantee you'll only need the 1 minute. But we're going to charge you for a minimum of 5 minutes. That's how we make the bank. Thank you for commenting on his channel. He likes that. He was excited. I should have done a better job of reminding people to go over there and comment. But I forgot, to be honest with you. I had a rough day. Anyways, thank you guys for commenting. I'll let him do it again in 2 or 3 weeks. So if you guys don't care, if you see a video, just leave some type of comment over there. Whatever, it doesn't matter to him. Just as long as it's engagement, I would appreciate it. And I actually, I moderate that page pretty heavily. So I check it once a day, especially before he has a chance to see it, and make sure that none of Scott's Geritol Granny Army has made it over there to lash out. But yeah, go check it out. Go subscribe. I'll drop the link one last time, and then we'll move on. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. All right. I want to see why the fuck Mike is with a bunch of chefs trying to sell some marketing. So it might be a bust. I haven't seen this, but I do want to. Here you go.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Looks like we are live. And once again, it's the 29-minute hangout. I'm here with, my name is Chef Doug DiMercurio. I'm here with my partner in crime and very good friend, Chef Katrina. And we have the great privilege tonight of introducing you
29-minute hangout here. Let's get them going.
And restaurateur with us. And so this is going to be a very special evening. We only have 29 minutes.
Elite Marketing Chefs present. Now, Mike could be a man of the world. Maybe he is a coffee, or a chef and a cuisine guru. But I'm pretty sure he's told us he's a mechanic before. Not to say he couldn't be both, I guess. But I have no idea why he's tied up with some chefs. No idea at all.
So we go through the beginning of this stuff pretty quickly. Katrina, I'll let you take care of some of the dirty work here, and then let's go ahead and introduce our guest.
I always get stuck with the dirty work. It's awesome. All right, guys, welcome to the 29-minute hangout. Super excited you guys are here. Rules and regulations of this is that, you know what, we're here to actually get into the.
If you hear the buy me a coffee sound go off, I'm gonna try to test it and get the audio set right. I don't know why it's so quiet. I've missed 2 of them tonight, so I'm gonna try to be fixing that.
Mind of our guests. So
while we figure out why Mike's here with the great chefs.
Process and this, this fun and excitement of 29 minutes. Go ahead and ask your questions. You guys have access to that. You have access to interact.
Look at him down. Can you see him? Can you all see him down in the corner? Look how excited he looks, and how patch-free and healthy he looks. I think that's a sign. I mean, he's still, he is still, I'll fix the comments. He is still, balding. He's still not the greatest looking guy, but he looks a lot better, okay? He looks a lot better. I'll fix the comments right now. Sorry about that.
To really make this a fun and entertaining and knowledgeable hangout. So super excited to be doing this. I'm going to have Doug do the introduction of our guest speaker since they know more about each other than I do. So I'm handing this back over to Doug.
At least he doesn't look like he's given up on life, and he only wants to be a wearer of a patch. Nothing else, nothing more. He wants to live stream and wear a patch until his entire body fills up with fluid.
Introduction, that'd be awesome.
No, that's perfect. So yeah, I'm very honored to introduce our guest tonight, Mr. Michael Penny. Michael is another restaurateur. He's a barbecue master, and he's got an accent that's a little different than ours. So you can tell he's not from the north, But Michael is a master entrepreneur, and he really has kind of, you know, a lot of people talk about cracking the code and figuring out how to do this thing and how to make money from home. Well, he's working those, you know.
This goes into further proof. This is some of the stuff we're going to be bringing up on the big expose video or whatever. But this goes further to prove that they've been trying forever to become famous. Like, they've been trying forever to become famous, especially online, in marketing, in sales, and selling you something. They've been trying and trying and trying and trying and trying and trying to become famous. And it hasn't worked for them until they found this latest grift.
60+ hour a week, hours in his restaurant business. And on the side, he's building a legacy for himself and his family. And so it's, you know, my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Michael Penny. And Michael, you can tell us a little bit more about your background and how you got into this whole the online thing. But I know it was kind of the offline that brought you into the online. So tell us a little bit about your background and how you got into this whole deal.
Doug, I appreciate it. And can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Oh, no.
I appreciate both you and Katrina for having me
His
on.
name is Doug, too? That's not the same Doug, though, right? That's a different Doug. I'm going to go with that's a different Doug. I'm not positive, but...
Doug, I appreciate it. And can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
All right. I appreciate both you and Katrina for having me on. I'm actually I'm feeling the blessing. A little bit about my background. 2007, I joined the network marketing industry. We had the big economy crash thing, and the real estate market went kaput, and I had some real estate then too. But
he's a real estate mogul. I bet you didn't know that about him, did you?
I was in the...
He is a real estate man.
When it happened.
See, we're learning already.
Man, it devastated me. And not only that, I knew that, you know, the chances of leaving my family a legacy, which they hadn't had until now, were slim and none during those times. Everybody was meek and meager, you know, especially in my surroundings and those things. We've never seen anything like that before. Moving forward, though, we come out of it. I came into network marketing, and I really enjoyed it.
Oh God, network marketing. Here we go.
With the lack of time,
I did want to point this out. There are some people who do really well in network marketing, and they treat it honestly and do it honestly. But those are far and few between. The people who just want to sign you up. They don't care if you make a dime. They don't care if you know how to do it. As long as you sign on the line and pay that first fee, then they get their first little bit of money and they're out of there. They could care less. There are different types of people. Usually the people who do really well, we're actually seeing Mike and Doug turn into those people, sort of. They're not being super honest, but the people who do it well a lot of times are people who already have a big existing audience. So like if I made a channel and we built it up and we had 100,000 subscribers, and then I went to some type of network marketing thing, I could be honest about it and say, well, you know, most people don't make money, but if you want to work hard, if you want to do this, it's stuff you're already going to buy, blah, blah, blah. And I could probably make some money because I had an additional, or I already had an audience that I had influence with. But for me to tell you that you're going to make a ton of money and you can quit your job in 6 months and you're going to do this, do that, you just got to sign with me, but that's all dishonest, and it's probably not going to happen for you. 90, like Brad Barton's Team National, 90% of people never turn a profit. They lose money from their first investment, which is like $1,200. They never make that back.
I started finding out and digging into more online. That's when I ran into magnetic sponsoring.
But I have seen people who just use their audience well, but they're honest about it. Look, you got to hustle, you got to be out here, you got to know people, you got to get in front of people, you got to do this, you got to do that. Those people I got no issue with at all. If that's the business they decided to be in, as long as they honestly present it.
wasn't too long after that, I joined a team which Doug was on. And Doug was actually my sponsor in a lead generation program that we were in at the time. And here we are now. I finally figured it out how to do it offline, and I'm going to bring it in online.
Yeah, there you go. So tell us a little bit more about that. When you say I figured out how to do it offline and then bring it online, what do you mean by that?
Offline, hotel meetings, those kind of things, I never really enjoyed those. I mean, I heard a lot of stuff said. I mean, I enjoy like the No Excuses event that just recently I've been to one of those. I've been to a Live to Dream event.
That was my push into the network marketing thing. Not only did they want me to sign up, which I technically did because I needed the connections to other people. It was something else I was doing. It was less about the business I signed up for and more about the people that were in that room that I needed to talk to. But they the first thing they wanted me to do was like drop like $1,200 and get a hotel for 4 nights and go to fucking Charlotte and listen to someone talk about how they made millions of dollars selling network. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not traveling around. I'm not doing it. I'm not dropping money. As soon as I started, like I didn't want to just say like I put money in so I could meet potential businesses that want to market online with me. But I damn sure wasn't going to spend a bunch of money to get into that.
Those things, those generic trainings where you actually learn how to do this business, this home-based business online. I've gotten more from those than I have from somebody saying the same thing just with a different company doing a PowerPoint presentation in front of, a couple.
I know a guy that quit his job as VP of Payne Weber's office in Orlando to sell Excel telecommunications and made a killing. Dude, the people that have an audience already in place and a system built up to where they make a percentage like this, they do make a lot of money. I just have the only issue I have with those people is if they're telling people, oh, you're going to make this, you're going to quit your job. You need to tell them straight. Look, most people don't turn a profit here. Here's our percentages. But the ones who do are the ones who wanted it, the ones who worked harder, the ones who went out and set up meetings, the ones who talked to more people, the ones who did this, ones who did. Same with everything. You could take a random sample of 100 people, and most of them are not going to be hard workers. Now, the network marketing has more to it than that, like having a good plan and not being seen as a scam and not being seen as a pyramid scheme, blah, 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 blah. And I don't personally like the business model, but there are people who do it legitimately. It's not everybody. It's just the vast majority.
People or 50 people. It just depends on what kind of event it is. So over time, I learned how to do belly-to-belly presentations and
belly-to-belly presentations. Where you sat down in front of them touching bellies?
And it took a while. I mean, fear was a big part of it. I'm used to serving people 2 minutes at a time in the restaurant business, so it was a lot different to spend extra time without having the time, belly to belly. But I figured it out.
Belly to belly, but
so
it's a lot of belly time, buddy. Makes me kind of nervous.
In 2011, and I came back in 2012, and
so that doesn't tell us a whole lot, dude. Well, I started in 2011 and left, and I come back in 2012. Were you gone for like a day, a New Year's Day, or were you gone for 364 days?
I just started hitting it hard. What I figured out was forum marketing online is a lot about communities and groups of people talking together about the same issues, the same problems, those kind of things. Well,
I would also warn you to stay nervous with companies if you're looking at doing anything like this, and maybe you're really good at it, maybe you know a good one, blah blah blah, I don't know, but companies who do not want their promotional material, their advertisement, their people saying their name online is always a gigantic red flag. They know what people are going to call them. They know they're going to be called out as this or that, or that they're going to get called out for being scammers or Ponzi schemes or pyramid schemes or whatever. And they don't want their people putting online because they're afraid it would get out of hand. If you run an honest company that pays people honestly and that treats people like they're not idiots and doesn't lie to them, you shouldn't have an issue with me saying anything online that I want positive about your company.
I started looking at communities in my surrounding area, and actually they had like social groups where those people were doing the same thing. So I would figure out a way to get in front of those people, either myself with the content, not necessarily the opportunity.
Content.
Help solve those problems. And they would in turn ask me about the opportunity.
Ah, I see how you slid in there, you sly devil.
Right. So, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, and but it also sounds like you're kind of holding back a little bit from what you did. I mean, talk a little bit more specifically.
Okay,
or give us an example of how you did that.
One of the most recent events that I did was over in a neighborhood called South Bend. It's about 1,500 homes. A lot of the group that I was interjecting in through social media were, trying to get it, the soccer moms, the golfing buddies, a lot of them, big surrounding area. So a lot of them were trying to get healthy. So what I did was, I'm not a health expert. I do know a little bit about nutrition from the restaurant business and being a chef. Mm-hmm. But what I did was hired Peter Greenlaw to come, and he gave a 2-hour seminar on nutrition and health.
So you paid a speaker to come in and give a 2-hour seminar on nutrition and health, and then come out and sold an MLM plan? I mean, that could be a big hit, but it sounds like you kind of laid your neck out there to maybe take a chop, especially for a man who has a tarp as a bed sheet and a random 3-inch fan cooling his home.
Okay. At the tail end of it, he just talked about an opportunity for about 3 minutes.
Ah, there it was.
We were at the back table when they came to us, where we presented the opportunity.
Okay.
There you go.
So the opportunity is
make them come to you and sell you on the product that you're trying to sell. There you go.
Is the company that you're in, and we don't have to go into those specifics, but that's great. So
see, clearly he has a company that doesn't want to be mentioned online. That's what I'm saying. That's weird. If you're running a company on the up and up, why can't I say your company's name online? Why can't I talk about the payment plan? Why can't I talk about the setup or any of that?
To create a better
that's very sketch to me.
For yourself, and to create a legacy and what I mean, you just figure out and what the hot buttons are for.
Right. Yep. I dig into my little treasure chest and just pull out the answer to their hot buttons.
Sure.
Another big event I did in September where I actually signed up the most people was a group of a community in a group talking about paying student loans and college tuitions for their kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I signed up 45 people in one night that weekend. And again, I don't know anything about paying student loans other than my own kids. But I got an expert.
Right. Okay. So that's perfect. So I mean, this is really a golden nugget. So now
I don't know why it's auto blocking Liam's comments on all, but it only lets him on one video. But I'm trying to fix it. Sorry, if I can't fix it in a second, I'll be back with you guys. I'll fix it tonight.
Some of the insights into what you're doing offline, and anybody could do this locally. And the interesting thing about what you're talking about is that I could start doing this today in my local market, and it's not going to affect you one bit, right?
Nope, not at all.
I mean, your people are not gonna, they're not gonna have a clue who I am, and the people I'm talking to, they're never gonna have heard of you. And that's how big the ocean is. It's like, you're just, dipping your little cup into your seashore there, and I'm way down the coast, and it's nobody the heck knows that there's even a ripple in the water up where you are, but you're pulling in more fish.
All right, I'm gonna fuck with it later. Sorry, I'm back.
And so what's interesting to me, and I think what a lot of people would like to know, is that so you've done this in the offline world, and how do you intend to, and how do you translate this to the online world? Really, it's the same procedure. It's just now, you're going to do the same things. It's just you've got to get in front of those groups in a different way. So how do you do that?
Absolutely. Well, again, I open my little treasure chest. I go into these groups and these forums. I've started practicing already. That's how I popped up on the leaderboard recently. Is I just go into these groups and forums.
What happened?
And I start talking and building relationship with these people over the internet. And when they present their hot button to me, all I do is frame my response to them around what they told me they needed.
Right. And so I guess to what I would be curious about, because I know you're probably talking about maybe a series of 6 or 8 questions.
I already banned him. As soon as I scrolled up, I banned him.
And so if I were in one of those forums and I just said, you know what?
I'm sorry. I was just looking at. I was at Liam's channel. I just now came back and saw where Tony was asking why he wasn't banned.
Michael, yeah.
I mean, okay. I think he's probably working with a sleazy company. Like I said, a red flag is someone, to me, and maybe not to everybody, but if your company is like, oh no, we don't really talk about it online. We only do it in person. Why in person? High pressure. Why do they always want you to meet immediately? To put a time restraint on it. It's got to happen quick. We got to do this quick, man. I might be out of it tomorrow, kind of deal. Moving into different things to put more pressure on you out in public. Most people are not good with face-to-face meetings. It's the same pitch. You've said the pitch 10,000 times. They've never heard it. You know what I mean? You've heard every question. You've done everything. But I would rather have MLM Mike than I would have Mike. Evil, satanic, pedo, lizards, underground. To be honest with you, he's probably less of a danger here.
I'm looking for a way to make some extra money because I don't know how I'm going to retire. What would your response be?
Well, my first response would be to ask you a question and simply,
it's no big deal.
What dollar figure do you have in mind?
Right, and so the one of the key points there is the first thing that you do is not offer a suggestion, but you ask a question.
Right.
And that's going to be what you do no matter what I say. You're going to ask a question, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's a huge tip for everybody here, is that, I mean, the secret to all of this.
I told my daughter Amway was a scam. $10,000 later, she finally. So I've never really told anybody, but that's what I did. So I ended up paying the minimum fee to do an Amway thing just to run it, because there was like 4 or 5 business leaders that were part of Amway, and they needed advertising for their company. I heard that their advertising agency had went out of business. A guy had ran off with his secretary and shut the company down and went to Mexico. So I got on the, I got in. I mean, we didn't really do it. I showed it to my parents because they asked about like the laundry detergent and stuff. They said they used to buy it in the 70s. We didn't really do much with it. And once I secured the one contract, I backed out. I don't know. It didn't seem like it was good for me. The people that I spoke to were literally buying tons of their own product to the point to where the people who got me in, a guy I used to work with, I called him up to see if he, because you have to have somebody bring you in. He was literally buying his own shit to the point where his garage was stacked full of it so he could hit his numbers. So the 300 people below him, if they hit their numbers, all their money come uphill. Because if he didn't hit his numbers for 1 month, so he's got to sell so much product and get so many points, and he had like 330 people below him, so he was making money with it. If he didn't hit his numbers for 3 months, he didn't get any of the uphill money from the people he signed up. He didn't get any of the uphill money for 3 months if he missed 1 month, and 6 months if he missed 2 months, and on a rolling day-to-day one, not a calendar year, but a linear year. It was penalized like that, which is crazy, but it was a big difference to him. So if it meant buying $200 worth of product that he didn't sell and stacking in his garage to get, $9,000 this month, obviously that's a good investment for him. It's a shitty business model, but it's a good investment. I would give you $2,000 if you handed me $9,000 back, of course. But there's a lot of people who get stuck in it more upside down, for sure. They get stuck in it upside down, and they still feel like they have to buy the product. They have to stack it in their garage. There's literally a bunch of documentaries, and they call these people garage qualified. So what that means is they've never made the sales or have the people or the team or blah, blah, blah to be double eagle platinum. But instead, the way they qualify is they buy it and stack it in the garage.
Kind of the secret to life, in a way, is ask questions, right?
Also, you can, they always have, it attracts a certain type of person, like a fast talking, flashy kind of, even though the guy that was at the head of this one, it was very interesting listening to the guy that was like the head of this local one. I don't even know what they call him, a hive, let's call it that. But the local hive, it was very interesting listening to this guy talk. He started a mom and pop pizza shop up in New Jersey. And he rolled that into he started working at one. When it went out of business, he bought it at 17. His dad helped him buy it. He made that into 4 pizza shops. And then there was a lot of confusion. He kind of glazed over a piece of his story. Then suddenly he was in consulting for construction. And this was in the Northeast, up around New York City. And I thought, that's weird. How did he go from pizza mogul to construction consultant in the Northeast in a big town? And why did he kind of you think that would be super interesting, a big career change when you're young and you thought you had it all and you own multiple businesses? Well, when I went home, I Googled it. It turns out that a couple of his pizza places, he apparently got loans for through the mob, and they were using them as a front to run some of their operations out of 2 of his stores. And when one of his stores got busted, they shut down all the stores, and then they put him into a consulting business where it looked like he was just shaking people down. Like you had to have him come consult your project, or the steel workers wouldn't show up, and the concrete and the rebar guys, because they were all the unions were tied to the mob, and that's how he made all his money. But he was a smooth talker, even though he was like Mike, right? Super Jesus based. Amway is usually a pretty religious sex in it. He was still like a flashy, look what I got, my beautiful house. He would do a Doug. So he would brag about all the stuff he did. Then he'd say, well, thank God he gave it to me. Thank God he gave it to me. No, you're not. Depending on where you live, we the Pepe, depending on where you live, I hadn't heard about it, but only once or twice here in the South. There's some places where it's gigantic, and it was really popular in the 70s and 80s, and it has spurts. They keep trying to rebrand themselves. Like they're always Amway, but they keep trying to rebrand themselves as like something another life movement case, and they started selling oils, essential oils and shit. But yeah, it's all Amway.
I said, well, I'm coming close to collecting Social Security. I only need to make a couple $1,000s a month. What do you recommend?
What do I recommend? Absolutely. What you're telling me, what I hear you saying, Doug, is that you're looking for a couple extra $1,000 a month.
I went to a group interview one time to sell vacation resorts when I lived in Orlando. Oh, he kicked out for calling it a scam. Yeah. They corrected me once, then threw me out. Were you guys around during the election where Joe Biden's team fucked up and they put me on his phone bank for Asheville to call people? And I was just calling and they saying shit like MAGA 2020 or like, have you guys thought about voting for Donald Trump? And these were like people that were registered Democrats that hadn't been to the polls yet. Did not go over well.
I know a group of people
that I didn't realize they were listening into me. I thought my training was over, but apparently they listen into you for like the first 10 calls. So I got about 4 out before they shut me off.
That are doing that.
Yeah. So I say, well, yeah. I mean, who's going to say no to that, right?
Yeah, you can't say no.
Yeah, you can't say no. And I say, well, yeah, of course. So yeah. So how do I find out about that?
Well, Doug.
We're gonna skip ahead because it's kind of boring, but I don't understand the tie to the chef other than he said that his shit was health affiliated. Here's Tammy. Mike, you're possessive. You're very famous. Not you are. We no apostrophes up in this bitch. This is Tammy Michelle. 2 first names. I don't have time for punctuation in the middle of my words. Mike, you're very famous since telling about Nasara Gassara the other night. Everyone is talking about you. I love it. So glad you on your own. Actually, I'm the one who made Mike that extra famous, and they struck my video down and left his up. He's famous since he got rid of that frog, Doug. Mike, I didn't know you were in the restaurant business. I thought you owned a tire store for some reason. I don't think he's Cuban enough. So did I. I think I seen that Orange Ladders or something one day. That makes sense. All tire stores have to have an orange ladder. That is how you access the tallest of tires. They actually stack them up to the roof, and you have to start at the top, of course. You don't want it to land on you when you start getting tires off the stack. I love Mike. Wonderful, God-fearing Kristen. That is the word, Kristen. Watch him every night. A true American patriot. This was 5 years ago. That's good. Shows how he got started. Nope. Shows how he's been trying to steal your money since then. Great to hear and see Mike. Can't wait to see you on the show tonight. Thank you for going to YouTube and staying with all of us on all the election stuff. Thank you, Mike. God bless you. Well, we all love Mike. He's a true patriot and true man of God. Love watching blah, blah, blah. Love Mike. True Christian. Mike's looking good. Oh, the YouTube algorithm found it for a lot of these people. I can't believe Patsy found it. That is a weird find. A 5-year-old video. All the comments are for 2 weeks ago. There wasn't a single comment before 2 weeks ago, and the video's 5 years old. Anyways, we probably got something left. Somebody said that this one got pretty good. Let's see. I gotta do it here. Let's see what this one is. I'm hoping it's just gonna be Doug News, and I won't have to say a word the whole video. Because he's no longer doing intel and conspiracies. He's doing Doug News. Amway is almost it's as close as they can possibly be. The government opens several investigations into them every year, but they really, really, really toe the line of what can be prosecuted and what can't. So if you don't know, typically the difference between a pyramid scheme and an MLM is that a pyramid scheme has no real product. An MLM has a real product that some people may find value in. But they both, the only way you're going to make serious money is by signing people up. It's not the products that matter. You might have to sell a minimum. You might have somebody who loves the toothpaste from Amway or the mouthwash or whatever. You might have all that stuff. But the money is to be made in signing people up. That's the only way you're going to get at the top, get people below you, keep signing up, an endless loop of people is what you need, and that can't go forever. But a pyramid scheme won't even try to have, they'll either have, the item will be of little to no value, and no one even wants it, or there won't be an item, kind of like Brad's. Brad's item is save cash back online. It's not an item.
We all hope to age gracefully.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Full of energy, vitality, and good health. But so often,
It's been a while since I had a patch, boys. Give me a patch, pick-me-up patch.
sleep. It all just seems to go downhill.
It's who they tell them in Target. Don't you have family and friends? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so one thing they did when I was trying to get in is they had me download an app on my phone. And when I downloaded the app, they're like, okay, I'm going to download it too. And it was something about contact, and it was like an officially branded app. And an Amway, blah, blah, blah. They had me download like 3. Some of them for, oh, there it is. Judy Silver bought you a 6-pack. Why is that not making any sound? I'm sorry about that. That should be making sound, but thank you very much, Judy Silver, for the 6-pack. I appreciate that. I wish this was fixed. And I apologize. Oh, it's all out of balance. That's first of all. And I probably need to boost it, don't I? I'm sorry. That could 1,000% be my fault. Anyways, thank you, Judy Silver. I appreciate it for the 6-packs. But they were downloading an app on my phone. One of them was like to listen to podcasts, which there were some of them that were free every day, and some of them they wanted you to buy. Another app was like a Kindle app that they wanted you to read these books of people who succeeded with Amway. Another one was this one that was called something Connect something, and he's like, oh, that's the one we use to communicate. When I downloaded it, he downloaded it. It said to allow the person who sponsored you into the app to allow them to scan a QR code. When I did, it started downloading my fucking contacts. And I panicked and closed it. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And he's like, oh, what, dude? And I was like, it's downloading my contacts out of my phone. And he's like, oh, yeah, we go ahead and reach out. We go ahead and reach out to a bunch of people for you. We like to get 100 people right off the bat. We'll let you pick who they are. But we want the whole list. That way when you say, okay, I want Valerie H., we can scroll down and say, okay, Valerie H., we're going to call her. No, they just want your numbers. They'll call everybody in your phone book from then on out for the rest of their fucking lives trying to get these people to sign up. When it's a slow day, go to the numbers. They literally say that. Go to the phone books. Go to the numbers. The fuck out of here. Some people in my phone literally trust me with their number, and they're like anonymous people and like not intel sources, but like people who are on the internet anonymously or that have information or that don't give this number out as a public number or whatever. That's fucked up. The vacuum machine that does like everything, the door-to-door vacuum machine. I can't remember. That's their scientist/founder. The Kirby, is that what you're talking about? I thought I was going to have to drive all the way home from Alabama one time and beat the fuck out of a Kirby vacuum salesman. Rainbow, it's same thing. A Rainbow is like the better version of it. Mariah called me and she's like, oh my God, this guy stopped by and he's vacuuming our rugs for free. And I was like, nope, he's trying to sell you something. And Mariah's not good with, oh, there it goes. Hey, Beer Man, maybe you hear me now. Love you and your beautiful family. Thank you very much, Judy. Yes, I got it fixed and I do appreciate it. I heard it instantly. Thank you very, very, very much. You didn't have to donate again. I could have tested it. Thank you though. I was like, no, immediately no. This is the same reason why we still get Jehovah's Witnesses showing up and why I still punish you by going and when they say, is Mariah here? I say, absolutely, and go wake you up and shove you out on the porch with them. You're learning a lesson that you're really bad at saying no. So immediately I told her, no, stop it. We want our rugs back. Just go get them. I was on the road working. And she's like, oh, he said it was free, blah, 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 blah. So she ends up calling me 4 different times over the next probably 3 hours. He just wants her to purchase it and then tell it to me as a surprise. It starts out at $800. The third time she calls me, it's $2,400 package. And then the fourth time she calls me, she doesn't get the package out. And he can hear me shouting, and she didn't even need to put it on speakerphone. And he was packing his shit. I was like, you're fucking taking advantage. I've told you to get the fuck out of my house. I told him, I was like, I know some of my friends are fucking cops. I'm going to tell them you showed up to fucking assault my wife. You're fixing to go to, like, I was flipping out. I was like 4 or 5 hours away in like northern Alabama. But Mariah can't say no. She just kept going. She had a fucking paint spray and fence stain attachment quoted to her. First of all, she doesn't know how to use that. We don't even own a fence. Like, I don't even know what the fuck she was doing with it. How did you lose sound?
Watching us from? Where y'all watching us from tonight? Pennsylvania in the house. Y'all ain't from nowhere? Where you from?
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
what the fuck is this thing doing?
Well, if it's annoying, I'm sorry that we have to announce our sponsors. They kind of help pay for the show, guys. You got them.
Look at here. They come in the mail today.
Like X39 works for Bonafide because I just had him overnight him 2 sleeves of it, and he likes the Dickens.
Yeah, it's back now. To take a second for it to load, but I don't know why it keeps changing its settings.
It helps me with well, I could tell.
Need an upgrade, I think.
I don't really have a whole lot of arthritis no more. Except when the weather changes, you know. But I could definitely tell a difference. And I crash about 2 o'clock every day. And when I was taking the patches, I didn't crash them days. And as soon as I run out of them, or somebody,
you should have audio now. But it changed itself to just my audio and took you guys off for some reason. And it's supposed to be just your audio. I listen a completely different way.
Somebody stole them. As soon as I didn't have more, then I missed them. So I got 2 patches. I got 2 bags of them now.
Have a good night, Valley. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot. I don't hardly ever say anything about that. But yeah, there is a link for the an affiliate link down there
for you. So we got North Carolina in the house.
For Amazon
in the house. Call a couple of them out.
North Texas in the house. Newark, Delaware. Minnesota here. Keep on.
North Carolina in the house.
Yep.
Michigan. Massachusetts in the house.
Pert near Fingerville's here.
Massachusetts, I just said that. Ohio in the house. Welcome to the show. Oregon in the house. Guys, we got a real exciting show tonight. We're going to tell you all about these stones down there in Georgia.
Georgia Stones.
Orlando, Florida. Welcome to the show. You're live with Doug and Bonafide.
Georgia Stones.
Orlando, Florida.
Warwick, Rhode Island in the house. Ohio again in the house.
I can't do a bona fide around in the house.
Have to cover a lot of subjects, and she's got about 18 books, and we'll make sure that we get on here where you can find her and buy her books and stuff. But she's got a lot of information. And without any further ado, Miss Sheila Holm.
Welcome to the show, Sheila.
It's good to be on with you. And now I got to get LifeWave if I'm going to act as young as you two. You two got it going on, and I'm feeling all the aches and pains.
Is she making fun of them, or does she really want LifeWave?
So I'm going to have to get that stuff.
It works. Everybody loves it.
If you got any aching and pains and stuff like that.
Of course.
So tell us a little about
this
your
past year, I wrote 4 books, and so it was up at.
It's very weird that we always saw Doug say, my channel, I'm doing this, I got these fans, you people are following me, this is my channel, I'm going to do this, I'm going to Florida, I'm going this. Always really dominant over Mike until someone called him out and he was like, guys, you don't understand, this is both of our channels. It's both our channels. We're both 50-50 partners, and both of us makes the decision. We're both the same, and we can't both go at the same time. We're sending Mike to the next one because we can't both go. But he was always real big about it being for him until Mike leaves. And then Bonafide comes on, and he starts making little dick jokes and big fat belly jokes and can't get laid jokes and can't even talk to a woman jokes. And then Doug's like, yeah. And then he tells him what he can and can talk about. Let's call you out for that bullshit intel you've been spreading. Don't be saying that. No, don't put that on there. You can't now. Let's not lie. He literally calls him down. It's very strange how Doug went from, I wouldn't say like an alpha by any means, but at least it was his channel to now it's someone else's channel. See you, Valerie.
8 a.m. and get into the office and get back and rest from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. and start all over again. And adrenaline went down to 0. And but it's worth it because this truth had to get out. The timing of what we're living in is the first time ever in history what we're experiencing. We are a generation that Father knew he could send for this truth to be revealed now. It's powerful.
And that's the first thing on the his father is God. She calls God Father, which we all should really.
And she
people used to tease me. They said, you don't talk about Jesus enough. And I said, well, we're a joint heir with Jesus. And what Father has shown me is he's a supplier and provider. We don't have to go through a channel or a medium, it says in scripture, to do anything. We don't have to go through Mary. We don't have to go through a pope. We don't have to go through anybody. But Christ is there as our Redeemer, our Savior. And he did say, if you ask anything in my name, but that means what? You're aligned with the Father. And so people that haven't had a relationship with the Father, it's time. It's time to get tight with the Father.
That's what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, tell us about a little bit about yourself.
Tell us about all that background interference you got going on back there. Literally sounds like we're in between 2 submarines fucking on the ocean floor. You tell us about that at all?
Before you explain,
I'd appreciate it.
I've been resisting being in Georgia, and now it's going into finishing out the 7th year of all the study for this. And the 5 books that include the facts about, for the sake of America, it's about what was seeded in Georgia to destroy our nation. It was
God.
It's been about Georgia ever since 1732, when it was named after King George as a colony. And the plans that they said, and what we learned in history is not the truth. So when people say, where are you getting this truth and what are your resources? I say, get with God. Because God took me on this journey in Georgia like no one has experienced. In fact, people who are 5, 6, 7 generation Georgian are first laughing at me. They say, well, where do you get that information? And how could that possibly be true? And I know one of you were from South Carolina, and I told people on the 5th book that Father revealed that South Carolina seceded from the Union. They go, oh, no, I've lived in South Carolina my whole life, and that never happened. Well, it did. And that's why the people fighting in the Civil War knew this was going to happen to our nation. They tried to stop it back then. And then as soon as the Civil War was over, everything in our nation changed. So that's
kind of, I didn't read the first part of your story, Karen, but that was kind of, Mariah kind of raised her. Well, one sister's really close to her in age, so it was more like a mutual thing, but She got one sister that's a lot younger that she basically raised. And then when we first got together, it was basically like I had a teenager. She even come and lived with us for a couple years. It was it's a weird situation. I had 3 jobs, a newborn kid, and a teenager. So strange.
That's what the facts are about within the books. But tonight we wanted to pick one topic, and that topic is in almost every one of my books. But when I got to book 3 in the series, Mark Taylor had called. He's a prophet. He wrote a book called Trump's Prophecies, I believe. And we met right when that book came out, and my first For the Sake of America came out on the same TV studio in Augusta.
I feel like her flag's a little short.
Georgia. And he called me. He said God woke him up at midnight.
Maybe it's a grower and not a shower.
And asked
little cool in there
that he was supposed to give to me. And I said, okay, what are the questions? I was right between Kansas City and St. Louis.
His official Jaco red less panties.
5 minutes before he called. And he said, God wants you to research the deed of the stones. And I said, well,
God wants you to research the deed of the stones. I think maybe the stones were put there for exactly what they're doing. We did a little show when we used to do a day that we did conspiracies on. We did a little show on it, and I think I covered the God stones and what the rumors were and attached to them and this and that. But I think they're doing exactly what they were made to do. So they were made to be put up to start a bunch of fucking rumors, have people show up, look at them, and talk about them.
Well, would that be a property deed, or would that
All press is good press.
be the dirty deed underground? And he said, what? And I said, well, what's the second question? And he said, that's the second question. Father wants you to research what is underground. And I said, well, that's a time capsule. The time capsule of when they want to completely go through with their plan on culling, which means self-selective slaughter. And we're not the ones that select, they are. And that's what culling means. And the date has been removed. They had a cornerstone up at the top that said 2014. For those of you who used to go to the Guidestones before, it said 2014. Well, that didn't get accomplished. The patent on what we've been dealing with in 2020 that had a 2019 date upon it, which we don't have to mention, everybody's aware of what was happening, that patent was done in 2015. So the plan was to be done by 2020.
Makes perfect sense.
And that's when all the plans in California were supposed to be done. And now they're saying 2030. But they're not letting us
I think so, Valerie. I think it doesn't matter as long as you haven't checked out yet.
know the date. But this is their plan.
Ooh, 2020 plan. Good thing it's 2021, lady.
Them stones.
Now tell me about them stones. What is there's a game that you play on a clay field. It's kind of like horseshoes, but you use a small ball, and then I think you use 2 colored balls for you and 2 colored balls, different colored balls for the person, your opponent. And you throw the small ball, and then you try to down to the other end of the court, and then you try to throw the bigger ball, and the closest one to it's like horseshoes, closest one to it. Is it bocce ball? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess we got it. Never mind.
So what more can you tell us about them stones?
Oh my goodness, there's layers to this. I don't know if you want to show some of the pictures. I provided
I
some
got them right
pictures.
here. I can share my screen.
Okay. Well, there's one that shows where all the holes are drilled.
That's a fun game if you've never played it. I don't do a whole lot of like craft beer and distilleries or whatever, but they opened up one in Jonesboro on an old train depot, and me and a couple buddies have been there maybe 2 or 3 times, and they got a bocce ball court out back. It's actually really fun.
And that one, there's a hilarious thing that they put out on the internet. Now, we've got to remember, they've been lying to us and lying to us. And there's a lot of videos on the internet that say if everything fails in our nation, all we have to do is go to the Georgia Guidestones and the drilling will show us where the North Star is, so we'll know where the North is. Like everything would fail. A compass is not electronically going to fail. So it is not about the North Star.
I've never seen I did a lot of research, and I've never seen a video on YouTube claim that if everything in the entire world goes out, go to Georgia, look at the Guidestone, find the North Star. I would just look up until I found the North Star, right? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Those holes are drilled for satanic worship, for Baal.
No, they literally line up with all that shit.
Past few days, we call it satanic.
They do actually line up with a bunch of different stars and different fucking collections of stars, different galaxies and shit. They are precision drilled to line up with different places. I know that. If she's gonna say it's for satanic purposes, I can't prove or disprove that, but I do know they line up with shit in the sky if you look through them.
Satanic worship. We call it a satanic cult. They don't worship Satan. They worship Lucifer. So they're laughing at us when we call it satanic. But these have been called the satanic 10 commandments. And that's what I think you were mentioning before, Tim, is that the satanic 10 commandments are what are spelled out, etched in stone, this granite. And everything they told us about these stones, everything that you see out there that's published has been a lie on purpose. Now, when you start putting the pieces together, you find out how they layered the lie to try and keep us from knowing the truth. There was a newspaper article, said the three men, the granite man, the banker, and the farmer who owns the cattle field the cattle pasture that this is on, all three of those men were top masons in the Elberton Philomathia 25 Lodge in Elberton, Georgia, in Elbert County. These stones were put on the highest hill. The granite owner said that he kept increasing the price so they would never want to do it. That's not true. There was a joke that he said that they thought that what they were doing was being punked by Shriners. Now, how would you think that Shriners were punking you unless you were involved? So these are men who knew exactly what they were doing. They knew why they were placing it on the highest hill in Elbert County. They did this on 3/22 of 1980. Now, that's the date that they use and the measurements that they use. And 3/22, if you look at generation...
3-2, 2-3, 3-2, 2, 3-2, 3-3-2, delta, double down, flip it, and reverse it. No diggity. Skull and bones, skull and bones.
Genesis 3:22.
The easiest way to find the North Star is to find the leading edge of the Big Dipper. So find the Big Dipper. And the leading edge of the Big Dipper, like if you were holding the handle of the Big Dipper and you poured water out by the handle, where would it come out? The leading edge, the front of the leading edge of the Big Dipper points right towards the North Star, which is actually in the handle of the Little Dipper. But if you find the Big Dipper, it points right to it.
That's the lie that Skull and Bones is using. All these private societies, secret societies are using is 322. The reason why they're
3-2, 2-3, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 2-3. Skull and Bones, hold the scones.
using it, Luciferian people, and many have taken the oath and not realizing they took oaths to other
This is a pretty crazy one. For Oliver and Liam to help me celebrate my birthday tomorrow. Oh, happy birthday, Judy. I appreciate it. I'll tell them that we're getting ice cream or something. Are you on, Judy, are you on Facebook or YouTube?
And other gods. There's only one living, and that's ours. And God, Lord, and Master are the other kingdom. So when we are looking at what they're doing, these guys decided to go ahead and put this whole thing together and put the languages on it, which would be the only languages in the last days of when they were going to let us stay on the planet before they depopulate us. Because it's not just about depopulation. The very first term is maintain population at a level, which means all of these atrocities that they've done to us is to reduce the population before they can maintain it. And that's why they had zero population growth in America. That's why they would only let one child in China, and they wouldn't let them keep girls. Well, after you do that, what do? You destroy an entire population of a country. Because if you don't keep having...
Actually, China's population is still growing astronomically.
2.1 or 2.5 children average in families.
It's on private property.
You end up without the families.
You might get a wacko that tries to get like a killdozer or something in there. It's on private property. It was purchased legally. It was put there legally. No one can really do anything about it. I think a lot of times I just think it was just there to stir up drama and to get people talking, and it's working perfectly.
Continuing in the future. So they keep...
You guys remember those weird obelisks or whatever they were that appeared a few months back all over TikTok, and then it spread to YouTube. Then there was fake ones, and there was real ones. Then an artist claimed it. Then they disappeared. Then they went back. And
through to the atrocities and the lies that they tell us, they get us to cooperate with us, so they have fewer...
Oh, no. So C4 has a very specific residue signature that they're going to be able to trace it back to the batch number, who made it, where it came from, who got it for you, who handed it to you, when it was in your car, when it was in your house, up to like 3 years ago. What you need is HME.
People, because the self-selection of slaughter is that they don't need the old people. What did they just do in the last 12 months, 18 months?
They got rid of all the old people with the
yes,
with COVID.
Yes. And then what did they do? What have they done with the next generations of the children? We've had the most high, significant numbers of abortions everywhere in the world, but America has topped any other nation. And this is the same thing. Reduce the population. Don't let God send people. One of the main things that they curse on us.
It was always burning.
Because God sent us. So what happened?
The world was turning.
I was giving some of you time to look it up because I know sometimes you guys like to look up and confirm. In Genesis 3:2.
Hey, she's gonna have people look stuff up. Travis, do you need to get out your whiteboard and your marker?
2, Father said, now that they know good from evil, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not looking at the scriptures, but now that they know.
Can you see the picture?
Well, there's a real interesting one. There's a comment one where there's two guys like a caricature that are standing by. There you go. I did a live interview on site on 3/22 of 2019, which was the 39th anniversary. And what happened is we were getting ready to leave, and a woman who was with me back in 2016, in June of 2016, sent me this text message, having no idea it was the anniversary, having no idea I was at the Stones doing a live interview, and it was at the same moment the Mueller report was released. So all of this was happening on 3/22. They do significant things in our government, in our banking system, everything on their specific dates.
And you see how that led to the re-election of Donald Trump, right?
The theory about them killing off most of humanity is just stupid. 6.5 billion? I mean, you act like it's written in stone or something.
It is.
Yeah. Hey, can you?
I think that was her overly simplified fucking sarcasm that should have stood on its own. You would think it was written in stone or something. Wink, wink. Oh, it is, lady. I don't know if you know about these stones that you literally wrote the book on, but these stones here, they're made of stones. They're stones. The type of stones that you would literally write stuff in stone. You understand? Damn, Doug's so fucking. I'm trying so hard not to get strike worthy.
Everything on their specific.
I want to strike.
But this was really interesting, Frank. The theory about them killing off most of humanity is just stupid. 6.5 billion? I mean, you act like it's.
That didn't take long.
It is.
Yeah.
You act like it's written in stone or something. I want to see her face. Hold on. Let me see her face right quick.
Hey, can you Yeah.
I mean, you act like it's written in stone or something.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, she feels sorry for him. That's okay.
What the
That was Travis's whiteboard, by the way.
I don't want to call them commandments or what their commandments are. Can you go over all 10 of them? Do you have that in front of you?
I can pull that up for you. Now, what you're seeing right now, you're seeing the languages. You were just showing the two, Doug, on the languages. Yep. There are 8 languages, one on each side of the pillars. Like English is opposite Spanish. There's Chinese, there's Russian, there's all these different languages. And what was interesting is those 8 languages and then the 4 ancient languages at the top. When I was completely done with the book, and this is how funny God is, I was completely done. And he said, you haven't told the people about the brick. And I said, God, I don't even know how to put a brick together myself. How can I tell anybody about a brick or how to build a brick? And he said, that's not the brick. I want you to look up, and he showed me a capital BRIC. So I was researching BRIC, and it became the world reserve currency. Remember, we're not the world reserve currency since we've been off the gold standard. And the world reserve currency was set up in 2008, and in 2010, South Africa fought to be part of it, supposedly. That's what we were told.
Supposedly.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, BRICS, in 2010, it took them to put the entire financial system together that matches these languages exactly. If they didn't have any one of those countries in, they wouldn't be able to match all these languages. So if we think that they're not strategically making a plan, we're very, very wrong. But they're being very clear about their plans, and we don't realize we were supposed to become as wise as serpents. and remain as gentle as doves. And we've done real good being gentle as doves. Some of the best Luciferian people, and I'm going to go ahead and start transitioning to that, because they don't even consider themselves Satanists because they worship Lucifer. And when they wore the bracelets, Albert Pike was behind all of this New World Order stuff that includes this. When they wear the bracelet and he heard and got the visions out of the bracelet, they always say they get their word from Lucifer. And these plans were all given to them in satanic vision, in Luciferian vision, in Luciferian plans. And
That makes sense.
Following it out from ancient times.
I wish I could have a Luciferian vision, just to see what all the hype's about. You know what I'm saying?
What the history that you've got on who actually funded it and where did the money come from?
Well, the crazy part is it came from, of course, the guys involved in the other kingdom, the guys who worship the other gods. Now, what people don't understand is that anything that is contrary to the Father's kingdom is the other kingdom. There's only two kingdoms. So we can call it secret societies. We can call it the Luciferians. We can call it the demonic people. We can call it all these different things. It really doesn't matter because absolutely everything is the other kingdom. And that's as simple as it is. We're either operating with the Father or we're not. We're either aligned with his plan for our future or we're not. And he makes it real simple. So what they have done is put this whole thing together in the secret societies, oaths, get all sorts of people. And if you want to be a pastor in town, you got to take the oath. If you want to be a business owner in this town, you got to take the oath. You're going to be an attorney, a judge, whatever you're going to be in this town.
So I've dealt with a lot of small town corruption and bullshit and blah blah blah, all this shit. I just think, I do have an email if you like. Busy knowing. I was just gonna, if I can remember, which is a big if I can remember, I'll get the boys to wish you a happy birthday. We'll go get an ice cream or something. I'll have them wish you a happy birthday. I can show it on the show. It's no big deal because I'll probably forget anyways. My memory's fucked with like PTSD, but I'll try. Thank you. I've done my fair share of small town corruption and bullshit, and I know this probably goes on at some type of level, like swearing allegiance to people and blackmail and blah blah blah. It's just, again, it's the same thing with, are there kids being trafficked and women being trafficked? Absolutely. Is it disgusting and horrible and should stop immediately? Yes. Is it at a level that they need to keep you angry enough to keep supporting them? No.
You got to take an oath. That's what they all had to do. So when they took the oath, even though people are really worried now about pastors being involved taking these oaths, guess who's on their boards? Guess who's on the trustees? Guess who's in the council? Guess who's in your bank? Guess who's in the courtroom? Guess who these people are? And what did they do? The oaths are to different entities and different gods. So what are our commandments? Have no other gods before me. Have no other idols. And that's exactly, if you look at our world today, people are just starting to realize those people you were idolizing, they're in the other kingdom. Those people that you thought were so amazing, they're actually doing satanic ritual abuse on a regular basis. And all of this is...
Yeah, Mariah, if you could remind me, she sent a donation for the boys to celebrate birthday with her, and it's tomorrow. Well, I guess it's probably today because it's 1 o'clock right now.
And they were so brazen. They're so brazen now that they fly their private jets into Sea Island, Georgia. They have their private meetings. And when they do, they don't even take their names off their private jets.
That's right. Leave your name on your jet.
What they're doing.
Absolutely. The ones who are in charge. Absolutely. There are layers of puppets. There are layers of puppets.
Do people not know what they're doing, if you understand what I'm saying?
The what?
The local Masons don't really know what they're doing.
No. You have to keep increasing your level.
So it's not the local Masons. It's the big bad satanic Masons from just out of town.
Of promotion within these societies. So the Masonic level is just the structural organizational level in the community. Then you have to be invited to go to the 33rd level. So you can't just be in the 33rd level. But the people behind all of this are all 33rd level Masons. And since one of you are South Carolina, it was the top 33rd level Masons that got together in South Carolina. So you guys aren't safe of all of this influence because they put together the Order of the Paladin, which is a Wiccan order of knighthood. And many of these societies that they promote into, they love being knighted because they love the prestige of it, the pure acceptance. That's what's going on. And it's affecting universities. It's amazing. It's just affecting everything in all different directions.
This lady, it's just too much. It can't be all of that. Like, you might have got me on one of these things, or maybe even two of these things. But when it's 10,000 of these things, and I know it's too much to believe, but just keep believing. Come on.
If you don't want to do what we want you to do, we'll kill you. Once you're in the 33rd level and above, we'll kill you. We'll burn down your business. If you don't want to cooperate with us, it's all going away. We'll kill your family. That's the threat of them. And you look back at even some of the presidents, many of our presidents, Supreme Court justices, et cetera, have been in all of this. And what is their deathbed confession? Look back at Woodrow Wilson, who changed everything in 1913 within days. But Congress had to agree to it. He said, for the sake of saving my own family, I sacrificed my entire nation. He knew that he had put us down the river.
So you would call the deal with the local Mason and the is that noise coming from me?
Yeah.
I don't have no idea why it is.
It's your big fucking head echoing.
Yeah. So basically the Masons is a vetting process.
Correct. They're the workers. Their design is they were laborers. In England and Scotland is where it all started, because they had to do the underground church. And they were all the workers, the laborers, the builders, all the people that couldn't fight the monarchy. That's why in America we have separation of church and state, because ever since the Holy Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Church, it's been one big mess of them controlling everything we can say, we can do, how we worship. We've never been able to be free to worship in any empire. That's another word for the word Reich. And we're now getting the fourth one. We've never had the freedom of worship. That's why when you hear America was an experiment, this was the very first time that we had the opportunity, with all the paganism banned, we had freedom of worship to worship the feasts of the Lord, which Father established and Christ honored. We weren't doing Christmas and Easter and all this crazy stuff that's paganism. We weren't honoring any of that. It was banned for the first 250 years of the 500-year plan of the Pilgrims.
Yep.
And as soon as the Civil War, that Civil War pivot point, that's what's so powerful about Georgia, South Carolina.
She's going a long way with it.
Had seceded, and that's what's so
I didn't think she'd be able to tie out to this many things.
Powerful about it. They knew, and they tried to
Somebody's going to have to get her a set of gills, because I know she ain't breathing through her mouth.
Fight this. They tried to stop this. They tried to make sure it would never ever happen in this nation, because otherwise
he's trying to cast some telekinesis on her. Is there any way that I can make that top button of your blouse pop off?
would be just like everything was in Europe. So everything they sacrificed everything for to be here, to have it be Father's plan, was all changing after the Civil War.
So let me ask you this. Most people that join the Freemasons have no idea that it's actually a pyramid, that it is practicing Satanism until they get to the 33-degree Mason part. They really don't learn about that, do they?
Well, no, and they take oaths to Frederick of Prussia. Who was he? The ruler of the First Reich, the First Empire, the Holy Roman Empire from Rome to Berlin, Germany. He was German. The second one was Kaiser Wilhelm, Berlin, Germany. Then where did it come? Charleston, South Carolina, with Albert Pike in 1871 when we became a corporation. All of this stuff ties in. And the guys you'd mentioned, I don't think we answered. You wondered, where did the money come from and how did these stones, how did they get paid for? God is so funny because they kept saying it was a mystery, and they had no idea the money came from different banks and it flowed to different people. And there have been videos where people have tried to say where it came from, and these guys revealed just enough to send us down a different journey, down a different path. So I said, God, I don't want to do anything about this unless I know the truth about where it came from. And Father took me. So the stones are over in Elbert County that are kind of at the base of the Northeast Mountains in Georgia. Then you've got Atlanta in the middle, and then you got Columbus way over in the west of Georgia. Well, over between Atlanta and Columbus, Georgia, two of the guys from the Philomathia, or three guys from the Philomathia Lodge in Elbert County, before they died, they knew they were ill and they were going to soon die. They wanted to clear their conscience about all of this. So they sent the truth in letter form, in multiple different letters from them separately, to a farm supply, a hardware and farm supply store over between Atlanta and Columbus, Georgia. I said, God, this is too funny. Growing up as a farmer's daughter in Nebraska, and it ends up at a hardware store and farm supply.
Fade and seed.
These guys over here because they weren't involved in any of this. and they were able to name the guys in the lodge that were completely excommunicated, like they do in the Catholic Church, which is the Holy Roman
So
Church.
they just randomly named some Mason guys, and that's them.
If they wouldn't cooperate, and anybody that wanted to reveal the truth was removed from the lodge, and some of them were eliminated from the planet.
You know what interview I'd like to set up? SheilaHomeHisBest.org and Crazy Karen Cuntitch, the one that worked for Trump for 6 years, but nobody knew about it.
For these crazy stones to be put up. Now, here's the horrific part about it. Why did they call it a guide stone instead of the guides to whatever? Why did they call it the guide stones? You know what the stone means in Hebrew?
What?
God the Father, God the Son, and the noun is feminine for the Holy Spirit. So why did they use stones? They're always doing mimicry and mockery. They're always doing things in threes. And there were 3 guys involved in this deal with them. Do you see? They always do it in threes. And this is a mimicry of the third day resurrection power that's in us. So it's all about them confusing everything that's truth. So they lied about everything. They lied about who did it.
My ovulation cycle is every 3 days.
Now, the man who was behind this, and I don't name people who are still alive, but I can give you some clues and you can look it up. The man donated $1 billion to the United Nations in 1998
she passed away.
to start a foundation to spread the UN agenda domestically across America and in the education system.
And he may be tied to a certain news channel.
Yeah, it starts with a C, and I think it ends with an N, and I think there's an N in the middle. So, and it's in Georgia. It's kind of in the main town in Georgia that I said was in the middle. It starts with an A. So I'm giving you some clues. I think he even purchased a baseball team for a while. I don't know if he still has that. As far as I know, he's still on the planet, but he's very ill and
Jesus Christ, it's fucking Ted Turner. Damn.
Deep in Alzheimer's at this point in his life.
His old home place have a checkerboard floor.
Exactly like in the Masonic Lodge.
Oh, really?
Now, he is the Order of Malta. So you're wondering, so what's the Order of Malta? The Order of Malta is the international sovereign law order unto Malta, which means they want sovereign law globally, which means they want new world order, which means that they want world courts. That's one of the items on the Georgia Guidestones. You know, I was going to send you the 10 of that, and I need to pull that up for you because
I'll get it. Georgia, give me something to do. Stop listening to you. I think she's making... So it is creepy. It's fun to talk about. I think it's interesting to think about who put them there and this and that. Why do they align with this and that? But she's making giant leaps, right? To link it to this person, to link it to that person, to say the Masons and ritualistic child abuse. And how many go out there and pull some blood samples. How many children have been? It's under fucking lock and key on private property, and there's security cameras that monitor it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Anyways, so there is a person who claimed, when I did my show on it, there's a person who claimed that he accidentally ran out of gas or something one day and was walking through the area, and he got separated, ended up, he could see the Guidestones and like a fire kind of half-ass illuminating it, and that he started walking closer, but a person jumped out with a robe on and like a brass. It looked like a bird face, like a raven face, and chased him down, and he just barely got away. All kinds of weird shit. Let's see instructions. Number 1. Let's start with this. A message consisting of 10 guidelines or principles is engraved on the Georgia Guidestones. Well, let's read the whole thing. How'd they get? Let's see what happened. Here we go. The Georgia Guidestones are a granite monument erected in 1980 in Elbert County, Georgia, in the United States. A set of 10 Guidestones is inscribed on the structure in 8 modern languages, and a shorter message is inscribed at the top of the structure in 4 ancient language scripts. The monument stands at approximate elevation of 750 feet, 230 meters above sea level, about 90 miles east of Atlanta, 45 miles from Athens, Georgia, and 9 miles north of the center of the city of Elberton. 1 slab stands in the center, and 4 arranged around it. A capstone lies. Let me do this. There's a new tab. I'll pull this over here where I can read and you guys can look. How about that? A capstone is where I was at. Let's see where that's at. A capstone lies on top of the 5 slabs, which are astronomically aligned. An additional stone tablet, which is set on the ground a short distance to the west of the structure, provides some notes on the history and purpose of the guidestones. The structure is sometimes referred to as the American Stonehenge, which is what they want attention. The monument is 19 foot 3 inches tall, 5.87 meters, made from 6 granite slabs weighing 237,746 pounds in all. The anonymity of the Guidestones authors and their apparent advocacy of population control, eugenics, and internationalism have made them an object of controversy and conspiracy theories. All right, here we go. History. In June 1979, a man using the pseudonym R.C. Christian approached the Elberton Granite Finishing Company on behalf of a small group of loyal Americans and commissioned a structure. Christian explained that the stones would function as a compass, calendar, and clock, and should be capable of withstanding catastrophic events. Joe Finley of Elberton Granite assumed that Christian was a nut and attempted to discourage him, providing a quote for the commission, which was several times higher than any project the company had previously taken, explaining that the Guidestones would require additional tools and consultants. I was like, why did they use that wrong form of that word? Consultants. To Finley's surprise, Christian accepted the quote. When arranging payment, Christian said he represented a group which had been planning the Guidestones for 20 years and which wanted to remain anonymous. Christian delivered a scale model of the Guidestones and 10 pages of specifications. The 5-acre, 2-hectare site was apparently purchased by Christian on October 1st, 1979. I'm looking for a piece of land about that size. I wonder if it's for sale. From a farm owner, Wayne Mullinex. Mullinex and his children are given lifetime cattle grazing rights on the Guidestone site. On March 22nd, 1980, the monument was unveiled before an audience variously described as 100 or 400 people. It's either 100 or 400, no in between. Exactly. We got exact head counts. One of us ended up on exactly 100, the other one on exactly 400. Christian later transferred ownership of the land of the Guidestone to Elbert County. So now it belongs to the county. In 2008, the stones were defaced with polyurethane paint and graffiti with slogans such as "Death to the New World Order." Wired magazine called the defacement the first serious act of vandalism in the Guidestone's history. In 2014, an employee of Elbert County Maintenance Department contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation when the stones were vandalized with graffiti, including the phrase, "I am Isis, goddess of love." Here's your rules, folks. If you're not living by these, where are you at? Number 1. A message consisting of a set of 10 Guidestones principles is engraved in Georgia Guidestones in 8 different languages, 1 language on each face of the 4 legs of the upright stones. Moving clockwise around the structure from due north, the languages are English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, traditional Chinese, and Russian. Number 1. Maintain humanity under 500 million. Perpetual balance with nature. Number 2, guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. A little bit of eugenics. Unite humanity with a living new language. That would be nice if everybody knew the same language. I'm sorry, I missed one. Oh, there it is. Rule number 4, rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Number 6, let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Number 7, avoid petty laws and useless officials. like useless official kind of reading these when they first were announced is what I was thinking about. Balance. Number 8. Balance personal rights and social duties. Number 9. Price, truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. And number 10. Last but not least. Last but not least. Number 10 says, where the hell did 10 go? Oh, I skipped down. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. It repeats itself at the end. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. On the tablet, a few feet to the west of the monument, an additional granite ledger has been set level with the ground. This tablet identifies the structure and the languages used on the various facts about the size, weight, and astronomical features of the stones, the date it was installed, and the sponsors of the project. It also refers to a time capsule buried under the tablet, but blank spaces in the stone intended for filling out the dates on which the capsule was buried and is to be reopened have not been inscribed. So it is uncertain if the capsule, you just need to dig diagonally towards it, if the capsule was ever there. The complete text of the explanatory tablet is detailed below. The tablet is somewhat inconsistent with respect to punctuation and misspells the word pseudonym. That's always great when something's going to be permanently left in stone. The original spelling, punctuation, and the line breaks in the text have been preserved in the transcription, which follows. Letter case is not. At the top of the center of the tablet is written. The Georgia Guidestones Center Duster, erected March 22nd, 1980. Immediately below this is the outline of a square, inside which is written, Let these stones be Guidestones of an age of reason. Around the edges of the square are written translations for 4 ancient languages, starting from the top and proceeding clockwise: Babylonian and cuneiform, Classic Greek, Sanskrit, Ancient Egyptian, and hieroglyphs. On the left side of the tablet is the following column text field. Astronomical features. 1. Channel through stone indicates celestial pole. 2. Horizontal slot indicates annual travel of sun. 3. Sunbeam through capstone marks moonlight time throughout the year. Author was R.C. Christian, a pseudonym. I don't know. I don't know how hard people have been looking for them or not. And it was a different time, too. I mean, they were built back in 1980. Like, that's a long time ago. It's not like you're going to pull phone records or something crazy. Hell, they might all be dead, the people that went there to build them. We can listen to her for just a little bit, but I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to push it forward to where we get to where we can wrap this son of a bitch up with her because she's on my nerves.
Because they're going through the entire list of the Georgia Guidestones. They're going one by one, and we're oblivious to this. And I want to bring this up because I sent you guys a little video clip that absolutely matches this by someone that people highly respect. And so if you want to get ready with that video clip, I can I'll bring this up.
Earlier, let me make sure I got it to you.
Dougie Doe Ball had many chins. Many chins had Dougie Doe Ball. You guys remember singing that in Bible school?
You were traveling, Doug, I think.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. I can bring it up, Doug.
Okay. Well, you can share your screen from where you're at too, man.
I'm using my phone. So just wait 1 minute.
Okay, you're going to send it to me.
I think I already did.
Well, let me ask you this while he's looking for that.
Okay.
So we're talking about the Freemasons. There's not much difference in the Knights of Columbus, is it?
Every secret society takes oaths. And you know what they did after they put the Masonic structure together? They ended up inviting someone from a military academy. This is how easy they expanded. The guy in the military academy, and once you attend a meeting, guess what? You got to take the oath because now you've been what? You've been introduced to the secret society.
Oh, God.
So you're stuck the minute that you come in as an invited guest. That's it. So you come in as a guest, you end up taking the oath, you don't really know what the words mean. What does Ahura Mazda mean? It's the old Iranian ancient religion. What is that? It takes our people back to Egypt. So we didn't know. And they were taking oaths to Isis and Allah.
Wow.
They didn't know what that meant. So when you look at this, whether
To be fair, I've been to Egypt once. It was a long flight. I would much rather just hum and whistle through my nose or something.
military academy invited with his friends to go to their Masonic meeting. So he goes and he takes the oath, and they go, well, isn't this wonderful friendship? Wouldn't you like to have the camaraderie at the military academy for this? So what do? They started setting up fraternities. And people don't realize, because you never speak it again, once you take the oath, you just take the oath and that's it. You don't even know what those words mean. When you say Ahura Mazda, you don't know that that's an old ancient religion that is to the other gods. When you're taking an oath to Frederick of Prussia, you don't know you're taking.
That's right, Joel. I saw that comment. Right arm, left arm, 2 stomps. Dougie Doe balls had many chins. Many chins had Dougie Doe balls. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's all flap in the wind. Right foot, right arm, left arm, turn around, sit down, Dougie Doe balls. That's the whole song right there. I just gave it away. That's the surprise ending, honestly.
Of another Reich in history, you don't know that you're putting these people as idols in your life, so you're being deceived.
That YouTube, that has little to nothing to do with anything appearing on the show tonight. Any reference made to anyone who might appear on my show tonight is clearly accidental. I do not intend on speaking on this topic or these people. It is not harassment or cyberbullying. It's not even satire, because you're Mic check. Are we here or no? I just saved it like a ninja. What is this nonsense? Am I here? Hold on. Let's do this. Split. I can save this. I can do this. Split cam. Right. Refresh that. It clicking something over here. It popped up and said, do you want to restart? But I was clicking something else and it clicked the restart thing, and I was trying to cancel it. I didn't think I got to it in time, but clearly I did. Because it's still up. I got to get everything else up, but at least it's up. Whew, I was able to save it. The symbols. That symbol is for Snapchat, Mariah. You've never seen the Snapchat logo? You think it's satanic symbolism?
I don't have any.
Mariah, you were the reason they invented Snapchat.
I share the film.
Yeah, and I'll just hold it till the swelling goes down. We've all heard this before. Hold on, I'm trying to get chat back up, guys. I can't see you all in chat. Okay, go away. I've got it handled. You can go. You can go now. I've got it handled. Aha. I got chat back. Almost 200 people still here. Maybe tomfoolery. Maybe. That's Joel. I saw Joel's comment, and I never see Joel's comment. That's got to be an improvement, right? How did the coffee thing move? That's supposed to be down here. I'm going to have to send myself a fake coffee to see where it lands. Give me a second. I got to open some window. Well, what time is this? 1:30. Let me fix this coffee thing, and we'll see where we're at. You better shut the fuck up.
We've been waiting.
There's nothing about this moment that has anything to do with you or me or anybody else. No, there's no tension. There's no fighting. No one likes you.
He was being.
I don't even know what. I don't think you know what that means, to be honest with you. You said caddy. Nope. Why would there be more than one thing that they call those things then? Exactly. Settings. I gotta run a fake donation or something, maybe, if it'll let me try. Tags, my page link. Make it not safe. You guys want to not safe for Mariah? No, you're not. Yeah. You guys want to not safe for work? Buy me a coffee. Could you tell what could we put on there? Clearly coffee, but what else? All right, so that's that. That's how you customize it. Buy me a coffee. Copy. Send test. How big is it? Hey, Beer Man. Okay, nothing works. Awesome. It didn't send the test. What the fuck? It's hard to tell what's going on while it's over there. It needs to be over here. All right, it says it's sending the test. What's everybody else doing? How you been? How's your mom and them? How's your mom and them? Tell everybody we said hey. Hey, Beer Man. That's it. I want it bigger though. There we go. Great work. Sent you a coffee. It says, hey, Beer Man. Great work. Sent you a coffee.
Hey, Beer Man.
Hey, Beer Man. Someone else sent me a coffee and said, great. Sometimes when I'm not live and I need a little pick me up, I just sit here and send these fake donations to myself. And they're just like, hey, Beer Man, great job. You're really doing us a solid here, brother. Appreciate it. Copy URL. Copied. Hey, Beer Man. Oh, now I see, said the blind man. To the deaf lady. That's right. I was going to finish that joke. Set it to the deaf lady. All right, let me open some stuff up right quick, and we'll see what happened with the Froggets, I guess. Mariah wants to come in here showing her ass again. We'll send her packing. That's what we'll do.
Hey, Bear Man.
Hey, Bear Man. Great work. Thank you. Dougie Doughboy Balls or something weird. I've never heard that, Denise. Were you singing to yourself? Who were you singing to? Is it something that you think you should see a professional about, or is it something you think that you can handle at home? I'm here to support you, okay? I don't want to make this about me. But if you would like to make this about me, you can do that at cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, or much more importantly, coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund, which is our GoFundMe, because my poor defenseless family is being thrown out in the streets. So thank you for that. But now we can go back about making it about you if you're interested. Just hit me up. Let me know. Sorry, I'm refreshing on my tabs. I'm one of them. So are you. So let's just praise the Lord. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sorry. I'm about there. What were we even going to watch? Were we going to watch something or were we just going to give up? What were we going to do? I forgot. You guys didn't tell me what we were doing, and I could have just been playing some music this whole time. You guys would have been probably happier. Fruitcake commercial? We can do fruitcake. Hold on. All right, here we go. Our joint sponsorship with the one, the only Scott, the Fruitcake McKay. I can't go another octave higher. That's all I had. Sorry. And now, time for an ad in collaboration with PSF. Hello, folks. It's Will here. In collaboration with PSF, I would like to bring you this special announcement to you in an uncertain time. I know that we're all looking for information. The greatest commodity on today's market is information. Where do we find this information? How do we interpret this information that we see? Well, one place that we can look to for this information is our fearless leader, Donald Trump. And we at PSF would like to do a service announcement to let you guys know how to decipher this information. Now, there's a couple things that we all know. When you see Donald Trump with silver hair, it's time to buy silver. Silver futures are going through the roof. It's time to buy silver, no matter what other commodities you own. Sell them, buy silver. This is literally someone of a higher power looking out for you. And we know, or we should know, when you see Donald Trump with gold hair, it's time to buy gold. Forget silver. Sell it all. Buy gold. It's going to go up. You're going to make money. And physical gold and gold futures. Buy gold when you see gold hair. It's pretty simple, but there has been a confusing time for us patriots out there. That time would be when you see Donald Trump with orange hair. What do we do when Donald Trump has orange hair? Think about it, folks. It's not that complicated. When you see Donald Trump with orange hair, I want you to think PSF. Orange, oranges, tangerine, fruit, right? PSF. Everybody knows that PSF stands for Patriot Street Fighter. But it can also stand for Patriot Street Fruitcakes. Make sure you invest in fruitcakes. Physical fruitcakes, fruitcake futures, fruitcakes for your neighbors, fruitcake ingredients. When you see orange hair, when you see the fruit of orange hair, you think PSF. And never forget, Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us for this public service announcement. PSF is fruitcakes, is not associated with Cold Beer Confessional in any way, shape, or form. Please be advised, we cannot condone any activity done with fruitcakes, any money lost because of fruitcakes. If your neighbors hate fruitcakes or you're allergic to fruitcakes, all we know is that Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us. All right. Thank you for hooking us up with some of that sweet ad money that you immediately confiscated because you said the wheels in this bus keep on turning. You yelled that at me as if you were a member of Journey while you took our ad spend away. Thank you very much, Scott McKay and the Patriot Street Fighter. Just a dirty, low-down piece of shit like we all thought.
This man is saying the Georgia Guidestones in his own words. And that's why I wanted to introduce it with those 10 items as to this. He can explain is he's doing a program called And We Know. He used to be in Armed Forces Network.
Oh, God.
Last years of the Marines and did a lot of.
This is LT. I know a lot of people like LT. LT was in public relations for the Marine Corps. So he basically worked at a radio station for the Marine Corps.
A protocol thing, so he can explain the news stories and et cetera in very interesting ways. Well, he shared a clip, and when I heard this clip, I immediately shared his video, and I said, this man is saying the George
kidney stones. We left off at kidney stones.
Stones in his own words. And that's why I wanted to introduce it with those 10 items as to who this man that so many people thought, and I used to think he was amazing. But when you hear his words, you'll be shocked.
When you heard his words, you'd be shocked.
Mm-hmm. Anything else you want
as soon as you heard them.
No, I mean, I heard it one time, and now that you've shown me, I'm going to pay attention to it a little better this time.
Okay.
All right, so let me share it.
Well, at least it didn't take long. Let's just scroll through. Oh wow, wow! This could be a treasure trove. What do we even do? Hold on, wait a minute. Let's see what you're revealing to us here, Dougie G. All right, let's go back just a little bit. We can slow that down. Okay, that's a little meme. Okay. Pictures of the guy. Did we miss something at the very first? Hold on. What happens when it very first pops up? Well, there's the URL just to run into their show if you're looking for it. So there's that. He showed that. Thank God. TIN, Godstones PDF, little video, little cartoon, little picture, no little Godstones, no little bigger Godstone. Oh, there's some. Oh, okay, hold on. Hey, do you have the link for the show tonight so Sheila can share it? And she spelled share it like sherbet. Okay. Yeah, it's I got it. I plan on doing something with it. From Ken. Did you post on you? Make sure you get the fuck up out my show. You're overbearing and in my space. How do you have the link for the show tonight? So Sheila, yes, but something send it. Did you post on YouTube yet? Sheila wants to share it to her email list. Okay. We're doing some detective nonsense right now. Sheila Home, the real truth about the Georgia Godstones. Oh, this is between him. This might even be better. This is between him and Bonafide. StreamYard browser. Did you post on YouTube yet? Sheila Holmes, the real truth about the Georgia Godstones. So Bonafide told him what the title was going to be. Glad to sit at the right hand of Satan. Video, all inclusive. That's a good one. Oh, that's it. We're going to watch Concat sitting at the right hand of Satan. This should be awesome. All right, I'm going to speed it back up, guys. Here we go.
World government is the structure necessary for global justice.
I'm in a position to speak my mind, and by God, I'm going to do it. First, we Americans are going to have to yield up some of our sovereignty. That's going to be, to many, a bitter pill. Today, we must develop federal structures on a global level to deal with world problems. We need a system of enforceable world law, a democratic federal world government.
The volume is so low, I can hardly hear it. Can you guys hear it?
The treaty for...
Do you want to start it over? It's a very short clip. Do you want to start it over? Because it's real powerful.
Everybody's running Doug's show but Doug. That shit Mariah tries. Do you want to do exactly what I'm telling you to do for the 5th time while I stand here and stare at you until you do it? Take that shit and kick rocks.
Is the structure necessary for global justice.
Hey, quick update. If you guys are still here, I'm sure you watch me all the time. So just so you guys know, on the I will not have a show on the 20th, 21st, 22nd, but I might have one the night of the 23rd.
In a position to speak my mind, and by God, I'm going to do it. First, we Americans are going to have to yield up some of our sovereignty. That's going to be, to many, a bitter pill. Today, we must develop federal structures on a global level to deal with world problems. We need a system of enforceable world law, a democratic federal world government. Most important, we should sign and ratify the Treaty for a Permanent International Criminal Court. Pat Robertson has written in a book a few years ago that we should have a world government, but only when the Messiah arrives. He wrote, literally, any attempt to achieve world order before that time.
No, you only have to You only have to use math on the numbers to get the number you want when it's not the number. If it's already the number you want, then you don't have to do anything. If you need to change it, then you can do whatever you want to, and then say God told you, or some other piece of paper told you, or this piece of paper told you. It doesn't really matter.
Must be the work of the devil. Well, join me. I'm glad to sit here at the right hand of Satan.
Wow.
Well, I'll be away from the PC, so what I'll probably do is go live a couple times from my phone during the day, but it won't be a regular show. I'll just be hanging out and checking on you and checking to see what you guys are doing, maybe showing the kids and the family.
I'm glad to sit here at the right hand of Satan. He said it.
Oh, we missed it. Hold on. Let's go sit with Satan. Sorry.
Here at the right hand of Satan. Well, join me. I'm glad to sit here at the right hand of Satan.
I don't think he did say it.
World order before that time must be the work of the devil. Well, join me. I'm glad to sit here at the right hand. To achieve world order before that time, he wrote only when the Messiah arrives. He wrote, literally, when we go quote. Pat Robertson has written in a book a few years ago that we should have a world government, but only when the Messiah arrives. He wrote, literally, any attempt to achieve world order before that time must be the work of the devil. Well, join me. I'm glad to sit here at the right hand of Satan.
Oh, so it's a joke. It's a joke. Maybe not the best joke, but they cut off all the laughter from it. He said the book said that only when the Messiah returns can we have world order. Not the new world order, but just like world peace. And any attempt to do that before had to be of Satan. And he said, well, I'm proud to say the right hand of the devil, because apparently they were probably signing some peace treaty or deal or whatever. It was a joke, right? Not a very good one, maybe. But still, they cut the shit off.
I'm glad to sit here at the right hand of Satan. He said it. I never would have believed those words would have come out of that man's mouth.
We're going to see a family member. Yeah.
But we don't know what they do in secret meetings. We don't know what they're saying.
Right. Wow. I never heard that before, Tim, till right then.
Woo!
Your microphone is not mine, because I cut mine off. What year was that? Do you know?
I don't know the year, but I can find out.
You know there's a whole nother person right here, right? That's your microphone, can't be mine. I cut mine off. Hey, Doug, this is what Doug does. That's I can see the whole back of it, Tim. Here's the front. There's the back. I can't see anything wrong with it. Have you looked at the back of yours yet? It's right there. If you start at the front and follow it to the other end, it'll take you right to the back. That's how I correct action when Mariah screams, wrong hole, wrong hole.
I sent the logo too for Andy.
Just follow the old river valley.
We know he has a logo of the parting of the Red Sea, and Father has given him a scripture. I think it's Romans 8:38 or 38:8. And
speaking of let's see how they end it, because Mariah thinks they're going to I don't know, hand jobs and makeup or something.
You can pick and choose, but it's the book series for the sake of America and nation restoration that would give you the most information.
But Mariah, I don't know. It all feels like we're stomping around in a landfill to me.
All right.
All right.
What a blessing, you guys. Thank you.
We're going to close this out in prayer. Father, we ask you to bless us. We ask you to wake up.
I don't think she wanted to pray.
You guys, thank you. Did all this identity theft by bringing illegals in to ruin us so we couldn't work for the government, and then we reach a point we can't vote. It's horrific. That's nation restoration. And then the book series. That would tell them about America. And then all the other books are topic by topic. And there's 18 books because I'm in Georgia. I'm not in San Diego the majority of time. So there's 18 books and you can pick and choose. But it's the book series for the sake of America and nation restoration that would give you the most information.
All right.
All right.
What a blessing, you guys. Thank you.
We're going to close this out in prayer.
What a blessing, you guys. Thank you. And they say, Kay, we're going to close this out in prayer. We gonna pray with you. Ain't no mustard on them biscuit. Yeah. Ain't got no gas in it. Here we go.
Father, we ask you to bless us. We ask you to...
She doesn't close her eyes. She's blinking the entire time. She refuses to pray.
To wake up all these frog nights.
Where's the Satan person here? Where's this? I didn't see RC Christian refusing to every head bowed, every eye closed. She could be sending out satanic blinking messages, some type of Beelzebub Morse code, Luciferian lecture through her eye batting while you guys are asleep on the job up here in the top screens. Okay?
And ask them to be a part of this awakening. And we know y'all are going to. And we ask you for discernment. We ask you for safety. We're so blessed that Doug made it home safely this week, today. And we ask you for your guidance. We ask.
It's not even as good when you say it. I mean, that's a killer joke I made up, but it's even worse when you say it.
Lord, you tell us what you need us to do, and we will be obedient. That is the biggest change I made in my life. Is Lord.
She's not praying with them. This Satanist lady is not praying with them. Doug may have had a stroke, but at least his eyes are closed.
What do you need me to do? And it has absolutely changed my life.
I'm going to start with I need you to pray. We're bonding in the Spirit of the Lord.
I ask everyone here.
You can't hide behind your turtle shell glasses. We can see your eyes.
To get up in the morning and that be the first thing you ask is, Lord, what can I do for you today? And Lord, I just want to thank you for all these blessings. I want to thank you for all these connections that you're making, all these doors that you are opening for all of us, and all this truth coming out. In Jesus' name, amen.
Did anybody in chat notice that she never prayed? I walk with God every day by myself. We have a relationship and it works. I have faith in him and he guides me. Trust God and the plan. Dark to light. Great info, froggies. Love Sheila's information. It opens your eyes, that's for sure. Bless you for getting very important information out on what we are battling. And we must change this. Average is what they say is 1,600 to 1. A lot of people. Love Sheila Holmes. Well played, men. You had me. Well played, men. You had me. The fuck was that? The UN is the first nation to be really judged. They have sacrificed their first closest son, grandson, great-grandson to be a third. Okay. From all the lies and betrayal in the Bible, this does not have all the true information. And what book are they following? Where did they get these notebooks of steps to follow? So is this the meaning of the Bible is fake, written for us to become? My grandfather and father were Freemasons. We have people in our family that have passed away that have been deprived of going to the Father. Have people in our family that have passed away and have been deprived of going to the Father. Well, that's a lie. They got to be in hell or something. The Bible says to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. There is no in between. There is no Jason Q put me on a spaceship. He's going to have to go back to Jesus times, rewrite that part. Washington State says, hi, faith is not seen, it's felt. I'm here from Greenville, Texas. I bet Bonafide is ready for you to leave. Fish. Oh, they don't like the lady? Who's fit? The rods of God need to demolish those stones. Is that Ted Turner? Remember back in like 2018, 2017, didn't Hillary become a pastor? 10:50 p.m. Eastern says 3 hours ago and shows no comments. He's on Telegram. Show is so over you guys' head. Lol. I'm glad to find her. Video is 111. Oh, that's where it starts, maybe. There's people already tagging the ads out of it. Click on this 111 and you can skip all the ads. Awesome show. I have 7 children. Do they not like the guest? I love Sheila. Some of them do, obviously. Isn't Father's name Jehovah? I'm just trying to be on the right page here. When you are responding to chats, some of you cannot see the chats. So can you please read them first, then answer the question? Thanks so much. But I don't watch when it's live, and I watch it, our channel on my TV. Reagan sacrificed the nation as well. LT has that information. He rocks. I heard that in 1999 we ceased to exist as the United States, and from then on we have been under military control, and our government has been a joke. I am not okay with this. It's time for a change. Well, good thing it's not happening. Pay attention to her. All right, let's see how they finished it.
Amen.
Thanks again for coming on.
She did not pray the entire time.
Sheila, I really appreciate it.
My hair-
I wish I could be down there with you guys, but I had to come home. There was a bad storm, like I said at the beginning of the show, that hit right next to my house. I don't know how my house didn't get hit with trees. As I go down the street, I can see where chainsaws were cut up trees that had fell in people's yards, fell into people's houses, and God protected this house. It's a miracle. It really is.
Yes, he loves you.
Y'all
He loves you.
eating on camera. I don't want nobody mad at me, but the last thing I ate today, me and Doug, was this morning.
All right. Good night, everyone.
All right, buddy. Love you.
Wow, he was apologizing for eating on camera. I want nobody to be mad at me. I had to eat on camera. The last thing I ate was this morning. Doug says, all right, we'll see you guys. What? You didn't even answer. There's one more video I want to show you right quick. Let me. It might be hard to find. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. Who sent it to me? Let me think here. Think. I think I know maybe where it's at. By the way, thank you for the support tonight. Thank you for hanging out. The boys shows. Make sure you subscribe to Liam, and if you get a chance, just comment something. It makes his day. I didn't want him to keep trying to guilt trip you into commenting, but you could tell he was desperate to see more and more comments. He's like, well, let's refresh it again. I'm like, bud, you can't guilt him into literally going right now to put the shit in there. Let me see if I can find it. Madison, that's not her. Mark Atwood and Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward and the 300-year-old skull. I don't think that's it. There is a very funny Charlie Ward video I want to show you guys. And somebody clipped it out, and the clipping is really good. And I don't want to have to try to go through the whole fucking thing because I don't think I can find it that easy, to be honest with you. Mike Pence discussion with Madison Mike Pence discussion with Madison Marquette. But who did it? Hold on. What is this? Here's something for you to watch while I look. They took it down. Damn it. And whose video was it? Oh, it's been put back on there over here. Okay, let's try that one. Okay. Looks like they took her down too. P.S. Great work. Not great work. Keep check your links every 5 minutes. Great work. And knock you the fuck out. So what it is no, I don't want to say that. Here's something for you guys to watch while I try to find it right quick. Here you go. This is kind of short and funny. This is from the Intel Lady. Subscribe to the Intel Lady.
Hello and welcome to another edition of We the Sheeple with me, Nikki Nacky New. The PPP, the preferred platform for patriots. I like to shorten it to PPP. Anyway, as some of you may know, I'm actually a singer. Ooh. And this week I've been doing rather a lot of very special singing because it's been a really special week. It has been the birthday of a very, very important patriot. And I like to think that he's heard me singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President, because I just love him so much, and I know that you all do too, and he's a very important person, and it's wonderful that we're all able to celebrate his birthday with him, even though we weren't technically with him. I know that he felt those birthday wishes of all the patriots all around the world. Now, I know I'm never going to be able to sing Happy Birthday, Mr. President, quite as well as Marilyn Manson did to President Bush, but I tried my best. Anyway, moving on to today's guest. Today we have an amazing guest. He's been on the show before. He's quite a favourite on the show. He's a British legend, and of course he is a patriot too. Please welcome Lyman Sharks. Hello, Lyman. Yes, hello, Nicky Nacky Noo. It's
Oh no.
absolute pleasure to
Oh no.
joining you once again. Yeah. Oh, it's great to have you back. Now, I understand you have some news regarding your big move over to the United States of America. Yes, indeed, I do. It is a great pleasure to be able to give you all this news, actually, because it's difficult when you sign a military NDA. There's only so much that you can say, and now I have actually had part of my military NDA partially lifted.
Oh, sweet. Partially lifted.
To give you
That's important.
the name of my commander, as it were, my military commander that I will be working under, and it's an absolute honour and a pleasure to say that as of 2022, I will be working with the wonderful Colonel Brigadier General Jack O'Neill.
Jack O'Neill.
And it's just an incredible.
All right, guys. If you want to watch the rest of Intel Lady, make sure you go check out her video. It's literally just Intel Lady on YouTube. Intel Lady. She got like 500 or 600 subscribers. Let me show you this one right quick, and we'll wrap it up. This is Charlie Ward. Got some very exclusive. Yeah, I guess I can say exclusive. He got some very exclusive intel. And he wanted to share it in the middle of this show that he was on. So he decided that he would bring it up. I don't even know the man and woman that he's with in this clip, but he decided that he would bring it up because he was actually sent. This is the claim. He was sent when they were recording the fake Joe Biden, like an actor of Joe Biden playing Joe Biden as president. He was sent a blooper reel. Okay? Someone within the government said, hey, you know who would like this blooper reel of us trying to pretend that Joe Biden is the president? My man Chaz. And sent it to him, and he brings it up and plays it for these people. Watch this.
Oh, she looks like she's 18. Like, come on.
Yeah, but if that's an actor,
two actors.
if that's one of the actors, are they portraying him?
Look, he's looking for it right now on his phone. He's already looking for it because someone said you can definitely tell she's 18, and they're talking about an actor. They must be disputing that someone was a minor in a video.
Like that, because
they're doing it to wake people up.
They're doing it to wake people up. I know the audio's bad, but
People and wake them up and say, "This is who I voted for." What's going on here?
I'm gonna get before he deletes it or something. I'm gonna go get a high quality copy of this. It's Denise Bolin and Pepe. Probably We the Pepe.
Somebody sent me one of the outtakes the other day.
The outtakes. That seems weird.
Yeah, I'm laughing all the way. I'm laughing all the way.
When you see the outtakes, you realize who the actor is.
When you see the outtakes, now normally you don't see it because it's got a lot of fluff and a lot of editing and a lot of blah 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 on it. Okay, but when you see the outtakes, you'll know exactly who this is.
He goes into himself.
Oh, I want to. Can we show that?
Yeah, I will. I'm just going to get it now.
Oh, I didn't see
that. I think I know who they are. Should I guess? Can I guess out loud who I think they are?
Yeah, you can.
I think it's James Wood and Jim Carrey.
It is.
It is. It's James Wood and Jim Carrey. So when you see these outtakes, you're going to know immediately It's either James Woods or Jim Carrey or maybe some combination. Menage a trois. James Carrey, Jim Woods, Joe Biden.
Masks. A woman had an interview with the person that makes the mask.
Yes, correct. I understand that, but the thing is, the body.
What is
the heights?
That's why they had. That's why they.
Also, she just said someone had an interview with the woman who makes the masks. Please, that's your homework. If you happen to come across a video floating around on the internet and the person is claiming that she is the mask maker for Joe Biden, please send that to me. Please. I want it. I yearn for it.
They got the part because they were very similar in height.
You said Jim Carrey, the actor? Jim Carrey, the actor, yeah. The one that hates Donald? Yeah.
White hats are using them.
The white hats are using them because they're prostitutes. They do their job when they get paid. That's what they are. They'll do anything when they get paid. A prostitute.
They always used to say, "Alrighty then."
No, I would say that James Wood would do for Trump, right? I'm just
Jim Carrey lines. What?
But Jim Carrey doesn't like Trump.
I mean,
so has to be forced.
They're even struggling to answer this basic question. Wait till you see what he says is proof, first of all. Then second of all, they're struggling to answer, but I didn't think Jim Carrey liked her. Well, yeah. What do you got to take into account? And well, you see, they're prostitutes. What he's doing is they're not going to be able to answer these claims. I'm just telling you right now, they're not going to be able to.
He made a deal because he's so heavily involved.
He may well have done. He may well have done.
Made a deal. Yeah.
And the height, Jim Carrey is pretty tall. James Wood is tall also. James Wood's tall. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to find it. The trouble is,
he's getting red pilled.
No. I in my mind, the last words that Donald Trump said in my mind are, "The best is yet to come."
That's right.
So I know that something's going to happen. Yep. I just don't understand.
And it's sooner than we think.
And it's sooner than we think. We hope it's
going to be quick.
Right? We hope it's August. I found it. And actually,
maybe 4th of July. Things are going to.
Here we go. Now he's going to send it over, and we're going to play. He finally found it. We're going to see the outtakes of a live recording of the president addressing the nation. Of a recording that they pass off as live. Now remember, some of these images may be disturbing to some viewers. And the reason that it may be disturbing is because it hasn't been edited yet, okay? It hasn't put the fluff on it. They haven't, set the lighting up perfectly, got the teleprompter in place, and it might be a little bit shaky, but it looks just like him. You couldn't ask for a better body double. You couldn't make a clone that looks better than this.
Start shifting big time and quickly.
Well, it was his birthday yesterday. I thought he was going to do it yesterday, but it's still not ready yet. Right. I don't know.
Are you able to share? Do you want to send it to me and I can share?
I'm going to send. I'm sending it to my wife.
Okay.
On the big screen here. That's why.
Nice.
We got a big screen.
When is your wife?
He had to get it from his phone to his computer. He had to email it to his wife and then have his wife email it back to him. Why didn't he just email it to himself?
She's going to come on one of these roundtables. I would love to talk with her.
She came on the other day to say hello to. Right. So okay.
Oh.
So
tell her I said hello and Justin.
I go to
little Justin. I love him.
Oh, talking about Justin.
Probably taller than me by now.
Right. Do you know Charlie? Do you know Maurice Boland? Yeah, I do. His son, Justin. I know Justin ever so well. And Justin, you know Justin as well. Yeah. Is he better? I know that last thing I heard was I think Sunday. He was still he was getting better. He's off the ventilator. Yeah, so that's good. This is all. Morris is very much.
They kind of got sidetracked here, but they'll get back to it. I promise.
He does whatever he can to promote himself, and I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'll show you this. No, I know him. Can you see this?
Yes. Oh yes.
Can you see this? Can you see this? Now I know you're thinking that's Jim fucking Carrey. And you'd be right. That's Jim fucking Carrey. This is not a clip of Biden. This is not him trying to pass off as Biden to address the American people. This is not a secret White House film. This is Jim Carrey, and he's on the set of Saturday Night Live, and he's goofing off. Charlie even cuts the clip short. What he was doing when he found the clip, or whoever sent it to him, they even cut the clip to cut off the studio audience laughing. Watch this.
Now listen.
Look at his face.
That's funny.
We have to act graciously in victory, though. We need to go forward together. Unfortunately, there are situations in life, and this is one of them, where there must be a winner and...
So,
Wait, what did he say? Oh, I missed that part.
A loser.
A loser.
Jim can't help himself.
So this is clearly one of his famous lines, right? Lehu Zahar. And he's doing it because it's just, I mean, it's nothing. It's an outtake. They're probably warming up, getting ready for, it's probably not even Saturday. They rehearse Saturday Night Live all week. I don't know if you guys know that or not, to get their skits down. And a lot of those recordings are open to audiences towards the end of the week.
You know who that is, right, Peppy?
If you don't know who that is, I will pat you on the back, because I think that opposing opinions are awesome, and I'm glad that we all are unique in our own way. There you go, YouTube.
that's Jim Carrey.
Yes.
Is it? No.
That's Jim Carrey. His face was right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
His face was right there. I saw his face, his lips, his eyes, brows, his hand upon his face. It's right there.
That's Jim Carrey.
Yes.
Charlie Ward is trying to tell people that a government insider contacted him while they were filming a hoax Biden video, because Biden is not alive and Joe Biden and Jim Woods are playing him. They sent him this clip and said, oh man, Jim can't help himself. You know, every time we try to record it, he just goes off on a comedic rant. Best time of my life, having a mojito. See you soon, buddy. Hopefully you still got some of that good yayo. And he's playing a clip from Saturday Night Live's YouTube channel. You can go to Saturday Night Live's YouTube channel and watch this right here. Right now.
That's Jim Carrey. His face was right there.
Exactly.
Yeah. His face was right there. That's too funny.
These people are so... There's no way that people keep... And now listen. I can almost guarantee you that within the next month, someone's going to come into our chat right in the middle of a show when the numbers are up and they think they're protected. Nobody will see their comment. And they'll say, well, duh, Jim Carrey's playing him. And then someone will say Jim Carrey, and they'll be like, yeah, I saw the video where he comes out of character, because I've already seen it in other people's chats. I saw the video where he comes out of character. It's easy to tell then. I've already seen it. It's going to happen.
I love that. Can you send that to me, Charlie?
Yeah,
send it to both of us.
Yes.
So question now, what is Dr. Doc?
There's watch this. This guy finds the clip. The clip from Saturday Night Live. This actually might get us struck, but it doesn't matter.
There are situations.
It's on Saturday Night Live. It's literally on the NBC network, TikTok. Remember how this area right here was clipped off and like the camera was cut up here close to his head? It is literally on the NBC TikTok account. So I went and downloaded it. It's on my phone. I got to email it to myself. Or maybe I don't know what the proper steps are. Am I supposed to email it to Charlie's wife and she sends it back to me? I don't know what the fuck's going on.
In life,
I thought I knew. Now I feel like I don't.
and this is one of them, where there must be a winner and loser.
Again, my biggest issue with any of this, this is
Situations in life.
they're showing you what they want to see, and yeah, they'll fool you, and they'll why? Why? You've already told me that they have perfect cloning technology, and they have masks that are so real that unless you are literally the best friend of the person, you can't even tell in public. Why do this? Why risk spoiling it? Why put this guy up here who looks nothing like him? Barely good enough for an SNL skit.
And this is one of them, where there must be a winner and loser.
Hear all that laughter at the very end? Charlie cut that off too. So not only did he chop off where it said TikTok, NBC Studios, or whatever it said, he cut off the laughter at the end too. What the hell? Dude, you can't keep pushing this narrative. It's so over the top. You know what? Even if this doesn't come to blows, even if this doesn't get dirty, even if no one snaps off and shows up somewhere with something they shouldn't have and attacks a bunch of people, even if all that doesn't happen, the stuff that I say that I'm worried about, the stuff that I say that we should point this out as false so we don't get a crazy person showing up somewhere or multiple crazy people showing up somewhere and trying to take action in their own hands. Even if none of that happens, we are the boy who cried wolf. If you voted for Trump and you're conservative, we are the boy who cried wolf. We'll never have a legitimate claim ever again. Because we spent most of our claims screaming about this and aliens and satellites and baby farms and Jim Carrey and James Woods. We spread all this bullshit. We'll never have a legitimate claim again that'll be taken seriously by anybody who operates within reality. Because the people that follow these people have fucked that for us. They think we're all stupid. They think we're all believe this shit. They think we're all following this shit around. And you can't tell me they don't see it. I know they see it. Everybody on social media sees this shit. I was surprised with how many people knew Charlie Ward. A lot of people told me it was unfavorably. Oh, that piece of shit, or that scammer, or that guy, or doesn't he sell crypto? But they recognized him. I did a little test. Like I showed people his face from a screenshot, and they knew him. So people are seeing it. People are judging the rest of us on it. I know there's some people, like the message I got. There's some people that's in here that's Democrat. But we can still laugh and make fun of it, but we need to police our own side. Yeah, this is out of hand. I don't want to be labeled the same way that they're going to get labeled. I don't want to be treated the same way that they're going to get treated. Some of it deserved, some of it probably undeserved, but still. Either way, guys, thank you for joining us. We had Rendan twice with a $1 super chat. Sky Queen with $10. Was that JQ in the rainbow monkey suit? Rusky, the divorce party one for 420. And that one was from yesterday. And then over on Buy Me a Coffee, we had a couple. Since I got the alarm working finally. Let's see what those were. We were having Judy Silver's extra sprinkles on top will shine your boots, huh? Thank you very much, Judy. For Oliver and Liam, the birthday party tonight. I will really try to record something and either play it on the show or send it to you. And maybe you hear me now. And another donate. Thank you for all those donations, by the way. Down payment on illegal substances from Karen Stone. Allie Wander bought you 5 6-packs. Kitty McNeil with 3 6-packs from Mommy's Basement. Judy Silver again. Awesome parents. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Still doing all their things. Buy merch. There's still some that are back ordered on sizes, but that should be getting cleared up this week, hopefully, or first of next week. Stickers going out. Whatever you need, let me know. Hit me up on one of the offline places. I'll be around. There's a woman on UT that claims she and her husband worked for the government and used masked, fooled even President Bush. Oh, sure. Yeah. Send it to me wherever. So thank you for joining us. We'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good night, and I'll be back tomorrow. We might as well get as much in as you can because there's going to be 3 days where it's going to be really weird for me to stream. So see you guys on the next one. Have a good night.
You don't have balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 inch for the...
See you guys. See Mr. Troll, Rita, Sandy, Shady, God, Mariah, Denise. See you guys.
Profit to profit off of gossip.
Eddie.
Drums cocking, begging for a...
Someone purposely make sure I don't see anything from that Joel guy.
Chap eating his chest like he's King Kong, starving for it.
No problem, Pixie. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Berry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found
Come on now, kids. It's the ones that crave the most attention that don't deserve it.
myself in orbit strapped to an F-16.
See Tara, Denise, Joel, Troll.
He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously.
Are you, Pixie, are you moving up here permanently, or did something change? You're moving up here permanently eventually, right?
Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off.
Okay, I was just checking. When you said you were going back, I thought, I don't know. Maybe something changed.
Buckle up, cause you
Everybody have a good night. See you guys.
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking freaks about baby eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you,
You all right, Lynn?
douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't
Have a good night.
fucking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't.
Oh, I don't do surprises. You guys are more than welcome if you want to meet up sometime, but I don't do surprises. I do public meltdowns. That makes you feel better.
Listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord.
I couldn't tell from your last message, Lynn, if you were just mad or whatever. I was just checking. Hope you have a good night.
Swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's